Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to call to order this meeting of May 13th, 2025 of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Supervisor Lee?
Here.
Supervisor Hartman?
Here.
Supervisor Nelson?
Here.
Supervisor Lavanino? And Chair Capps.
Here.
Let the record reflect that Supervisor Lavanino is absent today.
Okay, at this time, please join us in pledging allegiance to the flag. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, first up is the approval of the minutes from our last meeting. Can
Move approval.
Thanks, Supervisor Hartman.
Second.
Thank you, Supervisor Lee. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Now for our CEO's report.
Good morning, Chair Capps and board members. I have three announcements this morning as part of my report. First of all, a countywide test of the Ready SBC alert system will happen this Thursday, May 15th at 10 o'clock a.m. The purpose of this test is to verify that community members who have registered for Ready SBC alerts receive them without issue. Ready SBC alerts provide the public with emergency and potentially life-saving information. Community members that live and or work in Santa Barbara County are encouraged to register or sign in their Ready SBC alerts account to update contact information, and that information to sign up is on our website and on the screen. The second announcement is that the Regional Fire Communications Center started taking its first 911 emergency calls for fire and medical services today. The transition of all jurisdictions' fire and medical calls will take place over the next couple of weeks. This change is centralizing dispatch operations and enhances coordination and response efficiency across multiple cities and jurisdictions. Lastly, this week is recognized as National Hospital Week. The American Hospital Association recognizes this week as an opportunity to highlight hospitals and the healthcare workers within, including the many they support and connect in their community. In particular, the county wants to celebrate behavioral wellness's psychiatric health facility staff as key hospital care providers in our community, rising to the challenge to serve others. As a county, we feel it's essential that others see the impact which the PUF, as we call it, has had within our community, and we thank every team member who makes up the overall PUF staff. So thank you to them. And that concludes my report.
All right, thank you so much. Next, we just want to go to our administrative agenda. Would any members like to poll any items? Oh, go ahead. Your list of changes for today.
Chair Capps and members of the board, I do have a few announcements this morning. We posted an addendum on Friday, May 9th, adding administrative item number 26 to the agenda, which was inadvertently left off the published agenda. Administrative item number 26 is from the Planning and Development Department and is a second reading of an ordinance amending Chapter 10, Building Regulations of the Santa Barbara County Code to establish the Isla Vista Rental Housing Inspections Pilot Program. This addendum has been posted and made available online to the board and the public. Additionally, we received a request from Supervisor Nelson's office to amend administrative item number 4. Administrative item number 4 is a resolution originally scheduled to be presented by Supervisor Nelson, honoring Susan Warnstrom for her dedicated service to Santa Barbara County. As the honoree is unable to attend today's meeting, the request is to amend the item to designate it as an honorary resolution. Furthermore, we received a request from the department to continue departmental item number 1. Departmental item number 1 is from the Community Services Department regarding the Pro Housing Designation Program. The department is requesting a continuance to the May 20th Board of Supervisors meeting. Lastly, for the Board of Supervisors methods of public participation and to provide public comment on general public comment or an item on the board's agenda, please see page 2 of the agenda. Individuals that would like to provide verbal public comment may do so via Zoom by registering in advance via the link available on page 2. If you have any questions, please contact the clerk of the board's office at area code 805-568-2240. Again, that number is 805-568-2240. And that concludes my announcements for this morning.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. So now we move to administrative agenda, and I don't have any items pulled yet that I'm aware of. So any board members like to pull?
Yeah, I don't need a roll call vote on it, but I do want to discuss item A2 briefly before we move forward on that. But I don't need a roll call or a separate vote for that.
Okay.
And A25.
A25. And Madam Clerk, any members of the public that have pulled?
Chair Capps and members of the board, we have no requests from the public to speak on any administrative items today.
Okay, so then I think I'll entertain a motion to approve all of them except for A25.
Second?
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 So Supervisor Nelson, we can move to A2 once the clerk is ready.
If you, Chair Capps, I don't mind taking that when.
Oh, when
in
we do
order.
it,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, after
No, it's
resolutions. Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm locked out of my
Well, and-
computer today, so I'm just a little, it's rejecting me, so I'm a little discombobulated. But yeah, let's move to our resolutions.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 1 is sponsored by Supervisor Capps. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming the week of May 11th, 2025 through May 17th, 2025 as National Peace Officers Week in Santa Barbara County. And joining us receiving this resolution in person today, we have Under Sheriff Craig Bonner, and additionally, we have Sheriff's Office personnel. If you can all please make your way to the podium, I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas National Peace Officers Week represents a period of time recognizing peace officers across the United States who have worked devotedly and selflessly on behalf of the people of this nation, our state, and Santa Barbara County, regardless of the peril, hazards, or challenges they face. And whereas sheriff's deputies of the Santa Barbara Sheriff's Office continue to safeguard the lives and property of the people of Santa Barbara County and are highly regarded professionals working in concert with other local criminal justice and public safety entities. And whereas by the enforcement of our laws, these same deputies continue to help keep our county safe. And whereas these men and women, by their patriotic service and their dedicated efforts, have earned the gratitude of our communities. And whereas in recognition of the service given by the men and women who night and day stand guard to protect us through the enforcement of our laws, and who provide dedicated and compassionate service to the people of our nation and the communities of Santa Barbara County. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors recognizes the week of May 11th, 2025 through May 17th, 2025 as National Peace Officers Week, and takes this opportunity to thank the men and women of the Sheriff's Office who have chosen a career in the protection and service of others. Passed and adopted today.
Good morning. On behalf of Sheriff Brown and our entire Sheriff's Office team, a small portion of which was here today to help us. Unfortunately, we're a 24/7 operation, so we weren't able to bring everybody here today. But we do have a good representation of our patrol, our detectives, and even community resource deputies. We thank your board for this resolution, bringing attention to and recognizing the important contributions of our county's law enforcement professionals in serving our local communities. In 1962, President John F. Kennedy proclaimed May 15th as National Police Officers Memorial Day and the surrounding week as National Police Week, especially recognizing law enforcement officers who have paid the ultimate price and who have lost their lives in service to others, but also providing all of us an opportunity to recognize those who serve as law enforcement officers, or in our case, as deputy sheriffs. Men and women who exemplify professionalism, integrity, and strength, and do so within difficult and sometimes dangerous work environments. Day in and day out, the men and women of the Sheriff's Office go out into our communities to serve and protect. Although they are prepared to go into harm's way to keep you and I safe, they are also prepared to help all of our community members equally. Our deputies are a key component of what makes our local communities a great place to live. Sheriff Brown and I are incredibly proud of our entire team, individually and collectively. Our deputy sheriffs and our professional staff are truly integral to our community's overall safety and security, and we thank your board for recognizing their contributions through this resolution this week. Thank you.
History. I will move on to the next resolution. A2.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 2 is sponsored by Supervisor Capps and Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution opposing federal cuts to food safety net programs in Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today to receive the resolution, we have Eric Talkin, CEO of the Food Bank of Santa Barbara County. And if you can please make your way to the podium. I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas poverty and food insecurity impact communities nationwide, including Santa Barbara County, where approximately 17% of residents live below the federal poverty line. And whereas access to nutritious food is a basic human right, and addressing food insecurity requires coordination among public agencies, nonprofits, and private partners. And whereas federal food safety net programs such as CalFresh, SNAP, USDA food, commodities, and school-based nutrition programs are proven tools that improve health, reduce poverty, and support family stability. And whereas nearly half of SNAP households with children include at least one working adult, and more than 30,000 Santa Barbara County households receive over $10.5 million in monthly CalFresh benefits, supporting families, grocers, and local farmers. And whereas USDA food commodities, which are 100% American grown, are distributed through food banks, emergency programs, and school meals. And whereas more than 20,000 children in the county benefit from free school breakfast and lunch programs, which are vital for health and academic success. And whereas the Food Bank of Santa Barbara County reaches 1 in 3 county residents each year through its extensive network of community partners and innovative nutrition programs. And whereas proposed federal cuts to CalFresh, USDA food allocations, and school nutrition would worsen hunger, harm U.S. agriculture, and reverse decades of progress. Now, therefore, it is hereby ordered and resolved that the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors affirms the essential role of federal food safety net programs and the Food Bank of Santa Barbara County in advancing health, dignity, and opportunity, and urges Congress to reject any proposals that reduce access to food for vulnerable communities, passed and adopted today.
Thank you. Chairman Capps, Supervisor Hartman, thank you so much for sponsoring that resolution, and the rest of the board as well. The S in SNAP is for supplemental. It's $6.20 a day. There's not much you can do with $6.20. SNAP is something that's very hard to get. It's very hard to hold on to. You have to be very low income to get it. You have to be a green card holder to get it. And SNAP, as was suggested in the resolution, has this double effect of really being able to stimulate the local economy. People are spending dollars locally. It has a very, very low fraud level compared to white-collar crime. It really is an amazing program, and it really is just a basic keep the lights on for society type of program. Yet we see in the budget that is being presented that cuts, and also hidden cuts, by making it much harder to get and to hold on to, by passing on the expense to states and counties and cities, is going to make SNAP much less effective. So amidst these SNAP proposals, that's within a framework of other cuts. So at the food bank, we are looking at about $5 million worth of food being cut in the coming year. That is going to represent 25% of all of the food that we distribute. We're trying to do what we can. We're taking $1 million from our reserves to spend on food this year, primarily to support local farmers that will grow food for the food bank. But we're not the federal government. We can't do that type of thing on an ongoing basis. We're also seeing things like TFAP being cut, and the budget proposal also includes things like cutting the Community Services Block Grant and the Commodity Foods Supplemental Food Program. And these programs are really lifelines for older adults and community organizations. So the combined impact of things would really damage basic need programs incredibly. So we really appreciate the Board of Supervisors making its voice a part of the opposition, and we call on Congress to protect and strengthen SNAP, not cut or weaken it, because it really is the nation's most effective anti-hunger program. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Tolkien. I just appreciate you being here and highlighting what's, well, certainly if there ever was a time to support our local food bank, it would be now with our private dollars. It's just devastating what's happening. This is a bipartisan program that's received support from both parties for a generation, and to see these kind of cuts happening now, and it will have such an impact on our most vulnerable. So thank you for being here to receive it. Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps. And as noted earlier, I did vote for this, but I am a little concerned about kind of bringing our legislative platform onto our resolutions, just as a process issue, just in part because some of these things that need to be discussed and debated a little bit. I am committed to the social safety net up here as a supervisor, but some of these, cuts, there's might be cuts somewhere else. And so there's conversations that might need to be, that go into kind of our legislative advocacy. And, I'm fine, I'm not objecting to this today. I just think we just need to be careful as a board on bringing too much of opposition to federal or state decisions to our resolution portion of our meeting. Glad to have it as part of an A item in the future, as part of a legislative platform or a letter that we want to really elevate or do some additional advocacy on. That makes sense to me. I'm just a little concerned about changing this. We're going to have a lot of budget cuts coming from the state budget, and there's some things there we might want to see restored. And I'm happy to have those conversations. This is the place to do it. But I'm just a little concerned about turning into resolutions, and then you're presenting it, and then if there's some opposing view, then we start to debate. And I think this was very well written, and I think I could support nearly everything that was in that. But I just want to be careful as a board moving in the future. I don't want to start to get in a place where resolutions become something controversial. And so just want to make that point. But I appreciate the authors bringing it forward, and I just wanted to note that for the record. Thank you.
Understood. Supervisor Hartman.
Yeah, I'll have to puzzle about that because our legislative platform was adopted by the entire board. And I think what's really, really important is that the activities that are happening at the federal level and the state level have implications locally. And bringing those to the fore, I think, is very much our job. People look to the county and say, gee, can't you backfill? Well, our budget is stretched, and we get money, over 40% of our budget from the state and federal government. So we don't have the money to backfill these programs. So I think the best we can do is say that these are part of the social safety net, and it affects our population tremendously. And so I in some fashion, if not resolution, some other fashion, we need to track this and make it very clear.
Well, let me maybe suggest, when we do have, this be something, I'm not sure how this fits with our legislative platform, but maybe bring that letter as an A item so we can kind of have that elevated. It might be something, the Leg Committee could bring something that you guys want to further bring attention to the board so we can have on the radar. That might be the better place to do it. So that, again, I'm not objecting to it. It does beg the question, I don't believe in continuing to print a lot extra more money that just pushes inflation and make people poorer as well, which is what we're doing as a nation. So we are going to need to make some cuts or make some other fiscal decisions. And then there's a debate about that. And, I know we do a good job here. I hesitate to start to overly opine on what cuts where in other levels of government. There's a lot of debate going out there, and I don't know if they care that much at the end of the day when we start to get deep into the weeds. But again, I appreciate you guys giving me a chance just to say my piece.
Sure. Okay, thank you. We will move on to the next resolution, please.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 3 is sponsored by Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming May 2025 as Wildfire Community Preparedness Month in Santa Barbara County. And joining us to receive this resolution in person today, we have Captain Scott Safechek and Captain Dustin McGibbon. If you can please make your way to the podium. I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas May has been declared Wildfire Community Preparedness Month in Santa Barbara County, and whereas Santa Barbara County has a well-documented history of wildfire risk, and the threat of wildfire continues to grow increasingly prevalent and dangerous, and currently poses a year-round risk to both people and property locally and statewide. And whereas in 2024, including the Lake Fire and whereas residents in wildfire-prone areas can take proactive measures to reduce the risk of injury and property loss by maintaining defensible space, implementing home hardening strategies, and participating in collaborative efforts, including FireWise communities, which contribute to a safer, more resilient fire-adapted county. And whereas the Santa Barbara County Fire Department works in close collaboration with operational area partners to respond to wildfires, mitigate associated hazards, and reduce overall wildfire risk. And whereas it is also important for residents, visitors, and travelers to take personal responsibility to prevent unintentional ignitions, such as ensuring trailer safety chains are not dragging fully extinguishing campfires, and avoiding high-risk activities that can spark fires in dry conditions. Now, therefore, it is hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors of the County of Santa Barbara proclaims May 2025 as Wildfire Community Preparedness Month and encourages everyone to participate in fire prevention and preparedness activities at home, work, school, and all locations, marking the beginning of a year-long effort to improve wildfire awareness and safety. Passed and adopted today.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. On behalf of Fire Chief Hartwig, we want to thank you for proclaiming May 2025 as Wildfire Community Preparedness Month. This recognition honors the collaborative efforts of our federal, state, and local partners working to keep our communities fire adapted and resilient. As a reminder, June 1st is the deadline for defensible space inspections in high fire hazard areas. Firefighters will begin property inspections, and it is the responsibility of property owners to complete vegetation clearance by that date. To learn more about defensible space, we want the community to visit our website at sbcfire.com, and we encourage everyone in the community to sign up for emergency alerts at readysbc.org. Thank you so much.
Supervisor Hartman.
Yes. Could you talk about Zone 0? I think it's very important because after the LA fires, they've concluded two things. Zone 0 is really important, one of the top things we can do, and don't have wooden fences that come up and adjoin your house because that'll just transport the fire. So Zone 0.
Yes, Supervisor Hartman. Zone 0 is one of our newest zones in the last few years, and it's a zone that has found that a lot of houses catch fire because of the adjacent combustibles. So as you mentioned, certain fences that are attached to the house, we want those first several feet to maintain that clearance of any type of combustibles. In the past, people were encouraged to have wood chips in those areas, and those are also a catch basin for embers as well. So as people improve their homes and they take fire safety very important, especially as we have a rich history of large-scale fires in this county, that they switch over to non-combustible materials such as gravel in those areas.
Thank you very much, and thank you for being here. We all know what a critical issue fire is for us in this area. I serve on the board of the Fire Safe Council. We work closely with our county fire, and if anybody's listening who would like to become a fire-wise community, it's not just your own individual defensible space, but community defensible space and looking out for each other. And so you can go to the Fire Safe Council website and learn more about that because it is shared public safety. We expect a lot of our firefighters, but we've got to pitch in and do our share as well as the public.
Absolutely. And Supervisor Hartman, we are huge collaborators with the Fire Safe Council, and we want to spread the word that more people get involved in making their communities fire safe. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, next resolution, please.
Chair Capps and members of the board, our final resolution today is administrative item number 5, is sponsored by Supervisor Nelson. It is to adopt a resolution honoring Ray Williams for his outstanding achievement in representing Santa Barbara County and the United States in the 2025 World Butchers Challenge. And joining us in person today, we have Ray Williams and his family. And I will go ahead and read the resolution into the record. Whereas Ray Williams, a proud resident of Los Alamos, California, has dedicated over 3 decades of his life to the craft of butchery, beginning at the young age of 14. And whereas Ray Williams worked diligently through his early career, including 12 years at the Vandenberg Commissary, where he rose to the position of meat manager, and currently serves as a vocational training instructor at the Federal Correctional Complex in Lompoc, teaching out custody inmates valuable skills in butchery, retail cuts, sausage making, and further processing, operating the last meat program in the Bureau of Prisons. And whereas in 2022, Ray Williams became involved in the World Butchers Challenge, also known as the Olympics of Meat, serving as floor manager for the competition, gaining international experience and furthering his knowledge of techniques from around the world. And whereas based on his expertise, Williams successfully competed in a nationwide tryout to earn a coveted spot as one of the 6 members of Butchers of America's Team USA, who proudly represented the United States at the 2025 World Butchers Challenge in Paris, France, competing against 18 other countries. And whereas Williams is the co-owner of Whiskey Bent Barbecue, where he shares his love of butchery and culinary excellence with the greater community, demonstrating both leadership and innovation. And whereas through his participation in the World Butchers Challenge, Ray Williams not only represents Los Alamos, Santa Barbara County, and the United States on the international stage, but also inspires future generations of butchers, chefs, and culinary enthusiasts by showcasing skill, artistry, and teamwork. And whereas the World Butchers Challenge stands as a symbol of international cooperation, culinary innovation, and philanthropy, with all meat from the competition being donated to local food banks. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors recognizes and commends Ray Williams for his outstanding achievements on behalf of his country and community in the 2025 World Butchers Challenge, passed and adopted today.
It's been an incredible journey. I just have some people to thank. There's no way we can get there without communities like this. Supervisor Nelson, everybody in Santa Barbara County really got behind me. I'd like to thank my wife, Wendy, my kids, Adam, Anna, Miranda, my mother, Shirley. I'd also like to thank FCC Lompoc and the Bureau of Prisons. They really got behind me on this and really supported me all along the way. So I just really want to thank everybody for all the support. Thank you.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps. And I just, want to take this opportunity to recognize Ray. Los Alamos is a special community. I was just thinking about, it's probably the more world champions per capita than anywhere else. We've had rodeo world champions, and now we have butcher world champions out of this small community. And nothing says Los Alamos like the Williams family. And they are the heart and soul of that community in so many ways. And they just give, and when they're done giving, they keep giving a little bit more. And I really appreciate what you guys bring to our community and our county and my district. And I think this is really special to honor you. And it's my pleasure. So thank you, Ray. Thank you, Williams family. Thank you, FCC, for supporting our county.
Supervisor Lee.
And Ray, you say you had a restaurant in Los Alamos?
He's a barbecue team, and it's a catering.
Okay.
So
I have to try it.
Yeah, you will. Oh,
Yeah.
You have to. They've won so many awards that they can't keep track anymore.
Let's go today. Okay, congratulations. With that, we will move on to the administrative items pulled by the board, which I believe is just one, A22.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 25 is from the Treasurer Tax Collector Public Administrator. This is a set hearing for June 3rd, 2025 to consider recommendations regarding Ida Ablahar's appeal of the Treasurer Tax Collector's transient occupancy tax TOT audit final determination.
Okay, Supervisor Lee.
So I'm pulling this because I see more of these appeals coming before, especially my district. And right now, we have no flexibility. So I would like to ask my colleagues if we can direct staff to bring us ordinance updates that gives us and the tax collector flexibility in collecting these taxes. So an ordinance change.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, so I guess there was a little discussion on whether we could do some type of payment plan. I think is that what you're
Correct.
You're suggesting? And if I remember correctly, we don't have anything in place to functionally do that. But there's actually kind of people could be making payments, but they're just going to be incurring late fees, which would be similar to taxes. But I guess maybe Supervisor Lee, you're asking a way to maybe formalize how that's done?
Correct, and more options for us to say either more than just yes or no to it.
Supervisor Hartman.
I think this is a slippery slope, and I think we heard from our treasurer about that. If we do it for TOT, then why not property tax? Why not sales tax? Well, we don't get sales tax, but property tax or others. I really am concerned about changing our policy in one area if we, and it, it just makes it complicated. I do believe people's taxes are a top priority, the thing they should be planning for. And again, they can pay late, but they do have to pay a penalty. And on TOT, people know. And we've been seeing a lot of people evading getting permits and paying their TOT. So I don't see why, of all the taxes we collect, that's the one where we would want to be more flexible.
Well, we do, Supervisor Lee, did you want to respond to that?
I do, and I agree with your points, but I believe these individuals generally, they don't know, and then we can help them just briefly with these. So I'm not asking to make a decision today, but be open to the idea that we can decide on options later on.
And we do have Leanne Hagerty from the Treasurer Tax Collector if we need her, but on the Zoom. But I mean, I just want to ask a timing question. This is a set hearing for June 3rd. Is it possible to have this conversation then, or you're asking for potential options to be presented at the June 3rd meeting related to this case?
Yes, in addition, if the CEO...
Supervisor, so the last time we had this conversation, it was during an appeal, and I think you would need to make a request of the treasurer, and that's why Leanne Hagerty is online, to ask for the treasurer's office to come back with different options for the board. I don't know if it has to be June 3rd, but they could actually start looking at those options sooner than later if the board wanted to make that request, and that their office could bring back different options, because as you know, they said last time that we would have to make a change to our code. Mm-hmm. So I don't know if you want to hear from Leanne.
Sure. If she, yes, Ms. Hagerty, if you'd like to just speak to the process.
Hi, yes, we would, of course, come back with recommendations, but we'd also, work with county council to do that.
Okay, Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, and I think one of the reasons county council would probably need to be involved is I think some of this is actually set in state law. But again, trying to thread the needle and accomplishing the goal is I'm curious if there could be some guidelines or maybe a memo to potentially people who are delinquent on, here is what you're going to pay. And, if you were to do it in payments, this is what it would look like costing you. Because, I mean, it's kind of an informal way that it's being done now is that somebody, they're just delinquent until they catch up. But maybe that could be a little bit more in a memo or something that helps get people there, which I think is the intent and the heart that's coming from Supervisor Lee. So, because I don't know if we're going to be able to change state law. Like if I don't think we can actually just say, hey, here's the payment plan. But there might be something we can do to be more helpful as a county to help people dig themselves back out of the hole that they might be in.
So, Madam Chair, members of the board, I think, so today we're just agendized to set the hearing for the specific item. But we can put an item on a future agenda and discuss options, which would include would need to include some kind of amendment to the county code, but I don't know what the options are today. So that would be my recommendation, which is we could discuss it when we come back with the options.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I see both perspectives. I see the slippery slope argument, and particularly with something related to TOT, which there's been some blatant disregard for of folks paying. But I also see, I'm open to, so I'm not saying I would support a change, but I'm open to seeing what a change could potentially be. And so I'm happy to support the suggestion.
So I'll go ahead and move a motion to move 825, which is a set hearing on this. And then I don't think, does the discussion up here need to be a part of that motion? It doesn't. I'm seeing.
Since
no.
you'll be requesting the treasurer's office to do it, they're not an appointed department head. I think it's helpful to make the request.
Yeah. So and part of that motion will request bringing back a future item to discuss payment options and flexibility, legal flexibility that the board has on offering potential repayment programs or plans for delinquent taxpayers.
And I'd be interested in what other counties do.
Good point.
I'll
Supervisor Lee.
second that.
I'm happy to support this, but I just want to be clear for the person that's appealing if this would impact, or we wouldn't necessarily know if it would. So I don't think we should give sort of that false sense that this would kick in time for this appeal. Is that accurate, County Council?
Madam Chair, yes, that's correct.
Okay. Okay.
Good call.
All right. Well, all those in favor of the motion in the second?
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Okay, so we've added that, and now do we also need a vote on the set hearing, A25?
That was in the that was my
okay,
motion. Yep.
Thank you. Okay, well, that wraps up the administrative agenda. Moving right along here at 9:40. So then we'll move to departmental item number 1.
Chair Capps and members of the board, before we proceed with departmental item number 1, we do have one request to speak from the public on general public comment today, and we're going to remain here in Santa Maria and go to Karen Howenstein. Karen?
Good morning. Karen Howenstein, born in Lompoc. Joan Hartman is my representative. Over 3.5 years ago, my father and I went to visit you and your administrative assistant, telling you specifically of the difficulties we had encountered with organized crime targeting their titles to their land. I didn't understand at that time that your interests were malign to us. Now I'm wondering, Joan, if they still are. There's a lot happening right now. My family is under a tremendous amount of stress. My 85-year-old father, forced to move back into the home to protect it from the fentanyl addicts that were sent by the man who is trying to steal the home, is under a tremendous amount of stress, and in his confusion does not identify me as a helpful individual. There's now an army of fentanyl addicts that are squatting on the land. My animals have been killed. I'm struggling to enable them to survive now. I have been targeted by lawfare. I'm being prosecuted for felonies by the district attorney's office that are made up accusations by the people who are trying to steal the house. That's all happening, Joan. Could you foresee this at all? I'm being forced to live through this. And I'm going to talk about it now. I'm going to write about it in the future. And I'm going to make certain that the corruption I've been investigating is exposed at all levels of our county. It's not just what's happening to my family. It's happening to our county. How many families have been targeted by organized crime? Organized crime that partisan interests support in this county. It has to end. When I say we need Doge here, we need Doge big time. Look at the NGOs and the nonprofits.
And that concludes general public comment for today.
Okay, thank you. So now we'll actually move to item number 2 because Supervisor Nelson?
Yeah, did we make it a part of the motion? I don't remember the continuation. Okay.
Chair Capps and members of the board, why don't we go ahead and just approve the continuance for departmental item number 1 as announced this morning. Departmental item number 1 is from the Community Services Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the Pro-Housing Designation Program, and the request from the department is to continue this item to next week, May 20th.
I'll go ahead and make that motion to continue the item to May 20th.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, now item number 2.
Good morning, Chair Capps and members of the Board of Directors.
Yeah, she can read it into the record.
Chair Capps and members of the board. Departmental item number 2 is from the Public Works Department, Board of Directors, and Laguna County Sanitation District. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the Laguna County Sanitation District ordinance relative to service charges, connection charges, and trunk sewer fees, and a resolution relative to the collection of service charges on the tax roll, and this is in the 4th and 5th districts.
Sorry about
Okay,
that.
let's go now.
Good morning, Chair Capps and members of the Board of Directors of Laguna County Sanitation District. As just mentioned, today's action is to consider the first reading of an ordinance and resolutions associated with the sewer charges, connection charges, and trunk line fees for Laguna County Sanitation District. Slide. Next slide. Laguna County Sanitation District is a dependent special district created in 1958 to serve the area of Orcutt, most of unincorporated southern Santa Maria, and certain areas within the city limits. It's regulated by multiple permits issued by the Regional Water Board, State Water Board, the EPA, local APCD, and some other miscellaneous permits. It recycles all of its water for beneficial reuses, which is the most economic means for discharge of the water. It implements certain projects for cost effectiveness and to reduce costs, such as a solar project, and we're looking to expand on that. And the facility improvements we've recently completed and have in mind are meant to improve efficiency. The rate increases that were proposed for the sewer charges was noticed pursuant to Prop 218. Mailed out to all of our customers. The hearing date was published in pursuant to the government code in the Santa Maria Times. And we did have 12 protests. Sewer charge rates, they pay for all of our annual operating, maintenance, replacement, and reserves. They're collected on the tax roll, as many agencies who are sewer only do. We're proposing a 3.5% rate increase for this fiscal year, which is based on the rate study, which was attached to the board letter. By comparison, that was on par with the Consumer Price Index for 2024, which is 3.3%. The proposed sewer charge, based on a residential unit equivalent comparison, is proposed to be $1,178.21 per year, which is $39.84 over last year's. It's equivalent of $3.32 per month. For multiple family residential units, it's proposed to be $954.35 per year, which is an increase of $2.46 per month. Schools are proposed to be set at $61.12 per capita, and the commercial is broken down further based on type of business or facility, and is based on how much flow and waste load they contribute. I'd like to do a countywide comparison just to kind of show where we're at. Laguna County Sanitation District, of course, is one of the few agencies that employ tertiary treatment. We're at $98.18, as pointed out, as a monthly average. Compared countywide, it's at $84.64. On the right, we also do show a breakdown on other proposed rate increases or studies proposed by other agencies. Also, the asterisk shows that certain other agencies do get property tax contributions. Laguna County Sanitation does not. So this gives a fuller view of what the total cost of sewer services are countywide. And also, we do like to show a cost comparison between total water services, so that'd be the water and wastewater together. Countywide, partnered with the Golden State Water Company, you can see that we're at $173.50, and countywide, it's $192.06. A couple of reasons for providing this comparison is that the recycling is provided for through a water fund for the other agencies to do recycling. That's Santa Barbara and Goleta. And that also in the Santa Maria Valley, Laguna Sanitation did complete a plant upgrade that included reverse osmosis and some other high-level treatment to pay for salt reduction. And the way the other two agencies in the valley were able to accommodate that was by procuring state water, and so that's paid for through their water fund as well. Developer charges are paid for to pay for buy-in to existing and proposed facilities, primarily the wastewater treatment plant and discharge facilities, and trunk line fees are to pay back, one of them to pay back the district for a sewer trunk line that was completed in 2003, and a second one completed 2005 by a private developer as a reimbursement. Those charges are adjusted pursuant to certain indexes, such as the construction cost index. So last year it was 1.9%. So therefore, a single-family residential unit fee would be $10,879 for the connection charge, and for the trunk line fees, it would be for the Dutard-Solomon trunk line, $1,389 per single-family residential unit. And for the Bradley trunk line, which is based on the prime rate per the reimbursement agreement with the third party, would be at $3,760 per residential equivalent. So therefore, our recommendations are to consider adoption of the ordinance and resolution and to set the rates as proposed.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Questions from the board? Supervisor Hartman? No. Okay. Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps. Multifamily residential, does that include mobile homes?
Yes.
Okay. And then of your budget, what would you say that the percentage that might be like capital and maintenance versus like personnel?
So total O&M costs include labor costs. Our labor, which is for our staff of 19, primarily of plant operating staff. I could get those exact figures for you.
Ballpark would be fine.
They're probably, of the $17 million a year, that's probably about a little over 2, I believe.
Okay. And that kind of brings me to another question I have about the choice to use CPI versus CCI for this increase. You know, it seems that, you know, most of the cost of operating is more on the construction side, more on the capital side, which we're looking at a 1.9% CCI versus the 3.3 CPI number. CPI sounds like that. Adds usually a lot more the consumer type of costs in it, and that's more reflective on that makes sense on the labor side for me. But knowing that we have that smaller number on the capital side and that we're going to use that for the trunk lines, it kind of begs the question to me: why are we not using that potentially as the number for this increase, or maybe even a blended rate by basically. And sorry for nerding out, guys, but maybe using a percentage of, hey, this much we spend on capital, so we're going to apply that 1.9 for that, and this is what we're spending on labor. We'll do the CPI for that, and that's the number that we use for our increase. Obviously, I'm trying to control costs for my ratepayers in whatever way possible. I know this could backfire in the future if CCI is up high, which I believe it has been in the past as well. But I'm just trying to think about how we're doing it, and I guess the other. And this is a long-winded question, but why did we round up to 3.5 instead of using the 3.3 CPI number as well? So those are my questions. I hope that you can opine on.
Chair Capps and Director Nelson, good question. The CI's Construction Cost Index is published by Engineering News Record. That is written into ordinance in most cases for us to use for a guideline, as you mentioned, for capital-related costs. The proposed rate increase is being pointed out to be it's similar to the CPI, but not necessarily tied to it. In the O&M costs that we encounter to operate, daily, annually, there are many other factors. There's chemicals, electricity, not just labor, and a lot of that is not related so much to construction. A blended comparison might be useful, but typically what we're doing when we set rates is to look at what all costs we have to account for. And then lately with the plant upgrade, we've used a very significant portion of our capital reserve. As you recall, we have several reserves. So at the end of the day, when we look at what the annual costs are, and we then look at what we're short, basically, and then that is the proposed rate increase. So it's showing that it's on par with the consumer price index, but not necessarily tied to it. Certain agencies may do an automatic tie to it. You run the risk, though, is if you have other significant capital improvements or other costs that aren't accounted for. Of course, also debt service is included in that as a major component as well. So it is a bit of a mix.
Well, I do want to point out for the public and my colleagues, if you actually compare CPI over the last 6 years, 2019 CPI was 3.1, but we only raised rates 2.3. 2020, it was 1.6, we only raised 1.5. 2021, it was 3.8, but we only raised 1.5. 2022 was 7.4, but we only still raised 1.5. So we've been tracking well below the CPI for quite some time. I want to hear from the public commenter before I say where I'm going to go on this, but I do want to point out that it sounds like you guys have been really careful here not to raise the rates here. And I'll have some additional comments and direction after public comment, but thank you for those answers, Mr. Wilder.
If I may interject again, Chair Capps and Director Nelson, the last 5 years were set to be at a somewhat lower escalation, primarily because the prior 5 years were set at a very high rate of escalation, and that was to pay for the current plant upgrade that we just completed. As you may recall, we had to raise rates to build up a cash reserve as well as to accommodate proposed debt service. So we kind of increased for a while and then kind of steadied out at a lower rate. And the idea was that at this point now we'd probably more track consistently with something around the CPI. Thank you.
And I can just,
Sure.
add a little bit more context and history here. And Mr. Wilder is absolutely correct that for many years there, we were seeing 8, 9, 10% increases in these amounts to bring it up to where we are today. And that's in part because we actually had basically a generation where we didn't raise the rates at all. And basically we had a plant that was starting to fall apart. And it's, that's the balancing act here, where we need to, we want to keep costs low, but at the same time, if we defer those costs to down the road, then it becomes even more expensive and even more drastic later on. And sometimes, I hate to say it, but the slow boil sometimes is a little bit better in absorbing those costs, every year. So maybe it might not have to be so drastic in the future. And, but, I do hear from my constituents, things are tougher. I have a lot of retirees in my community, especially those that live in mobile homes, that, they're on fixed incomes, and, $40 might not mean a lot to some of us, but it means a whole lot to them. And so, especially when, we have the other item on other things being cut, it's a tough sell. So, it's not an easy decision to make, and I'm definitely not taking it lightly.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, any requests to speak from the public?
Chair Capps and members of the board, we have one request to speak from the public, and we're going to remain here in Santa Maria with Barbara Bello. Barbara?
Good morning, Supervisors. You said there was 4 letters sent to you of protesting the sewer charge increase. But I live in the Tanglewood development, which is a very old development, and it's about a mile from the sewer plant. And I went around and I had help. And right now we have, I have a petition that I had here, and I have over 60 signatures on it of protest, okay, that I can give to you. Being at a meeting at 9 o'clock in the morning, it's very hard for homeowners to come and talk because they have to take off of work. So this is what the petition said. The petition against Laguna County Sanitation District for the proposed increase of 3.5% to our yearly sewage bill starting July 1st, 2025. As a customer of Laguna County Sanitation District and homeowner in the Tanglewood development, I signed this petition in protest against the proposed increase in our sewer bill. A 3.5 increase is a huge amount for 1 year span, as was noted in your flyer. A new way of calculating maybe the sewer usage for a single-family residence needs to be developed. A single-family residence no longer consists of 2 parents and their children. Many of the homes in our district have multiple families living under one roof. This situation creates double, if not triple, the amount of sewage our plant has to process, yet we all pay the same amount in our bill. Your fire states the rate adjustment is necessary to pay for costs to construct and operate new facilities and repair what needs to be done on the old ones. This is for the new and proposed housing developments in Orchid. Since Orchid has been new developments, and now maybe the Richard Ranch, again, is going to be a lot more that would be going into the sewer plant. For the pumping of the sewer there, has to go for miles. The Tanglewood development is a mile from the sewer plant, but yet we are paying the same amount. Let's see, it's, okay, it's just time that, like you said, $40 is not much, but people that have, retired, $40 here, $40 there, we're not going to be able to afford to live in this county anymore because of being nickeled and dimed on everything. Okay, I've lived in the Tanglewood development for over 35 years, and once have I seen anyone out there work on my sewer. And I live in a cul-de-sac, and it's right there in the middle, right in front of my house. So I would know if it was being worked on. So we just think that 3.5 is too much. And that, anyway, this is just one day of walking around my neighborhood and getting everyone, and I got homeowners because your flyer said it needed to be a homeowner, and their address and phone numbers are on these petitions. So if there's something else that we need to do to maybe lower it, or where we're not, maybe have the new developments pay higher. Why do we all have to pay the same?
Thank you, Barbara. That is your time.
Okay. Do you want these petitions?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you to our speaker. Any other questions or comments from the board? Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you. I think that's a really important point that the commenter brought up about some of these multifamilies that are now in single-family zoning. There's a bunch of ADUs being built. How are you guys dealing with that as for fee structures? Are they still just paying the same as everybody else?
Chair Capps and Director Nelson, regarding accessory dwelling units, it's a recent thing that used to be just granny units in our community, but with subdivision map act actually being revised, there are two kinds of accessory dwelling units. One where they just simply construct a new housing unit within the existing walls. We do assess them as an apartment rate, and they do pay sewer charges. The ones that add new square footage, in addition to charging them as a multiple residential unit, we charge them connection charges, prorated based on the number of drainage fixture units that they propose. So ADUs that are being added to the system are being added as build and habitable units.
Okay, good. Well, thank you for being proactive on that. I know not every jurisdiction is doing that, so I think that's really helpful. I'm sure that Ms. Bello was glad to hear that. And also new development. So are existing ratepayers paying for added cost of any new development?
All new development, such as Rice Ranch, is paying the connection charge as proposed. That's to pay for their buy-in for their use of the existing system, plus a future proposed plant upgrade for capacity-related purposes. The one we just completed was strictly to replace the 1960 plant. It was 20 years past due, outdated, outmoded, falling apart. Right. So that was basically an existing customer contribution to pay for those improvements. So new development does pay, and then each new home also becomes a new user. So in concept, the more users, the lesser the cost to spread the annual cost over.
Okay, well, I think it's important for the public to hear that existing users aren't being charged for that new development. That's if correct. Anything, new development might actually help keep costs in check, because some of these projects and some of the staff like yourself and Kevin here, your salaries get spread across more users, and therefore that cost might.
That is accurate.
So, yeah. And I think that's something you should look at as well when you bring this back to us in the future. Growth. There's two ways of raising revenue, and I think it's something that we should be thinking about as a board. It's not just raising taxes; it's also raising the amount of we should grow the pie, and so we are doing that in the Orchid area. So maybe that needs to be part of that calculation moving forward. I'm going to go ahead and support staff's recommendation at this point, but I do commit to the public that I'm going to keep a watchdog eye on this. Over the last 6 years, we've raised it, including this year, only 11%. Meanwhile, CPI has been over 22%. So we've kept it about half of what that is. And I think that is probably about the responsible amount of trying to protect the taxpayer, but at the same time, making sure that we're protecting the asset. Because I think it's like everything else. If we kick that can down the road, it's going to be a lot more expensive in the future. So we're trying to balance that out here. We hear you, Ms. Bello, and we hear your neighbors. I do recommend for the public that's watching, I know it sounds odd, but go take a tour. Mr. Wild, if you can go ahead and maybe make a public announcement at some point, maybe with the ratepayers or getting the news a day you're going to have a tour out there, because I think it's really helpful for the public to understand what goes into a sewer plant. It's actually a good thing that you've never seen them out in front of your house, because that means it's actually working. But actually, when you go on to it, they're busy bees, and there's a lot of things going on out there. And I think every one of my constituents that have had concerns about this rate that I've sent out on a tour come back and go, okay, I get it. We need to make sure this thing works. There's a lot that goes into this. We know it's expensive, but it's really crucial. And I think you and your staff do a good job communicating that. It's just, like a lot of things in government, it's if you don't see it, you don't really know what's going on. But, obviously, if it goes down, we're all going to know about it. And so I think it's really essential that we continue to invest in that. And so I'm going to go ahead and support the staff recommendation on this if none of my other colleagues have any comments to make on it, I'll be happy to make that motion.
Okay, thank you. I'm happy to second it.
Okay, so yeah, I'll go ahead and make a motion to adopt staff recommendations A through D. Is that right?
Chair Capps and members of the board, that would be to approve staff recommendations A through E.
That's correct.
Yes.
Yeah, so I'll take A through E. And for the record, it says if there's no majority protest, even with the 60 that Ms. Bello came, I think we're only at 72 potential, which is well below a majority. Although I do understand their concerns and it's listened to. So I'm sorry, Ms. Bello. We can talk offline, and my staff member's right there. She can talk to you. So I'll go ahead and make that motion A through E.
Okay, and I've seconded it. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, Mr. Wilder and Mr. Snedden are still up for two more, so we'll move on to item number 3.
Chair Capps and members of the board, departmental item number 3 is from the Public Works Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding County Service Area 12, Mission Canyon Sewer District, resolution relative to collection of sewer service charges and sewer connection charges on the tax roll, and this is in the 1st District.
Thank you. So the County Public Works Department also operates a sewer collection system in the unincorporated Santa Barbara area, north and south of Foothill Road, known as the County Service Area 12 or Mission Canyon Sewer District. Next slide. It serves, in 1983, the Water Board basically, working with County Health and County Public Works Department, indicated that the failing septic systems that were developed in the 40s and 50s needed to be replaced. So several studies were conducted, and the more concentrated developed areas were focused on, and a sewer system was constructed, and which connects onto the city of Santa Barbara. Currently, it has 883.1 residential unit equivalents. There are a couple commercial developments there, and on 807 parcels. As I mentioned, the wastewater is transmitted to the city of Santa Barbara collection system. This project helped contribute to certain improvements on the city's trunk lines, and also uses the city's wastewater treatment plant at El Estero. The charge to operate the sewer system, which is about 13 miles, is billed on the tax roll, and it's proposed to remain at the same rate at $316.82 per year. To be clear, the city then also bills for sewer services on the city water bill, because the city provides water to this area. And right now, the reserve balance is approximately $0.79 million. Annual costs, to point out, are that we video the entire system once every 5 years and flush it twice in that 5-year period with a third-party contractor. It's also regulated by the State Water Board for the sewer system management plan that's required. We also respond to call-outs, underground service alerts, and miscellaneous repairs. So therefore, the staff is recommending the board adopt the resolution that sets the rate for fiscal year 25-26 and provides for billing on the tax roll.
Any questions about this one? Okay. Madam Clerk, any comments from the public?
Chair Capps and members of the board, we have no requests to speak from the public on this item.
Okay.
I'll move staff recommendation as in today's board letter.
I'll second.
Okay. Any comments? We're good? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Okay, last one. Mr. Wilder, or Madam Clerk.
Chair Capps and members of the board, departmental item number 4 is from the Public Works Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding establishing benefit assessments for county service areas 3, 31, and the Santa Barbara North County Lighting District.
Good morning. So the Public Works Department operates several street lighting districts and county service areas that provide street lighting. Certain ones have benefit assessments collected that the board is requested to set the rates on the tax roll every year to help compensate for the operating costs of those lighting services. County Service Area 3 provides lighting services to the unincorporated Goleta and Santa Barbara area between the two cities, essentially. Other powers include open space and park maintenance improvements. There is also a library assessment that's a separate benefit assessment. Other powers are street tree trimming and maintenance improvements, as well as hardscape. Benefit assessments fund street lighting, but property taxes also supplement the amount that isn't fully covered by benefit assessments. The property taxes also then pay for median open space maintenance improvements, street tree trimming around street lights and poles and other median areas, as well as park-related equipment purchase and activities. The proposed benefit assessment for a single-family residential unit is proposed to stay the same at $24 per year, and the fund balance is acceptable. County Service Area 3 provides street lighting services specifically to the Isla Vista area. Other powers in that county service area include streetscape and landscape installation and maintenance, so sidewalks and also vegetation maintenance. Street lighting benefit assessments pay for strictly street lighting operation, but property tax revenue funds the remaining portion that benefit assessments do not cover. And the proposed benefit assessment is set to remain unchanged at $12.93 per single-family residential unit, and also the fund balance is acceptable in the CSA 31 to not currently have to consider an increase to benefit assessments. The North County Lighting District was formed in 1994 as a consolidation of 5 different districts, street lighting districts, and the areas are the Orchid or Old Town Orchid area, Los Alamos, Casmelia, and the unincorporated areas of Lompoc and unincorporated Santa Maria. As a lighting district created through the Streets and Highways Code, it only has street lighting powers. In the unincorporated Santa Maria zone, there is an existing benefit assessment rate of $14.73 per single-family residential unit, which could be considered. Also, certain housing tracts in the Santa Maria and Lompoc area were created at such a time when ERAF and RDAs were using property tax revenues and to maintain the idea that streetlights could at least remain on in a specific housing tract. Other tract-specific benefit assessments were passed by the developers at the time, but in recent years, the property tax revenue is sufficient, and at this time, staff recommends not imposing the benefit assessments that are available in the North County Lighting District. And also, currently, the fund balance is acceptable in the North County Lighting District Fund. unless other activities were proposed at a later date, the benefit assessments that, again, to repeat, are proposed to remain set at 0. Today's recommendations are adopt the resolutions to set at $24 and $12.93 the benefit assessments in CSA 3 and CSA 31, and then not set the rates for North County Lighting District.
Okay, thank you so much. Any questions from the board on these?
I've got a comment.
Sure.
I'm going to be supportive and, just point out the portion that most affects my constituents is the North County Lighting District. And I think for as long as I've been at the county, we've never raised that or that amount. So, but I do want to maybe make part of direction today is to come back when we do this next year with some options on that. Just because, again, I don't want to get in the place later on where we don't have options because we haven't been increasing that benefit assessment. It sounds like we can do up to $14 a year. Is that right? Is it, maybe at some point we need to do $1 a year and just to kind of start to build up some of those funds. Something that we slowly roll that in before it becomes a problem later on in the future. So I like to see some options for, and then also what could be done in those areas. There's some areas that might need some improvements. And I think this is something that could, that might need some additional funding in the future. And so I'm not saying that I would support that right off the bat, but I would love to see some options besides just status quo. So I guess that would be my add that to my recommendations or my motion for specifically for the North County Lighting District.
Well, I'll just speak about CSA 3, how beloved the improvements are. One of the first issues I was made aware of as a candidate for this seat is the beloved park at Tree Farm Lane, Bonnie Freeman, and just the improvements that have happened there through this fund are really, really well utilized by so many families on a daily basis. So it's good to see status quo. I'm happy to make we need to check to see if there's any public comment.
Chair Capps and members of the board, we had no requests to speak from the public on this item.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and make a motion to accept staff recommendations as well as additional direction to staff that next year present some options on North County Lighting District for potential capital improvements or service enhancements with the rates.
I'm happy to second that. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Wilder. Thank you, Mr. Snedden. Okay, we're going to take a short break. For staff that are monitoring our progress here for other items, we're actually ahead of time by about 20 minutes. That's true. Not as much humor today. We're moving quite fast. So we're going to take a 10-minute break and be back at 10:30 for item number 5. Okay, we are back after a quick break, and we're now going to move to item number 5.
Chair Capps and members of the board, departmental item number 5 is from the County Health Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding environmental health services fees.
Good morning, Madam
Good
Chair
morning.
and members of the board. We're here to present our fee study for our environmental health services. And with me is our environmental health services director, Jason Johnston, as well as Lars Seifert, our deputy director for operations. Also, our CFO and members of our fiscal team are here to answer any questions as it relates to the budget as well. This is in line of what was presented to the board on December 10, 2024, as well as in accordance of the board direction that our fees should be based on full cost recovery. It is noteworthy that our fees, these ordinances and resolutions are not going to change any of the programmatic services or the way we operate. It is just to ensure that funding is adequate to conduct these services. Our fee analysis and methodology was based first, let me start by saying that the last time there was a fee update was in April of 2019. And we did acquire the services of Wolford Consulting to conduct this fee study. And it was done by an analysis of the existing fee categories based on a time study and the hourly rate for staff to provide these services. The hourly rates were then used to calculate each fee based on the time required for performing the service, and the methodology and the proposed fees were included in the fee that are included in this fee resolution have been approved by the auditor and controller office. Just to give you a glimpse of the summary, of course, we did the fee study for all 113 fees, but this item that is brought to you today is excluding our food inspections and food fees. So this is everything but food fees that we will hopefully bring sometime in July as a separate item. The fees that we are proposing for today are a total of 91 fees. Some of them increased slightly, some of them decreased slightly, some of them remained unchanged, as you can see in the table, and there were new fees added, but there were also fees that were deleted or restructured because of the evolving nature of how we are performing these. We also applied a standardization for our application fee. We had several application fees that ranged from 255 to 286. We are proposing one standard fee for an application at 145, and we also applied some changes for standardizing the hourly fees. So rather than 5 separate rates, we are currently proposing a single rate of 214 per hour. I'll let Jason dive more into these fees and give you more details.
Since EHS is a fee-for-service regulatory agency, proposed fees are providing full cost recovery for oversight in individual areas. Fees are presented here are a sample throughout our program areas showing both the current and proposed fee, as well as the change in cost to achieve full cost recovery. For example, state law requires the inspection of public swimming pools, which as an example are such as schools, hotels, athletic clubs, or apartment complexes, to protect the public and the users.
Excuse me, I think Supervisor Hartman has a question.
Sorry, I should have let you finish that. I was just confused because you've got food annual health permit up there and we're excluding food. So
Right.
I hope you'll get to that in your explanation.
Yep. I think that's in the older slide, and it's just there as an example. But again, we definitely are not including any of the food inspections in this board item.
This table's from the consultant's report, and we didn't want to modify the table just for clarity. For pools and spas, our current fee is $373, It's proposed at full cost recovery of $386, with a subsidy currently of $13 per activity. As was mentioned, while the retail food activities are included on the table, we intend to bring those back at a later date. And a full list of our current and proposed fees being considered today are included in Appendix L of your packet. Additionally, we are proposing to evaluate on an annual basis with the ability to come back to the board once a year to adjust fees based on the reference consumer price index, similar to what has been previously authorized for both planning development and public works. In setting proposed fees, we evaluated similar programs and services implemented in comparison counties and jurisdictions throughout the state to ensure our level of effort and staff costs were within industry standards. The following slides will present comparisons of 3 common fees with comparison jurisdictions. The first example is for the construction of a new standard septic system. The current fee is in green, and the proposed is also in a darker green, with the median shown with the orange line. Just for clarity, the current septic new system is a application hourly rate, and we are proposing to change it to a proposed flat fee. The current application is $255 plus our $161 hourly rate, which based on the time would be $1,438, and it's proposed to increase to $2,016. The next comparison is for the construction of a water well or the modification of an existing well. Our current fee shown in the light green is $721, proposed increase to $1,239, which is below both the median and similar to our neighboring counties. The last example I have is for the annual permit for the Certified Unified Program Agency, or CUPA, Hazardous Materials Business Plan Level 1 threshold, which is typical of most businesses that manage a small volume of hazardous materials, such as small or retailers, hotels, apartments, small auto shops, and mechanics or machine shops. Our current fee is $275, proposing to increase to $421, below the median and our neighboring counties.
So I want to highlight, sorry for interrupting, I want to highlight these 3 examples. Although there has been increases in our proposed fees, we are still compatible with other counties, specifically those neighboring us, and well below the median.
As part of our process to develop and bring the proposed fees before you today, we conducted public outreach, including 11 stakeholder meetings to provide information on the process to develop these fees. Participants include general community, permitted facilities, agents, and other governmental agencies. Public outreach meetings were announced via emails to regulated communities, contacts, industry contacts, and stakeholders. The cost of service study, meeting times, and phone and Teams links were also posted on our website. Additionally, we presented at the Agriculture Advisory Committee's March 13th, 2025 meeting and directly contacted agricultural organizations represented on the Agricultural Advisory Committee to provide both the cost of service report and inquire if their members had any questions or comments.
So we asked the board today to adopt resolutions amending the fees for recreational health, on-site wastewater treatment systems, organized camps and housing, inspections, body art, public water systems, as well as water wells and private water systems. And we also ask that the introduction of the first reading for those 4 ordinances is approved, as well as read the titles of each ordinances and waive full reading for each ordinances and determine that this is not a CEQA, and continue the hearing for June 3rd of 2025 to consider adoption of the ordinances and amendments.
Okay, thank you. Questions from the board? Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps. So overall, what's the percentage increase that we're looking at of revenue with this proposal?
Do you have a number, Gus?
Good morning, Supervisor Nelson to the board. So the total increase is 775 for the fees that you're proposing.
So $775,000?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And what's that as a percentage of the environmental health revenue?
About 12 to 13%.
Or 30%. Right now, are we getting a 12 or 13% general fund subsidy to
No.
the environmental health? So how are we able to operate currently with the revenue that we have for these services?
In fact,
we're not getting a general fund backfill there.
Thank you. In fact, we are going to see a deficit in our current budget just because of the delay. We were initially bringing this item in March, and because we delayed it, we are going to see some deficit. We were able to minimize that, but we're still looking at close to $450 probably or $500,000 in deficit because of the late adoption of these increases.
And that just appeared in this year for the first time?
Yes.
So what's going on? I mean, that's a big jump. What's going on in the department for us to go from, since the 2019 study, we were operating, that was paying for all the bills. What happened differently in this last year to be such a significant increase there?
Yeah, I think what I will point out is that in the last several years, we've had a lot of increases. We've been impacted, like every other department has been impacted, with the increases in labor. We just had a big increase in our labor negotiations, and so the cost of services and supplies have increased. So it's not that there has been additional services or additional costs that were added, but it's just the increased cost of performing the services that we're currently performing. The costs have just simply gone up.
So in past years, from 2019 to now, the fees we were generating were actually more than what it was costing at that point.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, we have also been using reserves in past years.
Reserves that were accumulated through past.
Correct.
So it was people were overpaying before, which built up our reserves, right?
Correct.
Okay, and then now we've been spending that down to potentially zero, and then this would kind of top that up again.
Yeah, as facilities and numbers of permit activities have gone up or down, there have been reserves in past years, and those are going to zero.
Okay, and we're not dealing with food right now?
No.
Okay, are we dealing with food in the future?
Yes.
Okay, do we have and I know we got to be careful here. Can I just ask when that is that we're dealing with that?
We are proposing in the next few months.
The next few months come back with food. Okay. So more philosophically, why are we charging, or why are we permitting these businesses or these people? I mean, explain to me why we're permitting, pools and septic tanks.
Various state laws and regulations require activities, inspections, permitting based on those enabling statutes.
And what's the purpose of those laws and statutes?
They're to protect the public health, the community.
Right.
Ensuring public safety, ensuring that everything goes according to how it should go.
Excellent. Thank you. Right answer.
Okay, great. I had a couple questions, but do either of you? Thank you. I'm always focused on the outreach to make sure that, I know we do outreach, but sometimes it doesn't always reach the intended consequences. So of the 5,700 emails, and just what kind of feedback was received from those in the regulated industries?
So we were very aware that we needed to make sure that everybody has the chance to provide their feedback. We're also very thankful for your offices. We work directly with your offices and reaching out to many of your constituents as well. And I believe the feedback overall was positive. We didn't have any, I mean, there's always some concerns, but there wasn't anything that was extremely objectionable.
Okay, so we can be fairly confident that people know this is coming.
I hope so.
Okay, and so not big modifications weren't made based on the feedback.
Correct.
Okay. All right, well, thanks. I'm glad you worked with our offices, and yeah, I just always think it's sometimes, raising fees are one thing, but not knowing about them is another thing that just exacerbates, so I appreciate it. Supervisor Hartman.
I think another purpose is to create a level playing field, so everybody pays the same fees. What happens if people don't get the permits that are required?
People who do not apply for permits?
Yeah, obtain the permits for septic or for other regulated activities.
Supervisor Hartman through the chair. It depends on which program it is. Septic permits are generally required in order to get a building permit. So I mean, it goes through that process. For your public swimming pools or other regulated systems like a water system, those permits have specific requirements in those enabling state laws. Generally, it could result in a closure until permits are obtained.
I guess a better way to ask the question, are there any programs where you have a record of people not getting the required permits, or is that not a problem for any of these programs?
Probably not. So we've always said our role as environmental health and as role as the department is more to work with our communities. So we educate them about the requirements. We educate them about the rules and regulations that they need to comply with. And we help them to comply with that. And if there is any resistance or lack of cooperation, then we try to facilitate that. Of course, at the end, we are an enforcer. So if there are things that are not following rules and regulations, then this is where our role as an enforcer would come. And although we have not resorted to that, at least in the past few years that I have been here, but we do have the authority to make some changes if there is non-compliance. But so far, we have been very successful in ensuring that our constituents and businesses see the value of following these regulations, because it's good for them, it's good for their business, but it's also good for our community at large.
That is an excellent report.
I agree. Let's go to any comments or questions from the public.
Chair Capps and members of the board, we have no requests to speak from the public on this item.
Okay, we are moving right ahead quickly this morning. So any other comments, Supervisor Hartman?
I would move staff recommendation.
Great. And Supervisor Nelson, is that it? Okay. I'm happy to second the staff recommendation.
Can I make some comments?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so I have a little different general philosophy on fees. I believe that applicants and those who are benefiting from the fee, like somebody that's putting in a septic tank or having a public swimming pool, they definitely benefit from that permit structure and that permit fee. But the whole reason why we regulate things, whether it's environmental health or it's in planning, is to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the general public. And because of that, I believe that we have an obligation for them also to be a shareholder in fees. And that comes through, unfortunately, our general fund. And I know it's hard for the CEO to hear when I say this, because it's like, okay, Bob, then what else do you want to take money away from? And I understand that, but it's a philosophy issue that I struggle with, because I don't think if it solely lands on the permit holder. And again, this is not just environmental health, this is other departments, so I'm not picking on you guys. What that percentage is, I think we should negotiate up here, but right now it's 100%, 0%. 100% applicant, 0% on the general public. I would like to probably see 50-50, but I think that, maybe in the future, that's something when we maybe have extra revenue, we can have those conversations on what that number should be. I think that's something that we should be looking at. Obviously, in the past, our fees outpaced our costs, and that's why we built up reserves, and we were able to now have to do this for 7 years, even under this current scheme. So there's that piece of the philosophy. There's also an operational philosophy. When the general fund is responsible for some of this, there's an obligation for staff to be really hard on their employees, like, hey, you guys got to get this done within a certain amount of time. If there's not that, if it's just we just keep rolling it back on to, hey, we're just going to make the applicant pay, there's no cost controls from the organizational purpose. I know all your people are well-intentioned, but I do think that it becomes some perverse incentives on how we move things through, on how the efficiency of getting that permit done and the cost. There's no incentive for us to control that cost because we don't bear any of the responsibility. We just pass it on to the next level. So I'm not going to support this today. I'm concerned about also fees impacting economic activity in our county as well. Again, environmental health is not the main culprit of this. There's other departments that are chilling business development in our county, but I do want to kind of stay philosophically consistent with this. So I'm not going to support this today, but I do appreciate the work you guys are doing. You guys have been doing a good job communicating, educating, and getting out on this. So I do appreciate that. I'm not attacking that. It's more a philosophy issue on this issue. And so that's why I won't be supporting the motion.
Okay. Thank you for those comments. Supervisor Hartman.
Yeah, and I would just put forward a counter philosophy. I think the businesses gain when they have a certification from a public agency that the pool is safe and that the body art materials have been inspected. I also think in terms of something like septic, we're protecting groundwater, we're protecting systems, but somebody ought to be sure that they're not contaminating a public trust resource. So I don't really find any objection, and I think there is a tremendous private gain from this. So, and it's good that we have different views and philosophies, but felt a need to get mine on the table as well. So I guess I did make a motion. We have a second.
That's right, we do. I seconded, and I just concur with the maker of the motion. I always feel a sense of assurance when I see that certification in the salon or wherever it might be. So I appreciate the work that goes into it and the approach that was taken here. Okay, so we will do a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Lee?
Aye.
Supervisor Hartman? Aye. Supervisor Nelson?
No.
And Chair Capps?
Aye.
Motion passes 3-1.
Great. Well, we are moving so quickly that I think we need to do a little agenda management because I think we're not quite ready for our animal services presentation. So maybe, I'm not sure if we can move to item 6, if folks are here for that, if that would be okay. I'm sorry, 7. It's a good problem to have. We are about an hour ahead. But that throws staff people off who are feverishly driving on the 101 right now.
Yes, Chair Capps and members of the board, staff are ready to present departmental item number 7. So if we'd like to proceed.
Let's do that.
Chair Capps and members of the board, departmental item number 7 is from the Community Services Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the Consolidated Plan, Action Plan, Citizen Participation Plan, CPP, Regional Analysis of Impediments to Fair Housing Choice, AI, and funding recommendations.
Oh yeah, take your time. Here we go. Director Arms, thank you. Surprise.
Boy, you're quick this morning.
It's a rare occasion. We are an hour ahead of schedule.
Yes, I alerted some of the
know.
others on our team about your expedited pace this morning. So thank you, and excuse me for being a bit.
Yeah, take your time.
I was in the other
yourself-
room trying to catch up.
Yeah, get yourself situated there. It's all good.
Very good. So I'm here today to talk about animal services. Oh, no, that's another item. Jesus Armas, representing the Community Services Department. This morning, we're here before the board to ask you to consider a consolidated action plan and a variety of funding recommendations. This plan and the associated documents are prompted by the county's receipt of funding from the from the Federal Department of Housing and Urban Development. A plan of this sort is required every 5 years, so it may be a new experience for some, but others have seen it in other iterations in prior years. So today we're going to have a presentation from our Deputy Director, Joe Desvonic, also from Lucille Boss and James Francis. So let me invite Joe to carry this to the next level. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Armas. Good morning, Chair Capps, members of the board. I am Joe Desvonic, Assistant Director for the Housing and Community Development Division within our Community Services Department. As the Director noted, with me today are Lucille Boss, the Housing Programs Manager in HCD, and James Francis, our Housing Program Specialist Senior, who put a tremendous amount of work into what you will see here today. Of course, we will preview what staff's recommendations to the board are for this item, and then we will describe the purpose and background of the Community Service Department's 5-year consolidated plan. The background will provide a description of the multiple, separate yet simultaneous community-wide planning efforts to go into this 5-year event of building a consolidated plan, and then describe just what it is this plan does for us as a community. Next, we will provide a brief overview of the extensive community outreach implemented to build this plan, and then where we as a community landed when it comes to the recommended goals and priorities selected to guide us over the next 5 years. And finally, we arrive at funding recommendations in the context of this year's annual action plan, or the year 1 implementation of the 5-year consolidated plan. Here we present to your board our first-year funding recommendations for the Community Development Block Grant, or CDBG funds, and Home Investment Partnership, or HOME funds, both of which are funding sources provided by the federal government. Go back one slide. We will also discuss funding recommendations for the Permanent Local Housing Allocation, or PLHA funds, which are provided to us by the state, and then the Human Services funds, which are general fund dollars provided by your board to support the community in a variety of ways. Next slide, please. Staff's recommendations to the board on today's item are shown here, but I will review them in detail at the end of today's presentation. I now turn over the presentation to Lucille Boss.
Good morning. The consolidated plan is designed to help jurisdictions assess the affordable housing and community development needs and make data-driven, locally informed decisions. The consolidated planning process is required by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD, every 5 years. It serves as the framework for a community-wide dialogue to identify housing and community development priorities and focus funding from the HUD block grant programs, including the Community Development Block Grant, or CDBG, and Home Investment Partnerships, or HOME. In addition to federal funding sources, today we'll also recommend funding from state and local sources that align with the goals and priorities set forth in the consolidated plan. On this slide, I'll explain each of the components before you today. The consolidated plan, developed jointly with partner jurisdictions, is grounded in a comprehensive data and community-driven needs assessment and market analysis. It is also in alignment with the county housing element's goals and objectives related to affordable housing development. The action plan represents the county's formal annual grant application to HUD for home and CDBG funding and reflects funding to local organizations. The analysis of impediments to fair housing choice examines progress toward eliminating housing discrimination while providing equal access to housing opportunity. The Citizen Participation Plan sets forth the county's policies and procedures for providing community members with opportunities to participate in the planning and evaluation of projects, programs, and activities. A few notable changes resulting from this year's process. Based on language access needs in certain parts of the county, future outreach efforts will specifically include Chinese and Tagalog-speaking populations. Funding historically reserved for solely construction or new housing development will be expanded to include rental assistance as needed. And efforts to address homelessness include preventive measures. As previously noted, the consolidated plan includes insights gathered from residents, community organizations, and other local stakeholders. Extensive community engagement was conducted, again in partnership with other jurisdictions. 200 people participated in in-person and virtual meetings, and 500 survey responses were received. The consolidated planning process generated 7 high-priority needs to be addressed over the 5-year period. Each goal is tied to specific outcome indicators, which allow the county to track progress, assess performance, and evaluate the impact of HUD-funded activities. The agenda packet attachments detail the goals, priority needs, and expected 5-year outcomes, and a summary is presented here on the slide. I'll go through each one of these. So under the affordable housing goal, needs to be addressed include increasing and preserving the supply of affordable housing, ensuring equal access to housing opportunities. In homeless services, prevent and reduce homelessness. Under public services, enhance public services for low to moderate income residents. And in terms of public facilities and infrastructure improvements, address material barriers to accessibility and improve public facilities and infrastructure.
Ms. Boss, can I interrupt you? I just had a question on the public services. Can you just give an example of what that means for folks?
Sure. So a few examples of public services might be meal delivery to seniors, after school, childcare or programming, emergency shelter.
And have these priorities and goals shifted from previous years, or are they generally roughly, kind of in the ballpark of what we've seen before?
They haven't shifted too much in this process. I think a couple of the notable changes have been increasing outreach to different populations in different languages, focusing on homelessness prevention in addition to addressing folks who are already experiencing homelessness. So those were a couple of key shifts in our goals and needs.
Okay, thank you.
The priorities, goals, and objectives detailed in the needs analysis largely mirror the previous consolidated plan, with a few distinctions I mentioned a moment ago. And this informs the notice of funding availability that was released in late 2024. Approximately $8 million in requests for funding under housing, community development, and public or human services were received. And this is approximately twice the amount of funds that were available for allocation and award. After an internal review of funding requests, applications were reviewed and considered by the Capital Loan Committee, the Permanent Local Housing Allocation or PLHA Consortium, and the Human Services Commission. Their funding recommendations are before you today. If actions are approved as recommended, staff will submit required documents to HUD and will return to the Board of Supervisors with subrecipient agreements or funding commitment letters in June. I'll now turn it over to James Francis, Senior Housing Program Specialist.
Thank you, Lucille. Today, you're asked to consider funding recommendations for 4 funding sources. The Federal Community Development Block Grant, or CDBG program, supports community development activities to build stronger and more resilient communities. Activities may address needs such as infrastructure, community centers, housing rehabilitation, and public services. The Federal Home Investment Partnerships, or HOME program, provides funding to create affordable housing for low-income households. California's Permanent Local Housing Allocation, or PLHA program, provides funding to local governments in California for housing-related projects and programs that assist in addressing the unmet housing needs of their local communities. And the county's Human Services Commission recommends funding from the county's general fund, which addresses various community needs. CDBG funding recommendations were made by the county's Human Services Commission and Capital Loan Committee. The Human Services Commission recommended 5 public services programs for funding. The Capital Loan Committee recommended 2 capital projects and 1 program for funding. CDBG funding recommendations are outlined on this slide, and additional detail is provided in your agenda packet. For the home program, the Capital Loan Committee recommended 3 acquisition or development projects and 2 ongoing programs for home funding. Likewise, home funding recommendations are outlined on this slide, and additional detail is in your agenda packet. For our next item, PLHA, the PLHA Consortium recommended 8 projects and programs for funding, and this too is outlined on the slide, and more details provided in your packet. And finally, the Human Services Commission recommended 19 programs to receive general fund awards. And these funds as well are outlined on this slide and provided in more detail in your packet. I'll turn this back over to Joe to conclude.
So Chair Capps and members of the board, I present to you today's staff's recommendations for today's item. First, to receive and file the staff report. 2, to consider public comments received during the 30-day public comment period, which commenced on April 11th, 2025, and concludes at the end of today's public hearing on this item. Approve funding award recommendations and proposed contingency plans for CDBG, Home, PLHA, and Human Services Commission General Fund dollars. Adopt a resolution authorizing submittal of the final Santa Barbara County 2025 through 2029 Consolidated Plan, the Analysis of Impediments to Fair Housing Choice Report, the Citizen Participation Plan, and the 2025 through 2026 Action Plan to HUD. Direct staff to finalize and submit required documents to HUD and the state. Authorize the county executive officer or designee to execute all required actions for the acceptance and administration of all funds addressed in the staff report. And determine that the recommended actions are not subject to environmental review under CEQA. We certainly appreciate your time today, and we look forward to your questions, comments, and direction. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the report. Any questions from the board?
I do.
Okay, Supervisor Nelson.
I was looking at the recommended actions. There's a lot in this item, right? I mean, this is usually about 7 different items that we typically deal with, but we're rolling it all in all to 1-to-1. Is that what we're doing? Okay. Even okay. And then it's a plan that's supposed to go to 29, but this is something we constantly revisit. Is that right? I mean, this isn't just
every 5 years we update the consolidated plan, and every year we implement a specific year of the consolidated plan through the annual action plan.
Okay, but there's opportunities to change that throughout the plan as necessary. This is just a kind of a guide.
Today would be an opportunity, or anytime we bring the annual action plan.
Okay. I have a few more comments, but I'll go ahead and make those after the public speakers. So thank you.
Yeah, sure. Well, I just think we're at a really exciting time in housing, and I appreciate the report. You know, just so many items that we've had recently, just last week with approving a loan for teachers. Of course, the successes we've had at Dignity Moves, our own county lands. There's just a lot. I think there's a lot of exciting things thanks to the work that you all are putting into motion. I am concerned with the cuts that are coming down. I understand this report is required by HUD. And I am reading the headlines as you are as well, that there's a potential 44% cut to HUD. So if you could just speak to how you're planning for cuts, what's on the horizon, and any forecasting you might be able to do.
Chair Capps and board members, it almost seems that on an annual basis, HUD is a subject of discussion about potential reductions, and there have been attempts over many decades to really reduce the funding. But I think the value of the resources that are allocated by HUD have persuaded most representatives in Washington to continue to fund it. What we may need to do in the event HUD ultimately reduces the allocation is come back to the board and come forward with some recommended revisions. Supervisor Nelson made reference to the need to look at this on an annual basis, and that also affords us an opportunity to make adjustments. Any contracts that we enter into with the subrecipients would need to, of course, recognize that possibility, and we're reluctant but would be prepared to bring forward recommendations to you as appropriate.
Okay, thank you. And this is somewhat adjacent to the topic, but just read a headline yesterday about Governor Newsom wanting localities to ban encampments, which made me think immediately as well with my team. It's interesting on the one hand, yet I know we've been asking as a board to be able to use state parking lots for safe parking. And I imagine you would let us know if there was updates on that front from our letter, but it does seem like an appropriate time to renew that effort if he's actually cracking down on encampments. Yet we do have, and it's personal for me. On my drive home, I see a lot of folks that live on the streets, yet I also drive right by that DMV right on Castillo, which has a massive parking lot. And so anyway, I'd just like to ask about that. I know it's not completely relevant to the report, but it's certainly relevant to our homeless services.
Certainly, there are going to be some challenges in the forthcoming budget. The governor is scheduled to release his budget tomorrow, and
Yes.
we're getting preliminary indication that HAP Round 7 may be a casualty of that process. Fortunately, Round 6 seems to be funded. We're in the middle of Round 5 at the moment, just to give you a perspective on time. With respect to the parking lots situation, both the legislative analysts and the CEO's office and our state lobbyists have been working with a state representative who's looking to introduce a provision in state law that would facilitate the board's direction. So we're working on that. We're not certain yet how far it's advanced, but it is something that we're staying on top of.
Thank you. Supervisor Hartman.
I just wanted to note that on your first slide, you have the newest housing development, housing authority in Buellton. And I've had an opportunity to tour it and to meet with people helping people who's had 15 of the families that they serve, I think, find homes, and many children. And they've been living in, a single room motel for years. And so it brings home what this means to, it's got a little playground, they're beautiful apartments, you couldn't distinguish these from any other apartment. It's well integrated into the community, so there's not a stigma. I think this is really the way we want to go.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, thank you. Just a couple of questions or points. Saw in there that we're going to be providing tenant-based rental assistance for the city of Santa Maria and I think Lompoc in there. Do they also receive CDBG funds?
Yes, Supervisor Nelson through the chair. The cities of Santa Maria and Lompoc are part of the Home Consortium.
Right.
So they're permitted to reserve some of their funds for tenant-based rental assistance. So while they do separately receive CDBG funding, the tenant-based rental assistance is funded by Home, which is part of that consortium.
Okay, so this is money that would normally go to them that they're moving into the home group, and then that's what's paying out the tenant-based rental assistance?
The funding that is used for tenant-based rental assistance by the cities of Lompoc and Santa Maria are funds that are allocated by HUD to those jurisdictions.
Okay, perfect. And just to remind my colleagues and the public, one of my pet peeves is we get CDBG funds to our county, but often we go then spend it in cities who also get their own CDBG funds, but yet we underfund our unincorporated areas where those funds were directly allocated for. So just wanted to, just because we have the power to do that doesn't mean that we should. And that's something that I continue to want to highlight. And I know that there's some different projects on the capital side that we're doing here. I think one in Carpinteria. And I know that we discussed that already as a board. But again, I just wanted to highlight that that's always one of my big concerns as we're deciding how to allocate these dollars. It really further dilutes our unincorporated areas services when we spend those dollars in incorporated areas who already receive CDBG funds. So, I mean, they kind of get double amounts. But I get it's a decision we've made at this point, and so I'm fine with it for now, but I always like to bring it up because it's kind of a pet peeve. I went to the UCSB economic forecast yesterday, and, when we're talking about affordability, we're not just talking about for rent. What are we doing here in this plan for sale opportunities? What are opportunities for people to actually get home ownership? And our county is already, over twice the national average for price for homes in our county. And I know that we've been focused so much, especially in the South Coast, on apartments and rentals to try to bring that cost down. But it almost seems like we've given the white flag on home ownership. And I think that that's a real mistake to not be including that in our philosophy and in our methods forward. I think, home ownership is such a huge importance about people's future economic security, as well as, realizing the American dream and providing for their children and future generations. And so what are we doing as far as home ownership in this plan?
Sure. So Supervisor Nelson, a couple of general activities to support home ownership. One would be home repair. So that includes minor repairs, accessibility repairs, roof repairs to keep people in their homes. And this can serve a variety of populations, all low-income homeowners, but typically serves a lot of senior populations so that households are able to age in place. So I'll run through each of those. So an example on this slide is under capital improvements funded by CDBG, and this is Community Action Partnership of San Luis Obispo County, which does serve Santa Barbara County as well. And this is serving the unincorporated North and Mid-County area. So that's a home repair program specifically. Another through home investment partnerships. On this slide, none of these funding sources are going to home ownership, but I believe on the next one, the permanent local housing allocation, a couple are also supporting homeowners. So the Seniors Safe at Home is another home repair program for Communify. Habitat for Humanity of Southern Santa Barbara County, also a home repair program. Additional funding under CAPSLO, and this is specifically in the city of Santa Maria because they have an allocation, but speaking more to down payment assistance.
So help me with that, because the repair thing is for people who already own homes.
Correct.
And again, we're trying to get in a generation that, is been well served. I mean, yes, they still have challenges, and I'm not saying we don't address that, but we've got a generation of young people that may never get that dream.
Sure.
And so help me with that. So you're saying that there's down payment assistance. So focus on that for me. That's what I really want to know.
Yes, of course. So People's Self-Help Housing on this slide is Skylight Homes. So that is a new development that includes some sweat equity. So that will be for home ownership for families, farm workers, other households in the area. And the Housing Trust Fund of Santa Barbara County supports workforce home buyer programs. So that's also serving not just the very low income populations, but others as well with down payment assistance.
Okay, thank you. And one other major point that was brought up during the economic forecast was that the cost per square foot for affordable housing is about the same as the cost per square foot for Jeff Bezos's house. So, we're obviously spending way too much money to develop these projects. And so it's something that we definitely need to be looking at and trying to make sure we have those dollars that we can spread them across more units, when we're spending that much money on these types of projects. So I think that's going to be one of those challenges as we try to make these dollars stretch even further. Many of these projects are fairly cost prohibitive and limit to what we're able to do with it. So just that's a challenge and an issue I wanted to highlight because I think it's really important for us to be thinking about.
Thank you. Is now a good time to see if we have any public comment?
Chair Capps and members of the board, yes, we have 5 requests to speak from the public on this item. We are going to Zoom with Cora Patton to be followed by Patricia Colleen. Cora?
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Hi, Madam Chair and Supervisors. My name is Cora Patton, and I'm a case manager for the New Beginnings Safe Parking Program. And we just want to thank you and the CDBG Allocations Committee for the recommendation of funding to our program and for helping us to assist some of the most vulnerable people in our community. We are very grateful for the recommendation for the CDBG County Human Service Best Practice Grant funding. We would like to thank the committee members for the time and the energy and the effort that went into this recommendation process for the funding that will make it possible for our program to serve the most vulnerable people in our community. And since we made our plea for funding back in March, I just wanted to share one of the outcomes that the funding made possible. We have a client, his name is Jerry. He's a 75-year-old man. He was an active community member and a business owner. And he lost his business due to COVID. And he ended up having to move into his Subaru. He had sleep apnea, which was going untreated due to not having any electricity, and he couldn't plug in his CPAP machine. He developed lymphedema because he had to sleep sitting up. He had no refrigerator, so his diet suffered. So clearly his health just rapidly declined. And after enrolling in the Safe Parking Program, we were able to assist him, and funding made it possible for him to move into the senior living community. So with the county funding and the Safe Parking Program, we'll continue to provide safe overnight shelter for over 150 individuals and families who live in their vehicles. And we are continuing to expand our outreach efforts countywide and to serve more clients and to obtain more lots. So thank you, Supervisor Capps, for the plug on the lots. That's always nice. We're always looking to have more lots. We are very grateful for the collaboration and support the county has provided to us as we work to reach every individual experiencing vehicular homelessness in Santa Barbara County. With your funding, we will continue to provide assistance to this population in need. We are depending on your continued support of our effort to end homelessness in Santa Barbara County. So I just want to thank you all again for the committee's recommendation and for your consideration.
We will now go to Patricia Colleen to be followed by Eloisa Chavez. Patricia?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Good morning, Chair Capps, supervisors, and county staff. My name is Patricia Keelan, CEO for Communify, and I'm here today to offer Communify's appreciation for your support of our Senior Safe at Home program, an initiative that's literally keeping our seniors on their feet and in their homes. Thanks to your partnership, this program is able to provide essential home safety modifications, grab bars, handrails, slip-resistant flooring, lighting upgrades, and more at no cost to low-income seniors across Santa Barbara County. These are small but powerful interventions that help to prevent devastating falls, reduce hospitalizations, and most importantly, allow our elders to age in place with dignity, safety, and peace of mind. The need is urgent right now. As you know, Santa Barbara County is experiencing a silver tsunami, with 1 in 4 residents expected to be over the age of 60 by 2030. At the same time, our region also has the highest rate of senior poverty in the state. Many of these older adults live alone on fixed incomes and cannot afford the cost of basic home repairs or fall prevention improvements. And that's where the Senior Safe at Home program steps in. Since its inception, this program has improved the safety and well-being of hundreds of seniors throughout our county, including in mobile homes, apartments, and single-family residences. This coming year, we expect to provide over 225 low-income households with home modification and weatherization services. These seniors will also be connected to other services provided by Communify, including rent and utility assistance, wellness workshops, and digital literacy training. The impact of this work is not just personal, it's really systematic. Falls are the leading cause of injury-related deaths among seniors, costing California over $4 billion annually. Programs like ours help to reduce those costs, keep emergency rooms less crowded, and support a more resilient community. On behalf of Communify and our board of directors, as well as the many seniors whose lives have been made safer and more stable through this work, thank you for your vision and your commitment to making Santa Barbara County a place where all people of all ages can thrive. We are proud to be a partner in this essential mission. Thank you.
We will now go to Eloisa Chavez, who is our final speaker on this item, as 2 members of the public have not joined us on Zoom. Eloisa?
Good morning, and thank you for having me. And also, thank you to the Board of Supervisors for looking at the recommendation. I am the chair of the Human Services Commission, and I serve in District 2. And I just wanted to say thank you for supporting this cause, funding recommendation year. Also, I wanted to highlight that with the rising costs of all of the equipment and services that all of the um, nonprofit organizations in our area need in order to better serve our communities. It's been a lot more difficult to accommodate for the funding needs in their areas and how they can serve their clients. So I would like to, one, thank you for considering the recommendation, but also consider possibly thinking about moving more funding into the CDBG arena and or the just human services bucket. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you to those who, from the public who weighed in. Any other comments or questions from the board? Okay, I believe this is just a receive and file, is that correct? Adopted, okay, great. Since my Commissioner for Human Services just spoke, I will say that we do have an opening in District 2. Jean Davis, who served on there forever and was an incredible commissioner, is stepping off, so we do have an opening. Okay, Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, acknowledging that there's still a lot of work to be done, but that this is where we're at right now. So I will make a motion to accept staff recommendations A through J.
I will second.
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Okay, thank you to our Community Service Department housing team. Long awaited, we have our Animal Services report. It's only 11:30, so we're going to do this before lunch. Are we missing people?
I think we're all here.
Our director's here. Yes.
Chair Caps and members of the board, departmental item number 6 is from the County Health Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding an animal services program status update.
Okay.
Thank you again, Madam Chair and members of the board. As you mentioned, this is a long-awaited that had to accommodate so many moving pieces, but we're finally able to bring you the report and an update on our animal services and the progress that has been made. If you allow me, I would like to share with you, earlier last year, I established a program that is called A Day in My Shoes, where any one of our team members can ask me to literally spend a day following them. And this has been an amazing experience, but I wanted to share this with you because sometimes animal services by our public and people who do not know the scope of what we do is only limited to thinking of shelters and adaptation and foster. But I had the pleasure of shadowing Officer Catherine Hart for a day. And that took us here in Santa Maria, that took us into chasing a turtle, rescuing a cat, as well as what is called investigating animal welfare. So we had a call from a concerned citizen that said there is this puppy or a dog that is tied to this truck for 24 hours a day. And we arrived there. Officer Hart was very courteous, but yet assertive. It was true. We talked to the owner, and he said, well, my landlord does not allow me to take the dog home, and unfortunately, I have to leave him here, but I provide water and all that. So immediately, Officer Hart was able to give the owner some instructions for a zip line, both in Spanish and in English, but also, and this is a video that I hope would play, asked if the dog is microchipped, and the owner did not know. So we were able to, and if you click on the video, to do a very simple procedure, but it shows you how much we can do in one visit to benefit our residents as well as our animals. Oops. Okay.
So I'm going to have you hold him, and I have you hold him like this, okay? He's not going to like it. He's going to wiggle.
Si así como está ahorita ella agarrando, tú lo vas a agarrar. He'll do it.
Okay. He can hold him like this. He's going to wiggle a little bit, but I need to get access right back here to this scruff. So give me just a minute to do it. And let me just scan him really
So
fast.
that's
just
the
to make sure
microchip, the device. It's kind of like a small needle that goes under the skin.
Stop. Rocky.
You don't have to do it just yet. Give him just a minute. Let him rest for just a minute. His little buddy paws.
Hey, Rocky.
Okay, we'll flip him around. There you go, perfect. Here, Mama.
And with such a simple procedure, we are now able, if this dog is ever found somewhere, to scan and know who the owner is and return the dog to its owner. So I wanted to share that with you because, again, there are so many things that we do in animal services and on our animal control, or as we would like to call them, animal care officers, are in the field all the time and providing these services. Beside all the great work that is done at our shelters, and 2 Fridays ago, I spent a day at the shelter in Santa Maria, literally cleaning kennels, and I can tell you that I would even dare to ask you to experience that, but it truly shows you it's hard work, and it's truly a work of love and passion that not everyone is able to do. With that, I will get to the presentation. Oops. So, okay, Lars, you're
working at odds.
Okay. Don't touch anything, Lars.
I actually wanted to hear about how you chased a turtle first, but.
So we got a call actually of a big turtle, and when we arrived there, the owner wasn't in the backyard, and we went to the backyard and tried to find it, and we couldn't find it. So obviously the turtle was faster than we were, but we left a note asking that if the turtle returns, that we can always come back and get it.
Okay.
Over the past almost 10 years, a lot has changed in the way we operate. There has been a lot of change in leadership, but also change in the philosophy and change in the direction of our animal services. And we currently operate on 5 pillars that truly take into consideration a holistic approach for how we want to approach, how we want to handle our operations. So definitely there is the support and intake for pets that are arriving at our shelters on a day-to-day basis. But our utmost concern is how do we provide a humane care, and how do we ensure that live outcomes are going to be the result of that experience. And we will show you how much our euthanasia rate has decreased over the years. But we also want to make sure that everything is done from and driven by public health and safety, both to people, to communities, but also to our animals. And we cannot do that alone. It has to be a partnership with many of our community organizations, but also the community at large. So with that, I'm going to hand it to Sarah so she can tell you about each of those pillars and where we are.
All right, thank you. Good morning. Thank you, everyone, for
your accommodations today. I applaud your efficiency. So this chart here shows that our dog intake, which starts as the top line, has returned back to pre-COVID levels, while our cat intake, which is the line below that, has increased to the highest point in over a decade. A lot of that is driven by a reduction in surgeries during 2020 and into 2021, when there was concern about medical supply scarcity and prioritization of human health. In 2024 alone, we took in more than 6,500 animals into our shelter system, clear evidence of the continued community need for shelter intake. But our commitment to pet support and intake doesn't end at the shelter doors. It also includes helping families keep their pets through free vaccinations, pet food distribution, emergency boarding options, safety net fostering, and partnerships that provide low-cost veterinary care across the county. Despite a return to our pre-COVID intake levels, our team achieved a 10% increase in adoptions and continued to maintain a raw live release rate above 90%. This success reflects our unwavering commitment to human care and live outcome focus, made possible through expanded foster placements, volunteer engagement, and targeted medical support. The reduction in euthanasia is not accidental. It is the direct result of deliberate, data-informed strategies to save lives. Our 2024 efforts translated into measurable improvements in animal care and outcomes. With over 14,000 medical touches, 6,400 foster placements, and 3,100 adoptions, the highest number of adoptions ever recorded in the history of animal services, we delivered more individualized care and created more life-saving outcomes than ever before. These results reflect our commitment to ensuring every animal receives not just shelter, but a true pathway to health, recovery, and a new beginning. And my favorite statistic, we welcomed over 22,000 hours of volunteer time. That's 22,000 hours of kindness donated by people who believe that animals deserve a second chance. Recognizing that animal welfare is deeply connected to human well-being, we have decreased our response times for animal calls in the field. We piloted a safety net foster program, improved our customer satisfaction year over year, and created a positive care coordinator position to ensure that animals are considered and supported through our partner human services agencies and departments. Through collaboration that provided 70,000 pounds of pet food in 2024 and thousands of free vaccines and microchips, we met people where they are, removing barriers and helping them keep the pets that they love. This didn't happen by accident. We made a conscious decision to change. We replaced burnout with belonging and blame with curiosity. We have implemented a 4-pause value structure that includes safety for people and pets, collaboration and inclusion, compassion and respect, and continuous improvement. And it's working. Staff are stepping into leadership roles, the community is stepping up in support, and our transparency is building trust. You've heard this saying, it takes a village, and in animal welfare, it sure does take a whole giant village. A vet, a neighbor, a dispatcher, a shelter staffer, a fire crewman, a volunteer, and sometimes a miracle. With local partners as seen here, along with our Santa Barbara County and city partners, and national partners like Petco Love and the ASPCA, we're building bridges that carry the weight of this work together. This past year, our officers responded to thousands of calls, some heartwarming, some heartbreaking, and all of them human. Inside our shelters, we improved housing, hygiene, and heart. We trained staff, empowered volunteers, and updated safety protocols. Because if we're not safe, we can't be effective. And if we're not effective, lives are at risk. Behind the scenes, data is driving our decisions. We've expanded our shelter software use, completed a strategic plan that's in alignment with county health goals, and embedded KPIs into our daily operations through an Achieve It tracking software. It's accountability, and it's how we know that we're moving the needle. Our technology upgrades are making a real difference. We rolled out DocuPet licensing, launched an interactive lost and found map, and are making preparations to install 20 chip scanning stations across the county. This calendar year, we plan to begin rotating ACOs, our animal care officers, through a dispatch role in conjunction with a single line dedicated to field emergencies. Innovation is making it easier for us to do the right thing.
However, this is not done easy, and we still face some challenges. This is a look at our staffing for the past 10 years. And as you can see, the total number of people, we run a very lean operation, and our staff did not increase. There are challenges because of the increased demand and yet not increase in staffing capacity, but also the recruiting and retention. As I said, this is a job that is not easy, and we are always on the lookout for competent but staff that want to do this kind of work. Our buildings and infrastructure are also as challenging. Beside the Maria shelter, the Santa Maria shelter, our two shelters to the south in Lompoc and in Santa Barbara aren't as up to the task, and the facilities as well as the way they are designed and how we are now growing out of those is creating a lot of operational deficiencies. Revenue is not keeping up as well with the demand. So this is our 5-year forecast. We have been able to tap into some reserve, but by next year, 26, 27, we will start seeing a depletion of that reserve, and we will start looking at deficits as well. Here's a breakdown of what our budget. As you can see, our fees only constitute 13% of our budget. Almost 30% comes from general fund, and 40% comes from our services with the cities and the unincorporated areas. And although these contracts were intended to be fully recovering services in 5 years, the increase of 2.5% in each year does not match the increase in the cost and the demand that we are seeing that is close to 5% almost. There has been a lot of recommendations on how do we increase efficiencies and how do we increase or be more efficient in our operations. The KPMG recommendation was to look at our staffing level and specifically to look at how do we provide clinical care on site. There also has been a recommendation of the frequency of fee analysis to look at whether we're, again, capturing the cost of services. I'm happy to report, as we mentioned during the budget, that we finally have a veterinarian on site, and we also started a fee study that is underway that is going to look at our service costs. We are also looking at how do we increase our licensing compliances and all that. Although the fee study is going to probably give us a better forecast, but it is also worth maybe mentioning, and especially just because we were talking about fees all day, that we do not expect that to cover everything in terms of the fees that we are going to charge. A lot has been talked about a project that we had in the past, which is Project Pet Safe, and that showed increase in licensing and to some degree a better result, and that was prior to the pandemic. But when this program was sunsetted, and it had several components, including vaccine, licensing, spay and neuter, and microchipping, many of those components have been folded into our regular operations. So although PetSafe has been sunsetted, but the efforts that are involved with PetSafe are still part of how we do. And with the technology that we're seeing, specifically in adopting DocuPet, there are possibilities to even expand on that. So we have seen a little bit of an increase in the licensing revenues, but with DocuPet, we are able to also send mass mailings and do some canvassing, which are part of what Project Pet Safe was able to do in the past. And we believe that this will get us a little bit closer to where our licensing revenues should be. There are so many efforts that we are still launching and able to do, and these are some of the highlights for the coming year. We are looking at installing microchip scanning stations. Again, that video that you saw, any stray dog that has, or any lost dog that would have a microchip, can be scanned at any of those services and identify who it belonged to. We are looking at further improving our safety and trainings. A lot of programs that are going to be in place, and definitely continue with the care that we provide. With that, we recommend for this report to be received and filed as a presentation on our animal services, and we are ready to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you for that report. Supervisor Hartman.
Oh, well, let's see. I have a number of questions, but the first one, I mean, we had a Humane Society report some time ago, and we've made tremendous strides since then. And I just want to praise everybody who's been involved in that, because it's been a very rocky road to get us to this point. So I'd like you to just, the culture of an organization is really significant, and I'd like you to talk about how you've changed the culture and how you would describe the difference in the culture today as opposed to what you inherited.
Thank you. Supervisor Hartman through the chair. Bless you. You know, when I first started at Santa Barbara County Animal Services, we had a very divided team. There was cliques and gossiping. There was, the Lompoc facility wasn't open, so there was a lot of separation of North County to South County, and a lack of connectivity. I believe some of that was due to a gap in leadership, and missing some unifying pieces of the leadership team. And so as we almost immediately started seeing an increase in need from the community and reopened the Lompoc facility, hired an operations manager, we really focused on and prioritized mental well-being, emotional well-being, communication, and teamwork. The 4 PAWs that were mentioned in the presentation started, I think we started those in December, so I'd been here about 2 months. And what we did with the 4 PAWs is we determined as a team what our internal values were, what we wanted to see from our peers and experience when we came to work. And then we turned them into like thank you cards or shout out cards, so little postcards that said you're pawsome. And staff and volunteers could thank team members and recognize team members and each other, and we put boards in each shelter that they could put those up on. And so that was a huge piece in focusing on positivity and getting people to see each other, acknowledge each other, and to communicate in a unified manner.
If I may add, Supervisor, as well, that Friday when I was in Santa Maria, I experienced a tradition that every Friday happens where all 3 shelters get on a Zoom and all are gathered in like a central location where you see everybody, and they speak for half an hour. This created a lot of team unity. There is a great appreciation for the efforts of our team members, but also there are no leaders and workers. Everybody is doing everything. So while someone is cleaning the kennel and intake comes in, they might leave that, take the intake, and someone else steps in and continue cleaning. So there is that now investment in our team members as their importance and how we have created a team, which goes to speak volumes of Sarah's leadership and vision.
So another issue, and I see that Jean Silva is a public commenter, and I'll be interested to hear her take on this, but governance was an issue that was focused on, and particularly the role that volunteers they're not paid, but these people are working hard, and we haven't even calculated what the value of their efforts are. But it's really extraordinary. So previously, I think there was a sense that despite giving a lot, the volunteers didn't feel like their input had any channel to the management. So could you talk about your perspective on that?
Sure, thank you. So I'm a firm believer that people are the solutions that we need for our problems. We cannot solve them in a silo. So one of the first things that we started doing is there was a process that existed prior to my arrival for reviewing euthanasia decisions. And one of the first things we did was open those meetings and encourage volunteers to come, communicate with them the results of the meetings, communicate ahead of the meetings so that they weren't caught off guard, and allowing volunteers to not only participate and ask questions, but to also help us find solutions. And that was a process previously that was very closed off and private. And people aren't able to help us if they don't know what the problems are. So improving that transparency and engaging volunteers and community members as part of the solution has been a huge priority for us.
And that's an excellent example, because I think there's no more fraught decision than euthanasia, and that our rates have come down so much is really first rate. With a previous head of animal services, there was a new philosophy to bring in cats and then release them where they were found them after spay-neuter. Is that still, that was kind of a new thing? It was generated a lot of emotion on all sides, and I just wonder if you could bring me up to date on that.
Sure. So I think you're talking about in 2021 when we were talking about Haas was being introduced and decentralizing the shelter and moving services into the community where people were. And community cat programming continues to be a humane and economic option for housing cats or managing cats that are coming in. One of the things, I think with any sort of philosophy, it's easy to tweak it and adjust it to fit your needs and to maybe lose the intention. So the intention of community cat programming and TNR programming was that cats were brought en masse into shelters and being euthanized with no options for outcome, no space to house them, and they were better off, they had better chances of survival by being out in the community. In a community such as ours, where we don't have an overwhelming stray cat population, we have taken a very balanced approach to look at what's in the best interest of each animal that comes into our facility, and sometimes it is going back to a community, whether it's a feral cat or it's a very nice cat. I grew up having cats that were outdoor cats, and I remember my neighbor's cats coming over and giving birth in our house because they weren't just one family's cats. They belonged to sort of the neighborhood, and we all fed them and we all took care of them. And so what happens a lot of times is when you remove a nice cat from a community that's healthy and doing well is that instead of one family missing them, 12 families miss them. So the responsible thing is to just make sure that they're healthy, that they're spayed and neutered, that they are not reproducing in the community. So we've created decision trees. We have a couple of team members that review animal histories and determine what is the best placement for a cat, whether it's going back to where it was, or it's becoming adopted, or it's going to a working cat program.
How is our spay-neuter program going with dogs? And do we have a way to evaluate that?
Within the animal shelters, we used to do public spay and neuter, and we stopped doing that. I'm not sure exactly when we stopped, if it was around COVID or if it was around like shortly before I started. But with the return of, well, not the return, but with our first staff veterinarian coming aboard, it's been a huge priority for us to resume those. We're very lucky in Santa Barbara County that there are multiple agencies that do low-cost spay-neuter. We have the Humane Society, we have Care for Paws. ASAP Cats, although you asked specifically about dogs, ASAP Cats is about to launch their first mobile spay-neuter clinic as well. So we have a lot of options available, and it feels that relative to surrounding counties, we're doing well. That's purely anecdotal, but it feels like we're doing well.
That's good to hear. Just a couple more questions, if I may. I remember early in my tenure going to the Goleta Animal Shelter, and there was a dog that was going crazy. He happened to be owned by someone in the jail, and there were rules that that dog couldn't get out. Like other dogs that have been given over to the shelter. Could you comment on that, that the dog has to suffer if the person's in jail?
Yeah, we don't believe that. That's the simple answer. Part of our responsibility in keeping pets and people safe is ensuring humane care and ensuring that animals aren't suffering while they're in our care. So pending evaluation and sort of some behavior information, we allow both staff and volunteers to interact with dogs that are on a stray hold or are in our possession. We have started piloting a safety net foster program where we're allowing some of these animals to go into foster care because while the ordinance says they have to be cared for by us, it doesn't specify anything about where they're housed or how they're housed. So we're trying to find the most humane way to keep them mentally well.
And I think the foster program is really the most innovative. And but I noticed I'm sorry, I don't remember the slide, but we've brought in a lot, like 6,000, we've adopted out 3,000 some. Where are the rest? It wasn't clear from the slide.
Yeah, so in addition to returning animals to owners or transferring them to other organizations, there are some that pass away in our care, and we've got, I would say they're in our care, but we have, as of about 3 days ago, less dogs than we've had in our shelter since I've been here. So they are not sitting in the shelters. I can't give you the exact percentages of where everybody went off the top of my head, but.
Well, that's, and again, for people who might be listening, talk about the foster program, because I think it just makes all the difference in the world.
Absolutely. So fostering, from a financial standpoint, fostering is far less resource intensive than housing in a shelter. It's more humane because no matter how nice a shelter is, it's still isolation for 20 plus hours a day. And it allows us to learn so much about the animals that are in our care to help them find family matches. We have a variety of different kinds of foster. A large portion of our fostering is neonatal kittens who need round-the-clock care, and we have an amazing team and a wonderful foster volunteer coordinator named Jordana, who's been doing this for like 20 years, who is a full-time volunteer doing all of the coordinating of neonatal kittens. We have day trips, which is about half of our foster program right now, where members of the community can come in and take a dog out for an afternoon and overnight. We have a lot of students who participate in that program.
Can you just show up and do it, or you need an appointment, or how does that
Just
work?
show up. Our Goleta shelter regularly runs out of dogs by noon, so show up early.
So it gives our community members the opportunity to experience having a dog or a cat or a pet without really having them, although sometimes we ask them to keep them. But it is truly a good program for those that want to have a pet, but they don't know how to handle it, so it gives them that experience.
And I guess my last question is a comment that you can comment on. You're partnering with a lot of different organizations, and we have in Santa Barbara County, we're fortunate to have a number of organizations dedicated to animal welfare. I just, as resources are tough, and so we're able to coordinate care by working in partnership. And I guess I'd just like to have you expound a bit on how you've promoted that.
It's a lot of the same things that we're doing with volunteer engagement, with staff culture. All of those pieces are based on building relationships and transparency and trust. And I'm not sure that has always existed between all of the agencies. And it's been wonderful to get to know everyone that's doing this work, to honor the work that they're doing, and to work alongside them to find solutions based on their experiences and their knowledge.
Thank you. I guess that's it until after public comment.
Okay. Supervisor Lee.
Thank you. The challenges, I see you have infrastructure and revenue and demand. Are there any other challenges or needs that animal services needs?
I think these are plenty. So if we can get some of those out of the way, we probably will be. Yeah. In terms of probably funding, I see some with the strategies that we're putting in place, probably some relief. But the major thing is going to be the capital improvements for our shelters. These are big ticket items, and we are looking, and thank you, Supervisor Hartman is really championing this. We are looking at everything that can be done to put that in place. We are, and if I may put a plug, we are partnering with the Santa Barbara County Animal Foundation and having a fundraiser in September. Hopefully it'll bring some relief, but they are supporting some of our operations at a relatively good portion, but again, I think there is some potential of a nonprofit and public nonprofit partnership where we can maybe start leveraging some of those donations or some of the grants that might be out there.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was going to ask, thank you. I have a lot of praise I could heap on you, but I was just going to ask also too about on your budget slide, I didn't see private dollars as significant, even on the chart. Is that, it sounds like that's something that you're worth exploring.
For now, it's very minimal. Most of the donations that we get, well, we get donations for supplies as well as for food and all that, but the fundraising that happens through the foundation goes mostly to clinical care, and I think it's in the tune of $90,000 to $100,000.
Okay. Yeah, I think that fundraiser is a great idea because there's such strong animal welfare philanthropy here in Santa Barbara County, and I think if people knew that the shelter is a place that they could donate as well. Again, I just think what's happening with our animal services is phenomenal. Even if you had just made the cultural changes that Supervisor Hartman was asking and commenting about, that would be enough, because from what I've heard, there was a lot of need for improvement there. But in fact, you've done so also being so innovative and with these KPIs and these incredible metrics that just improve every time we hear from you. 10% up, all these different volunteers. I'm just curious how many fosters you have, roughly. People have fosters.
Active fosters who are not just day trip coming for, a few hours, there's roughly 500 or so who are focusing on cats and kittens throughout the year.
Wow.
Kitten season just started like last week, where we went from maybe 10 cats in foster to over 100. And that's just the beginning. And then there's another 200 to 300 that will foster dogs, not necessarily consistently, but multiple times per year.
Yeah, I'm one of those. But I spend a lot of time in dog parks, and I talk up the day foster program, because it's, in addition to those who are kind of trying out if they are, up for having a dog, it's also great for those who do have a dog and with the right match, could take out a dog for an afternoon to play with their dog at the beach, et cetera. So it's just a brilliant program. I'm constantly evangelizing about it, because people have no idea generally, and helping to get the word out is important. So my last question was just on the safety net service that you provide, because I think that's another service that people don't really realize, that just how you take any pet in, regardless of the circumstance, and it means that a lot of people in their lives, who might be in the hospital or might be under some sort of care that they can't care for their dog, that the county is the backstop. So could you speak to that? I know it's not a huge amount of the reason why you take in animals, but I think it's a really important and compelling one.
Thank you. Yes, so the safety net foster program it's in its infancy. We're just piloting it. I've been in communication with the county's community services team, all of Good Samaritan, all of the different agencies that are coordinating care for people, whether it's getting them into treatment, into transitional housing, getting them off the streets, getting them the health access. We're working with the the services navigator from the health department, and as we have space, we're able to house people's pets while they work on the things that they need, and they get the care and support that they need. So we've been working that program primarily off of referrals from case managers or other agencies, and we've had about 12 different animals come in this calendar year, while their people got the care and support that they needed.
I love that. I just think it's incredibly important. And so that you answered my question was how the person doesn't necessarily know that to call the shelter, but one of the caseworkers increasingly is aware that they should reach out to the shelter if the person needs to go to the hospital or is somehow not able to take care of their animal.
And it is part of how we integrate all our programs. So whether you're unable to go see your doctor because you don't have transportation, and we help you with that, you might be unable to go see your doctor because nobody is sitting your dog or cat, and we will help you with that.
Well, thank you. I know we're going to hear from some, but your volunteers are incredible, and your staff is incredible. Dustin, so many people that I interact with when I go to your shelter, and I have been to the Goleta one, ready to take a dog to the beach, and you're sold out. So it's great. It's a great situation when that happens, and I just want to give a shout out. A lot of UCSB students, when I'm in IV, I'll chat with a dog owner, and they go, "Oh yeah, I know. I'm just taking the dog to the beach for a couple hours from the shelter." It's so cool. So it's a really neat word of mouth trend. So that's it for me at this point. I think we might want to turn it over to public comment.
Chair Capps and members of the board, we have 12 requests to speak from the public on this item. And we will begin on Zoom with Molly Troop, to be followed by Anne Marie Kopenkin. Molly?
Good afternoon, Chair Capps and Supervisors. My name is Molly Troop, and I'm a resident of the city of Santa Barbara. I learned about Santa Barbara County Animal Services earlier this year through an email shared about a dog on the urgent list. Since then, I started learning more about the county shelter and ways to get involved. And this is how I learned about the fostering options, particularly the short-term options, such as fostering during a rainstorm, when the kennels flood, or in the Doggy Day Out program. I've since fostered 2 dogs, and my current foster, Zeus, is a wonderful young German Shepherd who has been in my care for 5 weeks now and is still looking for a forever home. As I have started following the stories of the dogs in the shelter, primarily through information shared by dedicated volunteers, other fosters, and staff, I've seen some miraculous stories about community members stepping up and answering calls to action for a dog needing to exit the shelter due to succumbing to the stress of the environment. I've learned that the staff and volunteers at the shelter do everything in their power to help the unrelenting stream of dogs coming into care during for a variety of reasons. However, despite all of the care that the few staff and not enough volunteers provide for all of the animals, it's simply not enough, and ultimately the shelter environment is not the best place for any dog to remain for a long period of time. And unfortunately, there are many wonderful dogs that have been there for way too long, from 6 months to over 2 years. I'm here today to advocate for the wonderful dogs who are in the system and who may end up in the shelter through no fault of their own. The Santa Barbara County Animal Services has many great programs in place, particularly the foster programs, but they just need more resources. For example, when I go to foster a dog, it takes a staff person to work with me to identify a dog that may be a good fit and oversee a meet with my dog. This takes that staff person away from other important tasks, such as providing care for the dogs that remain in the shelter who are not fostered. To this end, I'd like to strongly advocate for the allocation of additional resources for the shelter. One great option is additional resources to restart the licensing canvassing program, which can generate revenue that is critical for the department that is so under-resourced, as well as provide education and outreach to the community to hopefully help slow down the flow of dogs into the shelter. I'd like to thank the staff for all of their hard work to meet the needs of the animals in their care, and I would like to urge the board to consider providing additional support for this critical county department so they can better serve the animals in their care. Thank you.
We will now go to Anne Marie Kopenkin, to be followed by Brandy Arsh. Anne Marie?
There. Hello. SBCAS is a community treasure. I started volunteering at the shelter in 2023 and have been fortunate to work under Sarah Aguiar's leadership and have witnessed the miracles she has performed with such little funding. And this is because of the community partnerships that she has cultivated and expanded. As part of the volunteer force and one of the foster partners, I have seen the dedication and love Sarah gives daily to this job and the animals, and have witnessed the extra time and attention she gives to socializing dogs by keeping them with her in her Santa Barbara office. Every staff member I've had the privilege to work with demonstrates that same level of commitment to this job. For instance, giving extra TLC to the long-termers who are at risk of deteriorating because they haven't been adopted. But due to the loving care of the amazing staff, these pups feel the love and not the loneliness of long-term kennel life. Thank you, David, Glenda, Marlena, Devin, Dustin. That's just to name a few. I have lived in Isla Vista for the past 40 years and have had the opportunity to engage with many of my houseless neighbors who've lived under the eucalyptus trees right next to my home. The pet pantry has been my go-to referral for many of these neighbors, and they always come through with helping to feed the dogs. I remember one middle-aged man who was going without food in order to pay for costly surgery for his dog. He prioritized feeding his dog over feeding himself, while the pet pantry was a godsend. Every day I volunteer at this shelter, I see heartbreaking impact of insufficient funding. Melvin, he was a gentle but very picky eater, and he used to rely on a simple wet food mixture to survive. Well, that basic nutrition has now vanished due to budget constraints. No wet food, no gravy, just dry kibble. Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors, you have approved a 48% increase for yourselves. Well, that decision is final, but what isn't final is how you choose to lead with that privilege, whether you will also take action to protect our community's most vulnerable, our abandoned animals. With inflation, shelter funding has essentially shrunk, even as intake numbers have risen again. The consequences are severe. Shelter attendants earn as little as $21 per hour. These are poverty wages in Santa Barbara County. There's a revolving door when our wonderful workers need to leave, when offered the opportunity to make a better wage, an actual living wage, and live closer to homes in Ventura or Lompoc. At-risk animals lack the rehabilitation due to lack of staff, pushing some toward euthanasia despite our no-kill policy. Meanwhile, your board members' salaries have increased. You've secured financial stability, but now I ask you to do the same for our shelter staff and our animals they serve. Please give direct funding to this wonderful animal shelter. Increase the wages for shelter attendants to a livable level. Please, let's do better. Our animals and the people who care for them deserve more. Thank you.
We will now go to Brandy Asarch to be followed by Jean Silva. Brandy?
Hi, this is Brandy, and I have volunteered at the animal shelter in Santa Barbara for 2 years. I saw a piece on the news that they said that they needed volunteers to come in and to help walk, help do other chores around the shelter, and to help the shelter. And I was a little apprehensive because, walking into a shelter, there's barking dogs, they're in the kennels. It makes me sad to see them there for the amount of hours that they're there. I admire Sarah and her staff, Amber, David, Devin, Dustin, Glenda, Hannah, and Marlena. They are so committed to the well-being of the dogs in their care. They have set up play groups for the dogs to help them socialize. They rotate the dogs in and out of the play yards. They're doing whatever chores they need to do to keep those dogs healthy, and they take them out for walks, but they need more help. They need more help. Sometimes I've been there and there's not been any other volunteers. I've been the only volunteer there. And I am not a dog walker. I am the one who comes in who does the other types of chores. I do the blankets. I do the bowls. I do enrichment. Whatever needs to be done to alleviate any stress, any chore that the staff needs to take care of. So I come in and I hope I'm helping in that way. I've seen the day foster and I just think it's wonderful. Even if they're foster for long term, that makes me happy. But I've seen the students in Isla Vista, and they're walking the dogs, and I could see the difference in the demeanors of the dogs. They need to get out more. They need more staff to help that make that happen. They need to be paid more. They need more help in any way. And I have also fed the dogs, and when they get the wet food on top of their kibble, they are happy campers they eat up, they scarf off down the food. I've seen bowls left with food in it, and they look like they're hungry, but they need that enticement for their meals. I've seen we use the wet food and we made it into a gravy to put on the dogs. They need some more support. They need more food. They need opportunities to continue to help these dogs. Thank you.
We will now go to Jean Silva to be followed by Kendra Duncan O'Connor. Jean? Jean, we have unmuted you on our end. If you can, there you go.
I'm sorry. I'd like to celebrate the progress of animal services. In 1992, when I began to volunteer, the 3 county shelters were understaffed and overcrowded and in disrepair. The Santa Maria shelter was in a dilapidated, very small house. There were no clinic facilities for spay-neuter services. The county adopted out animals that were not neutered and were not chipped. The pet overpopulation was high and it was getting worse. In 2025, we have a modern shelter in Santa Maria. We have a veterinary facility. We will have a vet in June. Dogs, cats, and rabbits are all neutered and microchipped before adoption. Pet food pantries are available for those who cannot afford food for their pets. We have fine leadership from Dr. Hamami and Sarah Aguilar. We have many robust community partners, starting with our wonderful shelter volunteers. Santa Barbara County Animal Care Foundation, ASAP, TAPA, Bonds, K9 Pals, Care for Pals, San Ynez Valley Humane Society, DOG, Santa Barbara Humane. And over the years, your board's support has been invaluable. I'd like to say that you are possum too. Thank you.
We will now go to Kendra Duncan O'Connor to be followed by Gail Teton Landis. Kendra?
Hi there, my name is Kendra O'Connor, as you heard, and I just want to reiterate the same thing that Jean Silva had just spoke about. I'm a Buns volunteer and I've been at the shelter for about 25 years. And I'm going to make this brief because I'm in the middle of a complicated spay surgery right now at the Santa Barbara shelter. Everything Sarah Aguilar has done for the shelter has really improved the conditions here for everybody, staff, volunteers alike, and the animals especially. We're grateful to have her, and she is participating and helping so much with Buns. We can't thank her enough. We hope that you guys can help her keep up the good work. Thank you so much.
We will now go to Gail Teton Landis. Then we will return to Santa Maria to begin with Dr. Lee Heller. Gail?
Greetings, chair caps and supervisors. Sarah Aguilar, her staff, and the many volunteers that help with animal services are doing a fantastic job. It takes big-hearted and dedicated people to work with animals. Their innovations, such as play groups, day fostering, and the pet pantries all point to the inspired work they are doing. The services they provide, such as microchipping, fostering, and adoptions, all make for happy, healthy pets and humans. I know this personally because of our experience working with Sarah and Animal Services. This is very much like the story that Chair Capps also spoke about. When a man in Solvang had a debilitating stroke, he was placed in a rehab home in Santa Barbara. His dog had already been sent to the North County shelter, and Sarah went out of her way to bring Amber, his dog, down from Santa Maria to Santa Barbara so that the owner could see her with the hope of finding a foster who would take care of the dog and to let her visit her owner regularly. My husband and I fostered Amber, and I did indeed bring her to visit her owner once a week. How fortunate we have people such as Sarah who, when someone doesn't have family that can help, such as the man from Solvang, can step in and act with intelligence and compassion. Thank you.
We will now return to Santa Maria with Dr. Lee Heller to be followed by Karen Howenstein. Lee?
Is the mic on? Okay, haven't been here in a long time. Chair Capps and members of the board, my hair's a little grayer than it was yesterday because you guys are not usually an hour ahead of schedule. So lots of hustling to let people know what time this was actually happening. Phew. In answer to the question of where all the dogs are that are not in the shelter anymore, they're at my house. So I have a lot of fosters at the moment. So Chair Capps and members of the board, let me begin by thanking Dr. Hamami, Lars Seifert, and of course, Sarah Aguilar for making this presentation possible. It's been a long time coming. I'm really glad you've had a chance to hear about all the amazing innovations and developments, and you're hearing from the community about the excitement that people feel, and it is because of the leadership that we have here. I've been volunteering for animal services for nearly 27 years, sometimes on, sometimes off, when I've been particularly frustrated under bad management and poor policies. If Supervisor Levanino weren't apparently taking the day off, he would remember me coming to him in 2012 to talk about the problems. And it is such a delight to be here today and say, we at last have the leadership we've been trying to get for those 27 years. And that is really making the difference that you're hearing about. The cultural change that Supervisor Hartman called out is exactly what this is about. And you see it in the room with the t-shirts people are wearing, talking about Jordana being a full-time kitten foster coordinator. Victoria Feld is in the back with this adorable puppy, basically being a full-time dog foster coordinator. She's my boss. The community partnerships you've heard about are essential. I understand the fiscal fears that you are facing. This is a pretty terrifying time. And Dr. Hamami did point out that Project PetSafe has managed to maintain some of the components that were in place when it was better funded by license canvassing. But let me put it to you this way. Think about voter registration, okay? We go to the doors of voters we know about, but there are a lot of voters that aren't registered yet. And what additional license canvassing would permit is to register additional voters who are then in the system, so next time you load up PDI, you can go to those doors. Sorry, that's a metaphor you know I like to think about. So we could bring in additional revenue to address this shortfall. We are hoping that the big annual fundraiser, and I am the event coordinator, and I'm going to be calling on all of you to help find sponsors, will make a difference, but it probably won't get us there. So anything that you can find to get officers back out into the field, finding those voters, those dog owners, and registering them could make a big difference. So thank you again. I think you're going to hear from some more people that are very excited about this program, and I want to thank the team at County Health for their presentation today.
We will now go to Karen Howenstein to be followed by Carrie Coady. Karen?
Hello, Karen Howenstein, North County. My family and other families have been negatively impacted by recent actions and the covert way this department does their job in Lompoc. Imagine how shocked I was, again being accused of criminal activity by my immediate neighbor, Susan Ashbrook. We've now discovered that in 2006, Susan and Derek Ashbrook took over our 4-connection water system on paper, and we didn't know about it. But since 2018, they have made false accusations against me, to include crimes against my own children, crimes against them, and crimes against the environment. I was sued successfully in civil court by Joyce Dudley because of it. Joan, you're aware of that. Similarly, we have this new and racist rooster ordinance, which Susan Ashbrook herself walked through planning with help in order to impact the Howensteins financially. Animal Control Services of Santa Barbara County is acting and complicit in this corruption. How much money is being spent stalking young and multi-generational Hispanic families right now by this department? Animal control is being arbitrary, literally throwing tickets at people who don't even own a rooster. How much false information is being logged to harass these people? These families who have multiple jobs in order to fully support their dependents are being fined thousands and thousands of dollars because they bred and kept fowl on our land before your ordinance. This includes chickens, ducks, turkeys, geese, quail, and peacocks. No roosters kept on our land were used in cockfighting, and no evidence exists of that crime at all in our area. How is animal control able to target these families and punish them when no crime has been committed? This is beyond comprehension. Thank you for allowing me to put that on record.
We will now go to Carrie Coady to be followed by Linda Greco. Carrie?
Hi, my name is Carrie Coady. First, I want to thank all of you for I always get emotional when I talk, so just bear with me, for all the work you do on behalf of our community. Appreciate you. And your willingness to hear my thoughts on this issue. I've witnessed firsthand the overwhelming challenges animal services faces. Twice a week, I attend their morning meetings. I work with the staff to address the toll that compassion fatigue and stress are taking on them. This is an incredible group of frontline caregivers, and I have grown to deeply appreciate them. But they are stretched very thin with alarmingly high stress levels. Without adequate resources, even the best support and tools I can offer them can only go so far. For example, at the Santa Maria shelter, there are usually 3 to 4 kennel staff scheduled per day, not accounting for call-outs. With around 60 dogs on site on average, simply meeting the daily exercise needs of those animals would require all 4 staff members just to walk all day long, leaving no time for the other responsibilities: feeding, cleaning kennels, medicating, socializing animals, assisting the vet clinic, conducting intakes, counseling adoptions, helping front desk, doing laundry, washing dishes, making heart-wrenching euthanasia decisions, and addressing the unpredictable emergencies that arise daily, both from people and the animals. This isn't just exhausting, it's impossible. And it compromises both animal welfare and public trust. To be clear, this is not a staffing performance issue. It's a structural funding issue. The care these animals receive is directly limited by the resources we give the people responsible for their care. No amount of dedication or compassion can compensate for that gap. As a volunteer myself, I have deep respect for the vital role volunteers play, but it's important to note, shelter operations are 100% dependent on volunteer labor. That's not a sign of strength, it's a red flag. If volunteers don't show up tomorrow, our shelters are going to be in crisis. Volunteers should enhance care, not be the reason basic needs get met. When the system is overwhelmed, staff and volunteers alike burn out and grow disheartened, not because they care too little, but because they care so much, while animal needs become harder and harder to meet. I imagine every department is asking you for a piece of a pie, and I imagine that pie might not even be a pie, it might just be a little tiny slice. So instead, I'm asking for a small yet meaningful bite for animal services. Anything will help. And if traditional funding isn't possible, maybe would you be willing to work creatively with us? There are people and organizations in this county with the resources to help. Your leadership, your connections can help make those connections and open those doors. At the end of the day, animal welfare starts with human welfare. Take care of the people, and I assure you the animals will be safe, sound, and adoptable. Thank you.
We will now go to Linda Greco to be followed by Carrie Topliff. Linda?
Hello, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Linda Greco, and I serve as the president of the Santa Barbara County Animal Care Foundation. I draw your attention to the amazing and essential program, one that proudly serves all regions of our county and touches thousands of families, the Santa Barbara County Animal Services. And I'd like to touch on that Sarah has been very humble in what it is that she's said and what she's been able to turn around today in speaking about her time with Animal Services. Despite Animal Services' role, its small budget is chronically underfunded. It bears a unique and weighty responsibility. The only program that must end life when capacity and resources are exceeded, yet is expected to do everything possible to prevent unnecessary euthanasia. This underfunding is seen daily, with lack of basic resources and imbalanced workloads. Staff stretched thin, trying to meet rising demands, and high levels of stress taking a toll on them daily without consistent backup. Medical leaves mean more workload for remaining staff, increasing this chronic imbalance. Yet time and again, through spirit, commitment, and extraordinary leadership of its team, this program is asked to spin gold out of straw by turning minimal support into meaningful, measurable outcomes. When success isn't reinforced, underinvestment makes gains unsustainable, creating burnout, inefficiencies, and lost opportunities. It's also critical to understand animal services cannot do this alone. Their ability to stretch every dollar is made possible in part by the Santa Barbara County Animal Care Foundation, providing emergency medical care, routine lab testing, shelter and medical equipment, and essential supplies. Without this support, animal services would fail to function at the level our community expects. We ask for the small investment to fund licensed canvassing. Animal Services has already proven its resilience, resourcefulness, and dedication. Let's move from reliance on emergency generosity to intentional, sustained investment. Thank you. And I would like to invite everybody to the event that we will be holding on September 21st. And I would love to see us surpass what Humane Society brings in on an annual basis to it now be something that Animal Services is diverting those funds over to help our county. Thank you.
We will now go to Carrie Topliff to be followed by Jillian Turner, who is our final speaker. Carrie?
Good afternoon, Chair Capps and members of the Board of Supervisors. I am Carrie Topliff. I served as the interim public health director in 2017, and I was taken aside privately by the members of the board at that time and told that I was going to need to spend a lot of my effort on animal services. And if I didn't, I wouldn't be doing my job properly. So I never chased a turtle down, but I did get pretty deep in the woods with animal services. And I just want to say that it's been so apparent for this whole time how deeply committed the Board of Supervisors is, all of the public health staff, the many, many partners in the community. And I think that the strides that have been made in the past years are just phenomenal. The leadership is so strong, the philosophy, the partnership, and I just encourage you to keep paying attention because it's a very important program to our community. Thank you.
We will now go to Jillian Turner, who is our final speaker on this item. Jillian?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jillian, and this is Penny. I've been a lifesaver with Santa Barbara County Animal Services since the summer of 2023. I'd long been feeling a call to action, and after seeing an ad for a 9-year-old hound dog that looked just like my own, I suddenly found myself driving to the Santa Maria shelter for a foster meet. Remy was fat, extroverted, and brought tons of comedic relief to our house. And after 8 weeks in foster with us, our dog found a new best friend, and Remy found a forever home of his own. I couldn't wait to help save another dog, and that's when I met Bear. Bear was another hound dog that was struggling immensely within the typical commotion of the shelter environment. It was impossible to get him to relax, and every time I picked him up for a day trip, I couldn't stop thinking about how all he probably wanted was a quiet place to take a nap. We weren't in a position to foster again at the time, so I did the only thing I could think of that would help Bear. I transformed the back of my SUV into what is now widely known as Bear's Oasis, a doggy hotel of sorts complete with a comfy bed, spa music, an abundance of toys and treats, enrichment items, and most importantly, a human. Being able to offer the shelter's most sensitive dogs a quiet place to take a nap has allowed me to see glimpses of what these dogs are truly like away from the noise, build marketing campaigns for them, and in turn, play an important role in helping them find their forever homes. I wouldn't have been able to help Bear, Pongo, Nash, Luna, Ashley, or dozens of others if it wasn't for the shelter's animal advocate and day foster programs, 2 unique programs introduced under Director Sarah Aguilar that enable community members to befriend a dog in need and maximize the amount of time they spend out of their shelter. Through these programs, not only have I been able to befriend a dog in need, but I've also found some friends of my own. In staff, fellow volunteers, new connections with community members I've inspired to join the effort, and even the adopters of some of the dogs I've helped place, such as Remy. I've spent 15 years in the corporate world at a Fortune 100 company, traveled over 20 countries, and even run the Boston Marathon. Yet none of these experiences fulfill me or give me a sense of purpose, even remotely close to how I feel when I walk into our humble shelter at 5473 Overpass Road and ask the staff who needs a day trip the most. Never have I felt more rooted in the Santa Barbara community than I do now. In closing, in the short amount of time I've been a part of the team, I've seen staff and volunteers do incredible things with the very little resources that they have, and I can't help but wonder what would happen if we had more. More kennel staff, more medical staff, more advocates, more marketing, more quiet places to take a nap, more lives saved. But that all starts with you. We're here as a community telling you that this is something that means a lot to us, but we are stretched thin, and we can't accomplish what we know is possible without your support. I urge you, please allocate more funding for our county shelter program so that we can connect even more people and make even more miracles happen for our beloved Santa Barbara communities and the animals within. Thank you. Penny's available for adoption at our Santa Maria location.
Perfect. Yeah, for sure. I can clap.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
That was wonderful. Thank you. Okay, any final comments or questions from the board? Supervisor Hartman?
Well, I think the people we heard from today really said it all, but I think it does, we've got to figure out something here to give more support to animal services. But the hardworking staff, the partners, the volunteers, we hear you, and we really appreciate the work that you're doing, and thank you.
Supervisor Lee.
I see a German Shepherd here. Is that puppy for adoption too? Yes, it is. Good.
You need another?
No, let me ask my wife first before. But I just want to say thank you to everybody. My dogs are my best friends. I probably kiss my dogs more than my wife, but
Okay.
but it's something that I'm passionate about, and I agree with Supervisor Hartman that we can do more and we will do more. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you to the volunteers and the folks that are here. And it's just such a heartwarming place to be, even despite the challenges. And I agree with the last speaker that it's such a rewarding way to give back and be part of your community. So I hope this helps a little bit in getting the word out of the amazing work that's being done. And thank you to the leadership of Sarah Aguilar and our public health director, our health director. The fact that you do a day in the life kind of thing is really meaningful. I really appreciate that, and that will stick with me. So I just want to give a last plug. The speaker who spoke from a foundation, can you say the name of the foundation? Is that for the county?
Yeah. So we are a Friends of organization for the county.
Yeah.
Yes, it's the Santa, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I project my voice loud.
Thank you.
I just always think I don't need a mic. So yes, we are a Friends of organization, and over the years, actually the county had asked us to step back some, and so we did flounder for a few years. Sarah has come in, has recognized who we are, and we are working to establish ourselves so that we can expand ourselves further. And so, yes, we are a Friends of organization. Yes, we are here solely for the support of the county animal shelter. And so, like I said, what I hope will happen as things continue on is that we will be able to help more. But we do have, I will have to say, you know, the Humane Society really has a name in our county. And so help in any way of getting it known that animal services is where the bulk of animals come. That is where the animals come that are in need of medical care, behavioral intervention, that type of thing that requires other funds. We don't go out of the area to bring other animals in. These are local animals in need in our community, and that's where the money needs to go. So yes, we are there. Oh, I'm sorry, and Santa Barbara County Animal Care Foundation.
Great, I'll help get the word out. Thank you so
Thank
much,
you.
appreciate it. So now we need a motion and a second. Yeah.
If I may, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
The foundation is amply run and ably run by volunteers. We believe that this fundraiser is going to give it the kickback that we need to make that an annual fundraiser and also give and lend support to the foundation in making it more efficient and more effective in supporting us.
Yep. Great, okay. Well, I'll take a motion on this report and appreciate all the work that went into it.
I move A and B on today's staff report.
I'll second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thanks to the huge team. Okay, we are going to take our closed session, which I believe, Madam Clerk, would be about an hour. Or County Council, do you want to read us out for closed session, please?
Madam Chair, members of the board, we have one item for closed session. It's existing litigation, Central Coast Water Authority versus the Santa Barbara County Flood Control and Water Conservation District. And I think, including lunch, I think we could do 45 minutes.
Okay. So let's come back a little after I'm sorry, we're way ahead. Wow. Okay, 1:30-ish, maybe 1:35. For those who are here for the oil and gas item, we'll get to you next, and we're way ahead of schedule, so hopefully folks get the word out to others who might want to be speaking on that one. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, everyone, we're back from closed session. County Council, could you please read us out, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Board met in closed session on one item of existing litigation, the Central Coast Water Authority versus Santa Barbara County Flood Control and Water Conservation District, and the board took no reportable action.
Okay, we're still ahead of schedule here. We're going to move to our last remaining item, which is departmental item number 8.
Chair Capps and members of the board, departmental item number 8 is from the Community Services Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding options to address emissions from oil and gas operations.
Okay, Director Armas.
Thank you, Chair Capps, members of the board. This afternoon, we're here to present to you some options relative to the issue of oil and wells. This is, of course, an outgrowth of a discussion we had last year when you considered and ultimately adopted the Climate Action Plan. The oil and wells issue was deferred to enable staff to do some additional work and to develop some options to present to you. This afternoon, we are presenting some options and we're seeking some direction. There are no ordinances or other equivalent matters before you today. We're simply seeking direction on matters that would come back to you at a later point. So in addition to our department, Garrett Wong, our sustainability manager, will be making the presentation, but we also are joined with Lisa Plowman from the Planning and Development and Aaron Briggs, also from Planning and Development, as well as a Rincon consultant. Our technical consultant is available to respond to questions. So Garrett, if you would, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Capps and members of the board. My name is Garrett Wong, and I'm the Sustainability Division Manager. Our presentation will cover the background from where this item began from, and then we'll talk briefly about the current state of local onshore oil production. We'll discuss briefly existing programs that the state through CalGEM offers, as well as local government actions that have been taken recently addressing oil and gas. We will talk about the policy options that staff have reviewed and are recommending, and then we'll also discuss the impacts to the 2030 Climate Action Plan and our final recommendations. So last year, in August of 2024, the board adopted the 2030 Climate Action Plan. The CAP has a goal to reduce carbon emissions in the unincorporated county by 50% by the year 2030. Currently, oil and gas emissions are not currently included in this reduction goal. We have specific, and nor do we have any specific reduction measures in the CAP associated with oil and gas. During this meeting, the board also adopted a separate resolution that directed staff to identify viable measures to reduce emissions from onshore oil and gas operations. Shortly thereafter, in September, Governor Newsom signed into law AB 3233, which gives local governments greater authority to impose restrictions to prohibit operations or development of oil and gas within their jurisdiction. Currently in Santa Barbara County, there are a little over 1,000 active wells, and there are another 1,300 wells that are currently idle, and a significant portion, almost 5,500 wells, that are plugged and abandoned. Since the 1980s, onshore oil production has declined relatively significantly over the past few decades, and that's due to a variety of different factors. Although recently, between the year 2018 and the year 2023, we have seen emissions associated with oil and gas production increase. This is significant because the county has, the county's Climate Action Plan has a baseline year of 2018, which means our reduction goal is measured against that baseline year. So the increase in oil and gas production and those emissions associated with it would have implications for the Climate Action Plan if they are to be incorporated. When considering ways in which we can reduce emissions from existing operations, we analyzed where emissions are coming from in the production process. The majority of emissions are generated through extraction, where high energy techniques are used to heat water and chemicals that are used to extract the hard to access oil. A smaller portion of emissions come from the venting or flaring of excess natural gas or methane leaks from the gas system. We also considered existing state programs that address operations. The two primary programs are the idle well management program and the plug and abandonment program, both run by CalGEM. The idle well management program was established by the legislature to incentivize operators to develop and submit idle well management plans that identified a specific number of wells that were to be properly plugged and abandoned. But if operators didn't or wanted to maintain those idle wells, they would have to pay a per well fee. CalGEM also manages the plug and abandonment program of wells. So wells that have been left idle, deserted, or orphaned by operators who are no longer in business, CalGEM will step in and initiate the plugging and abandonment of those wells. And this program has been active in Santa Barbara County recently by addressing the wells that were left orphaned by GRECA. So again, AB 3233, adopted last year, gives local jurisdictions greater authority to impose restrictions on oil and gas operations within their jurisdiction. We have seen other local governments take action to address oil and gas operations, many of which have taken place before the adoption of AB 3233. For example, Monterey County had a voter measure that was to prohibit land use for oil and gas, but that was overturned in court. The County of Ventura had adopted a general plan to limit the location of new wells, the use of trucking or flaring, or attempted to require electric equipment over the use of natural gas equipment. And after being sued, the county settled to modify that language to be less strict and to include if feasible. Culver City is considered one of the more forefront jurisdictions in this realm. They adopted an ordinance that would prohibit the drilling of new wells and the re-drilling of existing wells, and requiring the plugging and abandonment of all wells by 2029 within their jurisdiction. The city of Los Angeles and the County of Los Angeles followed, adopting similar policies. The city of Los Angeles was challenged and their ordinance was invalidated in Superior Court. What's happening now since the adoption of AB 3233 is that local governments are either reconsidering their approach or readopting their ordinances to ensure that they are legally protected under AB 3233. So when we looked at potential options to reduce reduce emissions from oil and gas, we considered whether or not the county has the ability or the capacity to implement such policies or programs, as well as the ability of the policy to actually limit or reduce emissions, either through addressing the process itself or by ceasing extraction and processing entirely. So given the factors that we've mentioned, staff believe that the most viable action that the county can take at this moment is to develop an ordinance that would prohibit new drilling. This type of policy is well within the jurisdiction or the authority of the county given AB 3233. We consider it to be the least resource intensive that would require limited staff resources for a limited period of time to develop and adopt the ordinance. And similar policies have been adopted by Culver City, Los Angeles, and Los Angeles County that we could work with to model that policy after. We also considered other strategies to reduce emissions, but we are currently not recommending them due to limited staff capacity and the fact that these strategies would not immediately reduce emissions necessary to meet the county's emission reduction goals. Those strategies are to prohibit the use of cyklet steaming, which is an energy-intensive process used for extraction, setting a requirement to increase the rate of idle well abandonment in addition to what is already required by the state, And finally, limiting the continuance of active wells after a certain period of time. The 2030 Climate Action Plan was designed to be a CEQA-qualified document for emission reductions. This means that the county's efforts to reduce emissions helps projects and project developers who would otherwise have to reduce their own emissions from their projects if it weren't for the Climate Action Plan. If oil and gas emissions are added into the Climate Action Plan, into the county's greenhouse gas inventory and emission reduction goal, it would be difficult to justify that the county could meet the same emission reduction target and still be CEQA qualified. For this reason, staff recommend that the board exclude emissions from oil and gas from the Climate Action Plan going forward. Staff, we've begun to initiate a process to prepare a progress report on the Climate Action Plan and its implementation, and we also intend to submit a new greenhouse gas inventory reporting on emissions trends. And we also commit to including oil and gas emissions, but solely for informational purposes. So in conclusion, staff recommend that the board consider the following actions to provide direction on the potential actions, which include preparing an ordinance to prohibit new drilling or to maintain the status quo, allow acceptance of permits still, providing other direction, and item B, to direct staff to continue to exclude oil and gas emissions from the 2030 Climate Action Plan and the associated environmental impact report. And with that, we stand by for questions and discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Wong. Questions from the board? Supervisor Hartman.
I'm sorry. I don't have any questions yet.
Okay. Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Capps. So did I hear that right? So we're bringing this back about the Climate Action Plan, but we're going to exclude it from the Climate Action Plan if we move forward? Did I hear that right?
I think what we attempted to indicate is that in August, we recommended that oil and gas not be included in the cap, so we're continuing in the recommendation we made to you last summer. And as we looked at it further, we still think that that's a valid policy as it complicates some other aspects articulated in the plan, and it could compromise our, not just our CEQA compliance, but our ability to streamline development activity in our county.
So we went, I mean, the direction was to go back and look at if it was feasible to do it within our Climate Action Plan. And the answer is it's not.
I think the direction given to us was to establish whether there were viable means, and we believe that it's more appropriate to have it as a distinct element outside of the cap.
So it's outside the cap. So
Could I ask a clarifying question?
Absolutely.
So we do an inventory, but don't we have a policy within our climate action plan that calls for phasing out oil? So I guess I'm a little confused. What is the plan? What is the inventory? I thought that the inventory is kind of what we're reducing, and that's really the basis for the CEQA qualification. And we're looking at oil and gas emissions outside of that inventory, but we nonetheless think it's important to track. But I think our plan is broader and does have a policy to phase out oil.
I think our overall, Supervisor Hartman through the chair, I think the overall policy and the overall thrust is the manner in which you've described it. But in terms of the policy documents, we do draw a distinction between our general greenhouse gas emission goals as well as oil and gas, with the latter being collected for informational purposes so we can monitor and we can track, but not treated in the same manner as the other aspects of the cap.
But I think what Supervisor Hartman's saying is that there's a goal in there to phase out oil and gas, and I wasn't sure.
I'm not recalling that there's that specific verbiage in the plan, and I'm sorry I don't have the plan in front of me.
It may be what some people want. I just don't know if that's actually in the plan. I would be concerned.
I don't recall that verbiage in there, Mr. Nelson.
If we could
So if I may, there is some language that speaks to it, but as far as a a goal, or sorry, as far as an action that actually achieves the county's climate emission reduction goal, we're not counting any reductions from that sector to meet the county's goal.
Can we go back to slide 6 for a minute? I had a question about that. So when we're talking about oil and gas emissions, one of the reasons I thought we weren't looking at it as a county is they participate in a state program. Is that right? Can you expand on that? Because so it's not that just exists out there with those numbers. There's significant payments that go into state programs to bring those numbers down. Is that how that works?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. So what you're referring to is the cap and trade program.
Sure.
So that program requires large emitters across the state of above a certain threshold to they count their emissions. They have a couple options to address those emissions. They're either to reduce them on site, or they have to come up with other measures off-site to essentially discount those measures, and those would be called offsets.
Right.
And so there is a market that where carbon credits are transacted. The state collects on those transactions as well, and those pay into certain programs that come back typically in the form of grants.
So that number is the raw number. It's not the mitigated number.
That's correct.
Okay. So that number is much lower because they've offset that by reducing it somewhere else.
Correct. This is the information that is submitted from the operators to the Air Resources Board.
As a gross number, it's not a net number.
That's my understanding.
Do we have the net number?
I do not.
Because that was one of the things that I was been talking about all along, was I think that oil and gas operators are actually probably doing better at reducing their numbers than the overall public has. And so that's what I was hoping that you guys take a look at when we were looking at this information, was to actually dig into this a little bit, to actually look at the emissions numbers, because I think that was part of what the direction that was given to you. And I guess that brings me to the next question. How much engagement in this conversation have you had with the industry since the staff asked you to, or I guess the board direction? I mean, what's that look like? Our board's always big about outreach. And so what's the outreach to the industry? What does that look like to this point? And you guys have talked with them about solutions to reducing greenhouse gases? And how have those gone so far?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, to this point, I have not had direct interactions with representatives from the oil industry. My approach was to wait for board direction from this meeting to see if there's a need to further engage if we're developing any policies.
But you've engaged with some of these nonprofits, though, right, that are hoping that we come up with a policy just to prevent oil. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. You don't see any problems with that?
I see the point that you're trying to make, sir.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's really troubling.
I would suggest the nonprofits are knocking down his door, and if the oil industry asked, I'm sure he would meet with them.
They have. And, you know, what really troubling to me is that, you know, a lot of this I found out from third parties about what was actually going to be happening today. You know, we didn't get this notice until we got it in our, you know, our draft agenda. And, you know, for this last 6 months, you know, there's not been any communication out there with the industry, and a lot of them are feeling like, hey, they got sandbagged here. You know, if we care about outreach out here, and it's not just a foregone conclusion, this is highly inappropriate. I mean, you know, talking to them about the industry that they do and they spend their lives working on, hey, how can we potentially reduce greenhouse gases? How can we partner with you? You know, and if our goal is not to partner with them, we can send that message. That's fine. It'd be unfortunate. As we get into this a little bit more, you know, mostly it's my district, and mostly up here in North County, and it's really, I've seen them be a part of the solution more often than not and be cooperative. And so this is really discouraging to see these items on here that is potentially going to be putting people out of business, and signaling to an industry that they're not welcome in our county anymore, and to tell them no longer invest even in the things that we want them to invest in without even having a conversation with them. I mean, that's really troubling. Director Armas, I just don't understand. I mean, how we're here today with this. I mean,
While I recognize the point that's being made, I would also remind the board that we've been, I don't know if chastised is the right word, for reaching out on pursuing options before we've engaged the board. So it's kind of a double-edged sword here. And what we attempted to do was recognize the general discussion that flowed from the CAP review last year, and wanted to make sure that we were not ahead of the board in terms of even developing or spending time in preparations of things such as ordinances and the like. And that's why these are presented as options, seeking direction from the board as to whether staff resources should be directed to any of these options.
well, we've devoted a lot of staff resources to one side of this right now. I mean, there's a lot of communications, obviously here, there's a lot of studies on one side of this story, but we haven't actually engaged with the industry at all on this to try to find if there's options there that we could be working together towards solving some of the problems that we're hoping to do. One of those options that it seems to have been abandoned here, no pun intended, is the well abandonment issue. And I think that's something that talking to industry could have been something that maybe we could come up with something cooperatively that we could be moving forward with as a county, and not so punitive like what this is. I mean, this is really a nuclear option that you guys are offering up right now as potentially staff recommendation to solve the problem that you feel like you got from board direction 6 months ago.
Supervisors, if I may butt in, Supervisor through the chair. So when you had the CAP discussion, you did tell the staff to come back with something, a resolution or something addressing oil and gas. And as the board letter says, in the board letter that 2 board members individually approached me and the staff to have this one of the particular items on here as an option, which is to prohibit future gas extraction. And so that's why that's on the agenda today and in the staff report. You're right, there are other options that could have been reviewed or sought, and I think it was just, as Mr. Armas said, the timing of what to go forward with and how to have broader engagement. We know that after your discussion today, staff will have to go back and do some more work, whatever the choice is made. And so it would give time for the staff to go ahead and do that. So we understand your point, and we think we faulted in that area of not having that type of outreach, but the reason was to look at the sequencing of events and having a board discussion first.
So what other options besides what's being adopted here or suggested here as staff recommendation?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, as you can see, recommendation A2 is essentially says maintain the status quo.
Okay.
I have a question, unless you want to keep going.
No,
Okay. If you could just go to slide 5, please. So that just, I was really taken aback by, I didn't realize how dramatic this sort of spans my lifetime here in Santa Barbara County, that it's reduced so much. And so could you please speak to what that means in terms of the industry, in terms of jobs, in terms of taxes that result in the county coffers?
Chair Capps, we've conferred with our county tax collector and assessor. From what we understand, in the last fiscal year, the amount that was billed to oil and gas operators and properties was on the order of $7.1 million. That number gets subdivided and broken out into other special districts or school districts and other bonds. So the county ultimately receives roughly about a little over $1 million from those proceeds.
A little over $1 million
That's right.
out of our 1.6 billion. I mean, again, I just was really struck until I saw this report because oil and gas, love it or hate it, looms so large psychologically in our county. And to see how, and I believe I saw in the materials, it's about 100 jobs.
Supervisor Chair through the, I'm sorry.
You got it.
Chair Capps. So we have also have an economic study from the UCSB Economic Forecast Project, who looked at the production that's currently taking place in the county and assess the net total jobs that are correlated with that production. So if that's the report that you're referring to, then that's correct.
So it's about 100 jobs directly, and then I think I saw that maybe another 100 or so indirect, and about $1 million for taxes to the county. So again, just I think it's important to know what we're talking about, and it's so there's so much emotion, there's so much. It's such a controversial issue, yet it's shockingly minor in terms of the impact due to all of these different economic forces and where we are. I just think it's an important status check. I have more questions, but after public comment. Other questions?
Yeah, I'd like to respond to that because I actually got an email from Peter Rupert, the head of the forecast, and I think most of that report's done by the political science department, not the economic department. But he drills down into the math, and if we stopped oil production, it's not just $1 million comes back to the county that matters, right? It's everything that rolls up there, and it would mean that we reduce the basically the GDP of our county by $76 million. That's the roll up on that from Peter Ruber. Income in the county would fall by 18.9 million, and jobs would decrease by 180. So it's not a small amount. And I live in the North County where high-paying head of household jobs are few and far between. And these are head of household jobs. They may be small in the percentage of our county as a whole, but they're massive. They're 100% of those households' livelihood. We keep talking about wanting to raise people's lifestyles up. These are often jobs that people can get without educations that are at universities that they might not be able to access. So this is a big deal here. So I don't want us to ever think that this is minor. This is massive. It's significant, and I really want us to be very, very careful about how we proceed in this. It's a really big deal, and I know that you can start to paper over things in reports, and it can get buried here. But I really believe that we need to be diving in much, much deeper. And I would really hate for the results of today's hearing end up being signaling that's a foregone conclusion that we don't want these people or this industry here, because it's a really important part of our economy up here in the North County, and it's a really important part of the economy here in the state. And I just think we need to make sure we are thinking about the county as a whole. I'm looking at the screen here, and it's Santa Barbara County, one future, and really embracing that. I do think there's some solutions we can work on as a board, and I have, in good faith, and I will in good faith make a commitment to work on things. And I think well abandonment's really a really neat area that we all should be working on together. But that's something that's going to take working with the industry if that's something we want to do as a board. The state did go and abandon some of those Greco wells, okay, and so, but they didn't do all of them, and that really ended up falling on the taxpayers because we had an oil company go bankrupt. We've got these thousands of wells basically in my district. If you put them out of business and they go bankrupt, that's going to fall on the taxpayers, and that's a real big concern of mine. And so, there's a big, huge public health issue there. I think there's ways for us as a board, if we really want to tackle some of these problems, that we can tackle them in a bipartisan, bringing the environmental nonprofits together with industry to solve some of these big problems. And I hope that this discussion today leads to that, because I think that that's really important, something that we could all be proud of, and maybe be an example for the rest of the state on how to accomplish some of those things, and that would really kind of bring us together. But to do that, we need their help. The Greco wells to get cleaned up are about $490,000 a well. Actually, that's a different example, but they're about $500,000 a well. In Kern County recently, there was, state came in and abandoned some wells. Right next to it, a private company also abandoned those wells. It almost cost 9 times as much to have the state abandon it than actually having the industry guys to do it, to actually have the expertise. So we can actually get way more well abandonment by working together with industry to solve some of these problems. But we're never going to be able to solve those problems if we send signals that we want to be adversarial to them and we really want them to no longer be here. And again, that's definitely something I hope that as this conversation continues, it's something we can maybe come together and work together with as a board. So I'll just leave it at that for now. I'm sure we'll talk more.
Okay, let's move to public comment. I'm sure we have some folks.
Chair Capps and members of the board, we have 23 requests to speak from the public on this item.
Okay, we'll keep the time, but let's make anyone who would like to do a minute go first. Does that work? And close public comment. So if you can keep it short to a minute, you get to go first. All right.
Thank you, Chair Capps and members of the board. So any member of the public that would like to speak for just 1 minute, you will have had to have previously signed up to speak during public comment. If you can please start lining up here in Santa Barbara or Santa Maria. If for the folks in Santa Barbara, if my staff can please let me know if anyone wants to speak for a minute. And if you are on Zoom, please use the raise hand feature to speak for a minute. Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. I have a dentist appointment, so I have to leave. So 1 minute is perfect. My name is Janet Blevins. I live in Lompoc. I have been fighting oil development in this county for years and years and years, and I will continue to do so if necessary. I'm hoping it won't be very necessary because we all know the effects of climate change. Whether you want to believe them or not, you know that we're losing millions of trees every year. The ocean is at least 30% more acidic, and so we're seeing all kinds of problems with oceans, with sea life. It's so obvious that we need to stop developing oil in this county. Measure P failed, but since then we have not approved a single new oil project because we know how damaging it is. There's lots of room in the solar industry for oil workers. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak for 1 minute? If you can please proceed to the podium and state your first and last name for the record.
Hi, my name is Jonathan Ullman. I'm the director of the Santa Barbara Ventura chapter of the Sierra Club. I'm here to present a letter signed by more than 50 organizations in Santa Barbara County representing thousands and thousands of local residents asking for an oil phase-out ordinance. They represent scientists, planners, businesses, clergy, educators, taxpayers. This letter represents local residents. There's little money in conventional onshore oil drilling. The only way to pull up the remaining dirty, heavy oil is via carbon-intensive schemes. These Rube Goldberg contraptions, like cyclic steam injection, acid, fracking, and other so-called well stimulation techniques, are extremely hazardous. We appreciate your leadership and your protection of local constituents. Please instruct your staff to prepare a strong oil and gas phase-out ordinance for a vote by the end of the year. Thank you.
And do we have any other members of the public that would like to speak for 1 minute on this item? If you are on Zoom, please use the raise hand feature. Thank you. Please proceed.
Hi, I'm Maureen Ellenberger. I am here today representing the League of Women Voters of Santa Barbara. Today, the League of Women Voters of Santa Barbara asks you all, the Board of Supervisors, to recognize both its right, your right, and your obligation to protect the environment and the health of its constituents and vote to phase out oil and gas facilities in this county. Not only are these activities the single largest source of the greenhouse gases that cause man-made climate change, they are also linked to air pollution that causes cancer, asthma, and heart disease. According to the California Air Resources Board, oil production was the largest facility source of PM 2.5, benzene, formaldehyde, VOCs, nitrogen oxide, and sulfur oxide in the county in recent years. As a signatory to the Sierra Club's letter to the board, we agree that the only way to reduce emissions in this sector is not to allow new oil and gas projects and to begin the process of phasing out oil and gas facilities once they have been fully amortized and their investments have been recouped.
Thank you, Maureen. That is your time.
Thank you.
If we have no other members here in Santa Maria, we'll go to Zoom for Brooke Balthaser, to be followed by Gail Teton-Landis. Brooke?
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Brooke Balthaser, and I'm the Community Organizing Manager at Climate First, Replacing Oil and Gas, or CFROG.
Oh. Brooke, my apologies. Just lost you. Please proceed.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Brooke Balthaser, and I'm the Community Organizing Manager at Climate First, Replacing Oil and Gas, or CFROG. I'm also a proud alumni of UC Santa Barbara and a previous resident of the county. I'm here today to urge you to direct staff to develop an oil and gas phase-out ordinance for Santa Barbara County. A no vote would mean enabling an industry that has shown a complete lack of integrity in their pursuit for profit. You have heard the common industry talking points that this ordinance would kill jobs and increase prices for consumers, but that is simply one of their deceptive and manipulative tactics. This ordinance would be a step towards accountability and provide a plan for phasing out fossil fuels, and a plan that's needed in order to ensure that we manage this phase out in a way that protects jobs and frontline communities so that nobody is left behind. You have an opportunity to manage the decline of this industry in a manner that creates more certainty and security for workers and community members as we transition to cleaner renewable sources. Please vote yes in support of this ordinance. Thank you.
We will now go to Gail Teton-Landis, to be followed by Melissa Munoz. Gail? Gail, we have unmuted you on our end. If you can please unmute on your end to provide your comments. Gail, it appears Gail, are you able to unmute on your end? Gail, we'll return to you after Melissa Munoz. We will now go to Melissa Munoz, and we will return to Gail Teton-Landis. Melissa? Melissa, I see you're unmuted. We are unable to hear you. All righty. My apologies, Melissa. It appears your microphone might not be plugged in. You are unmuted, but we cannot hear you here in the hearing room.
Hi, sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. My name is Melissa Munoz. I work with a local grassroots organization, Climate First, Replacing Oil and Gas. I appreciate your commitment to reducing greenhouse gas emissions in half by 2030, or this goal. Climate change is not a myth. We are already facing the burdens of climate change, which this ordinance will be significant to. This ordinance should be expedited, and in doing so, direct the County Planning and Development Department to prioritize the oil ordinance into its work plan. We ask that it be returned to the County Board of Supervisors for a vote this year. Furthermore, our CAP should be ambitious in striving for realistic actions such as phasing out oil and gas As the UN's International Panel on Climate Change reports, this evidence is clear. The time for action is now. I would also like to reference that we are seeing extreme damages to delicate marine life ecosystems, frontline vulnerable communities, and so much more. I urge you to vote yes on this ordinance. Thank you.
We will return to, oh, we lost Gail. So we will return to Santa Maria with Tara, my apologies, Karen Howenstein, to be followed by Ken Huff. Karen?
What I cannot understand at all is the hypocrisy of the environmental lobby to oppose the harvesting of oil in our county. When you look out across our fields, we see now a sea of plastic. Do you know what that actually indicates? It indicates the poisoning of our earth, our beings, and our environment by non-sustainable practices. The farming industry has been mandated by the state back in 2016 to stop using methyl bromide. Yet we see more of this plastic on our fields now in this county than ever before. And the application of toxic fertilizers using plastic as a barrier is not at all sustainable and allows the use of chemicals known to be poisonous and deleterious. Those chemicals filter through our soil. You're right, Joan. They do end up in our water supply. The oil we harvest is natural. It occurs naturally and it seeps naturally into our ocean waters. Oil is not a man-made substance. Yet we are protecting and administering to our fields man-made chemicals, pesticides and fertilizers on our fields proven to poison organisms and the environment. There are alternatives to what we're doing to our fields. You know that. This makes no sense. The environmental lobby in this county is a complete hypocrite to stand in the way of oil harvesting in our county when they are allowing plastics to overrun our agricultural fields everywhere you look. The white plastics don't belong there. That's not sustainable farming. This use and abuse seems to be accepted and conveniently overlooked in many cases. Companies are emerging in our oil industry who cap old oil wells. Their focus and activities are sustainable because they tap the old wells and they relieve the pressure. And using temporary proceeds from that harvesting, they fund the well's permanent, ecologically friendly, correct capping. That's happening today because of technology. There are hundreds of improperly capped oil wells in our county. Let's embrace the oil industry in their desire to deal with all of this safely and directly. It's their job, after all. The oil industry is the only force in existence to effectively deal with any seep or oil well and handle them correctly. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your attention.
We will now go to Ken Huff to be followed by Pasha Madavi. Ken?
Thank you. I'm Ken Huff, representing Santa Barbara County Action Network. SBCAN signed that May 6th letter that you just heard from the Sierra Club, and we urge your board to direct staff to return with an oil and gas phase-out ordinance for your consideration. Staff absolutely should consult with the industry and with nonprofits in developing that proposed ordinance. The Sierra Club letter articulates many reasons why your board should take this action. I'll focus on two reasons. First, safety issues regarding the trucking of crude oil, and second, the protection of the Santa Maria Valley groundwater basin. A couple of years ago, Phillips 66 had the good sense to convert its California operations to biofuel, and they closed the Santa Maria refinery. This led to a lot of long-distance trucking of crude oil, especially out of Cat Canyon, where the operators already had truck racks to load oil for the short haul within Santa Maria Valley. For some reason, the major operator in Cat Canyon has shut its production last year, And I in particular, have been glad not to have so many dozens of tankers on our local roads and highways every day. But now, Sentinel Peak Resources wants a truck rack. It didn't need one before because it had a pipeline to the Santa Maria refinery. So now they want to restart their Lompoc Hills operation and truck oil 165 miles to Coalinga every day for up to 50 years. This has been before your Planning Commission 4 times since SBCAN appealed the staff's approval of the truck rack, mainly on issues related to tanker crashes. At the last hearing, when the commission was to consider the findings for denial that it had requested, the company asked for the item to be taken off the agenda for the time being. It appears so that they could work on some revisions to perhaps try to gain the swing vote. For a myriad of reasons articulated in the sign-on letter, our county needs to phase out oil and gas production, and surely not approve new production or restart shut-in fields wherever the county has the discretion, as it does with the Sentinel Peak case. The Santa Maria groundwater basin, you know there are hundreds of active and abandoned idle and long-term idle wells that penetrate below our aquifer. And we're concerned about the potential and, in fact, the reality of petroleum products polluting our water. The Twitchell Management Authority is required under the court stipulation to prepare an annual report about the amount of water and the quality of the water. And we argued some years ago that they ought to, aside from just total dissolved solids, they ought to be looking at oil pollution potentially in the water. And they did, and they found documented 60 or 70 places where there is such pollution. So we need to phase out oil and gas and properly abandon wells to protect our water. Thank you very much.
We will now go to Pasha Mandavi, to be followed by Charles Catherman. Pasha?
Thank you. My name is Pasha Mandavi. I'm a professor at UCSB, where I teach political economy and research on statistics. Though I am in the political science department, I have been working on energy, particularly the oil and gas, for nearly 20 years. Since the start of my career as an economic energy modeler at ICF International, and through my work now advising oil companies and governments in oil-producing areas both here in the US and internationally. I raise this by way of stating on the record that I have specific expertise in evaluating the impacts of oil and gas policy on government and social outcomes. I bring this expertise to bear in analyzing the effects of oil and gas regulations that could be adopted by the County of Santa Barbara. My analysis is included in a report submitted to county staff and marked as Attachment D, which staff had mentioned earlier. I'll briefly summarize the report in the interest of time, but I would be glad to answer any questions that the board may have. Using statistical and economic models paired with direct data sourced from the county and state, my co-authors and I find that first, a ban on new drilling alone, compared to an ambitious phase-out of existing operations, is effectively lip service. It is akin to business as usual. Current regulations and market conditions, paired with geological conditions, have led to only one new oil well drilled in the county in the last decade. Phasing out oil and gas operations in Santa Barbara County, which county staff have listed as evaluated strategy number 3, this would significantly improve public health by reducing exposure to harmful pollutants, such as PM 2.5, as well as volatile organic compounds, VOCs, and a phase-out policy, we found, could prevent an estimated $54 to $81 million in mortality-related costs by 2045. So compare that to the roll-up of 76 million that Supervisor Nelson had mentioned.
1 year.
Third, the economic impact of an oil phase-out would be limited, with minimal job losses and fiscal effects. Industry job losses could be offset by employment in asset decommissioning and in growing clean energy sectors. Now, fiscally, oil taxes contribute just $1 million, as mentioned by county staff, to county revenues. This is again based on county data, not based on economic modeling or projections. And fourth, reducing oil pollution would help Santa Barbara County meet climate goals in general and avoid millions in climate-related damages. We estimated that a phase-out policy could prevent the release of 344,000 metric tons of CO2 equivalent by 2045, with avoided climate damages valued at $21.8 million. So on the basis of these results, I would urge the board to act on new authority granted to the county by AB 3233 to phase out oil and gas operations, as it is clear, based on the data and rigorous statistical analysis, that the benefits to the county far outweigh the costs. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Modavi. I think there's some questions. Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you. And I'm going to break my cardinal rule of asking a question I don't already know the answer to. So did you look at decommissioning and the strategy? So how is that going to get paid for, especially if you essentially try to bankrupt the industry by having a phase-out plan?
We did look at decommissioning in terms of the numbers. Thank you, Supervisor Nelson. We did look at the huge overlap in skills and training that decommissioning provides. So a lot of the job loss from extraction could be converted to decommissioning. We did look at those. And in fact, a lot of the state jobs, or rather county jobs that are in the county database, some of those are decommissioning jobs. So we looked at in particular 210 wells in Cat Canyon, for example, the HVI Inc. wells that were decommissioned. We also have this existing program, the California Legacy Well Services High Road Training Partnership, right, that exists at the state level that can help train asset decommissioning jobs. Now, in terms of the costs, right, there is this big question of who will bear the costs. Many companies do have bonds, for example, that cover the cost of decommissioning. We have state regulations that stipulate such. But you are correct that when industry goes bankrupt, right, the cost is put on the burden of the taxpayer.
Any idea how many of those have bonds for these? I mean, what of the 2,300 wells that are active in Santa Barbara County, how many do you think are bonded at this point?
We did not have that data, but that data could be obtained from CalGEM, and staff could.
It's kind of an important number, right?
It is.
Figure out, yeah.
But it's not always, not every single one is publicly available.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Supervisor Hartman.
Well, thank you for providing your analysis. I was just interested in converting oil wells to high-temperature water wells for geothermal power. You had a couple of footnotes, but I didn't have a chance to go back and look at those sources. But is that a potential? I'm particularly interested in that because having alternative uses for these properties would be a clear advantage.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, Supervisor Hartman. You're the chair. I will say that is indeed a very promising line of work. There are companies that are working specifically on that issue. Gradient, for example, is one of them. It is at the well site, and it uses existing kind of hot water, or hot-ish water, if you would say, for low-temperature geothermal. So that is something that is a promising avenue to take. There is
even in our
support.
county?
I'm not aware of gradient operating here in the county, but that is an opportunity that could be addressed through any policy regulation that would either incentivize or point to any kind of decommissioning or related items, and geothermal is one of those.
And then you talk about oil and gas specialization and what that means to a local economy and really social structure. Could you define that a little more?
Thank you for the question, Supervisor Hartman. The issue is very much close to what Supervisor Nelson had been mentioning, that these are not jobs that we can really afford to lose permanently. These are high-skilled jobs. They pay quite well. They are head of household jobs. The purpose of a lot of these kinds of skills that we're thinking about are those that are transferable, right? So remediation is probably the clearest one of those. There is already existing training for that kind of work. We also looked at those kinds of work, as you mentioned before, that are transferable in skill sets. Geothermal is another major one that exists. There are some pipe layer jobs that we also analyzed that would transfer over to what we would consider more clean economy, rather clean energy, clean economy jobs. So pipe layers and some electricians, some plumbing work, some contracting and some carpentry work that would also be translating over. Now, those are the indirect jobs that we typically don't count as part of the direct oil and gas extraction jobs, but those are not jobs that we can afford to lose permanently. Really, it is the key to be able to transfer that skill set over to a new area.
And I just wanted to say thank you for being here in person.
Absolutely. My pleasure.
Yeah, I'll echo that. Thanks to have your level of expertise, and thank you for the report. One myth that's out there is if we cut local production, that we're just going to increase our dependence on foreign oil. I say myth because your report, can you elaborate on what happened in 2015 when we did have a pause for a real reason? Like what happened? Did that bear out? Did that assumption bear out?
Thank you for the question, Chair Capps. That was something I looked at in a prior report, and in fact had submitted to the county and looked specifically at analyzing the statistical impact of that pause on foreign imports to find, interestingly enough, imports the year after did not increase.
Yeah.
And over the course of time, all the way through 2023, the level of imports to California stayed roughly the same. Now, we had declining onshore oil production in California and declining imports from Alaska as well. So that pause did not increase imports, but the data do not show that any way you slice it.
Interesting. And you spoke about jobs already, but can you just talk a little bit further about clean energy jobs and what you've seen bear out?
Thank you for that question, Chair Capps. We did look at a number of categories of clean jobs. We looked at energy generation, we looked at electrical grid upgrades, industrial efficiency, building efficiency retrofits. Right, across the board, we did look at projecting out the job increase that would come from a phase-out policy. The bottom line, though, is that there is less pay in those jobs at the moment. Those jobs are slightly lower quality in terms of healthcare, retirement, and unionization. However, the number far outweighs the current number of jobs in the oil and gas sector. We estimate 3,000 new jobs created from an oil and gas phase-out policy in the clean economy. Now compare that to the 100 in the oil and gas sector, or even the 600, or even the 1,200 that you can count as really tertiary jobs that are there. So that is something that
you said 3,000.
3,000, that is correct. It's more specifically 2,909.
Wow. Did you have a question on this front? I had one more, but if you...
I'll take on when you're done.
Okay, so my final question for you at this point is, the big elephant in the room are the disasters that we pay for in lives and danger, but also monetary. Can you speak to climate-related disasters here locally, here in California, et cetera, and how much money goes into those?
Thank you for that question, Chair Capps. Yes, we did quantify that number effectively. I mean, the climate impacts are quite devastating. The environmental impacts alone, we've talked already about, impacts on water quality, impacts on air quality. So we divided these into two categories. So the health costs I mentioned before, those are directly related to air quality, right? So they're an underestimate by many measures. So look at PM 2.5 and VOCs in particular. That was the estimate of $54 to $81 million in mortality-related costs by 2045. The other is the climate-related damages, so thinking about the greenhouse gas effect that we're seeing, and that's what we quantified as $21.8 million. So the amount of emissions reduced from a phase-out policy, right, would save us $21.8 million in climate-related costs. Now that's commonly known as the social cost of carbon.
Right.
Estimate. Whereas the previous estimate is a direct kind of health estimate. That's contemporaneous, that's happening now.
And those health costs would be obviously closest to the operations.
They would be. We did look at all the wells that were in vicinity of homes, schools, and other sensitive areas. This is related to the bill on well setbacks. About 40% of the county's oil and gas wells are within 1 mile of a sensitive area. That includes a home, a school, or a hospital, right? So it is in proximity to those areas, but PM 2.5 does travel across. So we did do an analysis on the air quality effects countywide, not just near. And I will state again, that is an underestimate that we did, because that is just mortality-related costs. It is not morbidity-related costs. It also does not include methane and other co-pollutants. So we're only looking at just combustion-related issues.
Okay. Thank you. Supervisor Hartman.
Yes. We often hear that it's better to produce oil and gas here in our county rather than to import it from the Middle East, and particularly in terms of GHG emissions. And you had some interesting insights into that I'd like you to share.
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman. I'm just looking at my phone for some of the numbers that I did look at, and indeed that is correct. We do import, California, rather statewide, imports a lot of oil from Iraq, from Saudi Arabia, from Ecuador, from Brazil. Now, the important thing to note, however, is that the oil that we produce here is significantly dirtier. Dirtier in a carbon intensity standpoint, but also we're thinking about hydrogen sulfides in the oil reserves here. We also have a lot more flaring that we have to do and a lot more methane venting given levels of associated gas. Foreign imports are, globally speaking, cleaner related to, as compared to statewide oil production. That's true at the county level as well. So when you quantify the greenhouse gas intensity of foreign oil blends, we're looking at roughly 80 kilograms of carbon dioxide equivalent per barrel of oil, right? Compare that to, for example, Aliso Canyon and Ventura, which is comparable to many of the fields we have here. In terms of the quality, that's 440 kilograms of CO2 equivalent per barrel of oil equivalent. So 440 compared to 80. That 80 includes shipping, transportation, and all processing. That's just the geological reality of the oil that we have, and also a reflection of the timing. We've been producing oil for 150 years in our county. Yes.
Yeah, Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, that's a great segue. So just planning staff, if we go forward with something like this, that's the kind of stuff that's going to be studied in the environmental document, right? Right. I mean, obviously, this is going to take if we went down this route, we're going to have to probably do an EIR, and that's the kind of information that would be evaluated and peer reviewed, and right.
Madam Chair and Supervisor Nelson, so this indirect kind of contextual information may be included in the document for informational purposes, but I don't think that it would be used for analyzing the impacts of eliminating production in Santa Barbara County.
The board's already taking that into consideration as part of their decision-making process. So it seems like it's something that it needs to be evaluated to be truth, to make sure that that's accurate and that it's, that there's not any environmental impacts based on this project that's potentially being proposed to the board. And Supervisor Hartman agrees.
I was just going to.
I mean, I hope we don't get there, but I just want to make sure that, because there's a lot, and this professor, I mean, he's a political science professor, and I get that from UCSB, but there's a lot of other opinions out there. I'm sure that people would want to be able to have conversations about some of this data and making sure that it's accurate and that it's, vetted, especially if we're going to make any type of decisions based on that information.
Okay, we are in public comment, but let's, unless you concluded your question.
Yep.
I'm happy to just note that a lot of that data is from CARB. So
from where?
CARB, the
really?
California Air Resources Board.
With context.
Yes, but CARB publishes the emissions intensity data, yes.
Okay. All right, Professor Mordavi, thank you for entertaining our questions with your public comment.
No, thank you very much.
Don't go anywhere, we might have some more.
I appreciate the honor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we'll resume public comment. That was public comment. We'll keep going.
Thank you, Chair Capps and members of the board. And for those members on Zoom, please know we have your name listed here as you did register for this item, so you do not need to use the raise hand feature. That was just for the 1 minute. Thank you. We will return to Santa Maria with Charles Catherman to be followed by Seth Steiner. Charles?
Madam Chair, members of the board, following the professor, I'm going to stick to real world, not projections. I immigrated to Santa Barbara County about 50 years ago to work as a petroleum geologist and an engineer. About 40 years ago, I formed my own company to produce oil and gas in both districts 3 and 4 here in Santa Barbara County. I did everything that was required of me by the county and by the state in terms of regulation, ordinance change, et cetera, trying to maintain a profitable organization where I can support 9 families who work for me, as well as countless others who provide services for me. There's 10 other families who invested in me early on in my forming my business, who believed in me to conduct myself as an honest businessman, which I've done, because at the end of the day, the only thing you have is your reputation. Where I'm at this point is, it's interesting because I listened to the presentation before lunch about the good work that's being done by Animal Services and the cooperative nature between the people who volunteer and the people who look after these animals and volunteers, and government's involvement in making that better. Unfortunately, I don't get that from government, and it shows in the changes to the ordinance that are being proposed. And listening to county staff, there's no cooperative effort. So how do we come to a point where things work for parties, all parties, if there's no cooperation? So in effect, what you're proposing or looking at to vote on is a euthanasia of my industry. So, and it's not just my industry. I don't know who will be next. But when government picks winners and losers, they're going to come to you and say, okay, McConnell ice cream. We don't like ice cream anymore because it causes obesity. So we're going to shut you down, and we're going to ban what you are doing work-wise. And that's kind of what I'm facing here. So,
Thank you, Charles. That is your time.
Thank you. I appreciate your time, and with my experience here, I think I can answer some questions that the board may have. Thank you.
We will now go to Seth Steiner, to be followed by Abra Seward. Seth?
Chair, board, our county has a legal right to regulate onshore oil operations. The city of Santa Barbara has prohibited oil drilling for decades, and the city and county of Los Angeles have oil phase-out ordinances. We know that the oil industry is responsible for air and water pollution, environmental destruction, spills, and tanker accidents, all resulting in sickness and death. Further, renewable energy industries account for a much larger and faster growing source of jobs here than does oil. And property taxes from local oil production account for only about 0.1% of county revenues. We don't need Santa Barbara County oil. The U.S. is already the world's largest producer and is a net exporter. Our county's oil is also less desirable than most oil produced worldwide, as it has a higher carbon cost when considering production, transportation, and refining. At a minimum, the board should provide direction to staff to address emissions from oil and gas operations with ordinance amendments, including a phase-out plan. Thank you.
We will now go to Abra Stewart, to be followed by Larry Bishop.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair Capps and distinguished supervisors. My name is Abra Stewart, and I'm the program manager at Climate First, Placing Oil and Gas, or CFROG. CFROG is a Ventura County-based advocacy organization leading the just transition away from fossil fuels to protect our health, economy, and climate across California's Central Coast. And I'm here to urge you to, or here today on behalf of my organization, to urge you to take bold action in protecting your constituents from the harms of the fossil fuel industry industry by directing staff to develop an oil and gas phase-out ordinance and to adjust all current operations to non-conforming use. If industry representatives had taken the time to be here today, you probably would have heard that this essential step towards protecting human health and environmental health is going to devastate our economy. It's going to kill jobs, result in millions of dollars in lost tax revenue for the county. Apparently, this issue isn't important enough for them to show up and comment on today in full force. However, tax revenues from the oil and gas industry in Santa Barbara County account for a meager 0.1% of our total county budget. And rather than benefiting from oil and gas industry tax revenue, on the contrary, Californians pay millions of dollars in taxes annually to subsidize the very industry that is killing us. Furthermore, research estimates that there are over 25,000 jobs that will be created to support the decommissioning of fossil fuels in California, and Santa Barbara County has an opportunity to be a leader in that job creation today. The greatest threat to our economy in California is not the loss of the oil and gas industry, it is the climate crisis that threatens our tourism and agriculture economies driven by the fossil fuel industry. The county's clear legal authority to phase out production is irrefutably protected by AB 3233, and I urge you to utilize this legal pathway to protect your constituents and our local economy from the harms of the fossil fuel industry. I would also like to highlight that the concerns brought forward by Supervisor Nelson regarding concerns over industry involvement or lack thereof from industry group in this process is likely driven by the thousands of dollars that he received in his campaign from industry groups like California Independent Petroleum Association and Pacific Petroleum California. If this was important to industry, they would have reached out to engage like our community groups did, and they would be here today in full force. Thank you for your time.
We will now go to Larry Bishop, to be followed by Edward Hazard. Larry?
Good afternoon, board members. I want to say ditto to everything Dr. Mahdavi said. That was wonderful. I'm a member of our Buellton Green team, but I'm not speaking for them. But we had some effort to stop recently the restart of the Sable Exxon pipeline that is in danger. It goes under our city, and it caused a lot of a really big stink, like 2016. It stunk up the city in the middle of the night while they were doing a pipe cleaning operation. I'd hope that you folks could direct staff to propose a ordinance similar to the Culver City 2021 ordinance that will phase out oil and gas. And now, from the chart I was looking at, we've increased emissions substantially since 2028. And so our climate action plan needs to be fortified to decrease these emissions for the sake of our health, for the clean energy industry, and the sake of our climate. Take action now to phase out oil and gas, to phase out oil and gas facilities in our county. Thank you.
We will now go to Edward Hazard, and then we will return, we'll go to Santa Barbara with Katie Davis. Edward?
Madam Chair, Supervisors, my name is Ed Hazard. My family and I are Santa Barbara County oil and gas mineral and royalty owners, and I'm president of the California chapter of the National Association of Royalty Owners. One of the pieces missing in these studies, you're talking about the decline in oil production. Well, you've had companies willing to invest hundreds of millions into this county to produce oil, but you have denied permits and projects. ERA's East Cass Canyon project was one. So I think there needs to be a study on what could be if you allowed environmentally sound oil production in this county. But I want to focus on AB 3233. Our organization has filed 3 lawsuits over the past few years. Measure Z in Monterey County, which we won handily at the Supreme Court level with unanimous decision in our favor at the appellate court level and a unanimous decision at the state Supreme Court level. It is now case law. We settled our Ventura lawsuit. We just won our Los Angeles lawsuit and had their city anti-oil phase-out ordinance thrown out. In that case, the judge found under our first and second causes of action, our organization's lawsuit, that the ordinance violated Article 11, Section 5 and 7 of the California Constitution. It was a matter of statewide, it is a matter of statewide concern, he found, the regulation of oil and gas. The only people that have the authority to do that is the state legislature pursuant to the state constitution. They cannot delegate that authority to cities and counties. AB 3233 is unconstitutional. It will not survive our coming court challenge. We are challenging it. We are going to challenge it in Los Angeles. The city tried to use 3233 in the Los Angeles case, but they weren't allowed to. The judge said we can't go retroactive. 3233 wasn't in place, wasn't law when they enacted their ordinance or when we filed our lawsuit. He said, based upon my decision, go ahead, try to reenact your ordinance. Then they can sue over 3233. We will challenge. We are going to challenge. It is imminent, because the city is going to adopt their ordinances again, just like you're considering adopting phase-out ordinances, and we will challenge it. I think it would be prudent for you to wait and to see how that case turns out. It should go fairly quickly, and our general counsel is more than willing to talk to your county council regarding this issue. I did not find out about this, today's meeting and this agenda item, until late Thursday. So we've had very little time to prepare for this. It is clearly apparent that Mr. Nelson, or Supervisor Nelson, is correct in that the NGOs have been working on this behind the scenes, and we haven't been invited to the table.
Thank you. That is your time.
There are over 700,000 royalty owners, private citizens in California. There are thousands here in Santa Barbara County, and we're not being given a seat at the table. And majority of us are senior citizens, and a majority are females. And
thank you, Edward. That is your
You owe us
time.
the opportunity to be at the table. Thank you.
We will now go to Santa Barbara with Katie Davis, to be followed by Sigrid Wright. Katie?
Hello, Katie Davis with the Sierra Club. And the oil and gas industry was involved with the Climate Action Plan. There were lots of comments, and they could have been aware that this item was coming back and tracked it just as we did. They had as much access as we did. We do appreciate staff bringing the item back and pointing out that emissions from oil and gas have increased since the 2018 baseline by 25%, and that meeting the Climate Action Plan goals would be harder if oil and gas emissions are included. That is exactly the reason for action today, and exactly why we need to take action. We appreciate staff's recommendation of prohibiting new drilling in the county, but we also urge you to make existing oil and gas facilities non-conforming uses that can be eventually phased out as well. That includes not only existing drilling, but the Los Flores oil processing facility that, when operating, was the largest facility source of greenhouse gas emissions in the county. So that oil processing would have been larger if that was included. Legal experts have pointed out the precedent with the Elwood onshore facility amortization study that was a very similar oil processing facility. Failing to plan for a phase out of existing oil facilities could be the riskier choice here, because right now, as oil is declining in the use and with the prohibition of new drilling, there'll be more this continuing sell-offs of existing permits to the most aggressive fly-by-night wildcatters using horizontal drilling and unconventional methods to get more oil from existing permitted wells, and we need to have a legal way to shut them down as we see the issues arise. A prohibition on new drilling doesn't help the people who currently live near oil facilities, which is linked to higher rates of cancer, asthma, eye and nose and throat irritation, headaches, dizziness, respiratory illnesses, preterm births, and birth defects. Over the years, I've heard from these people who are affected by these conditions, and we need to help them as well. Over the past decade, the county has considered and rejected several oil projects because of the significant and unavoidable impacts, including threats to our drinking water supplies. In almost all these cases, the oil projects were expansions of existing operations, meaning that the harms projected with the new projects and rejected by the county are already occurring in the existing operations. We were shocked by some of the things we learned in those environmental review documents, and that needs to be addressed as well. The risks are not worth it. As we heard, only $1.7 million, or 0.01% of the county budget. Alternate uses for the land could create more revenue and better jobs. As the UCSB report points out, oil and gas workers report severe job instability, declining wages and benefits, and safety concerns. The fatality rate is 7 times higher than other occupations and rising. Creating a plan to phase out fossil fuel production will help the county plan an orderly transition away from oil and gas, protect our health, environment, and economy, and help us truly meet our climate goals. Thank you.
We will now go to Sigrid Wright, and then we will return to Zoom with Tara Renifo. Sigrid?
Thank you. I'm Sigrid Wright, CEO of the Community Environmental Council. CEC strongly supports the staff recommendation to prohibit new oil drilling and phase out existing drilling, and we urge the board to direct staff to finalize an ordinance this year. As a region that has the distinction of being both a historic oil-producing county and the birthplace of the modern environmental movement, this is a unique opportunity for Santa Barbara to choose its future and a moment that's been years in the making. Over 15 years ago, CEC developed and began implementing an action plan to guide the region away from oil and toward more sustainable solutions, such as electric vehicles and renewable electricity. Our call to action, known then as Fossil Free by 33, became a surprisingly prescient North Star and in sync with carbon neutrality timelines that have been since recommended by the climate science community. 8 years ago, when the federal administration signaled it would be pushing for increased drilling, CEC, Sierra Club, and others here today successfully led a campaign to resist that direction and move instead towards 100% renewable and clean electricity. As a result, almost every resident in the county and throughout the Tri-County region is now on track to get 100% renewable and clean electricity 15 to 25 years ahead of most Californians and far ahead of most of the country. So we have been traveling this path together, and now today, in 2025, it is time to take the next step in transitioning out of a century of burning fossil fuels. Morally, this should be an easy decision, as our local oil industry is now producing very carbon-intensive oil, as you've heard. So rather than spending more and more energy scraping the last bit of thick oil out of our reserves, we urge you to codify the direction we are already headed in. This phase out is consistent with the county's goal to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 50% by 2030, and it is consistent with the county's adopted climate action plan. On page 45, the strategy was outlined, discussed, and vetted with industry and all other stakeholders. The strategy reads, limit the increase of fossil fuel extraction emissions and develop a sunset strategy. So today is also in step with the public's desire. I have here 518 postcards collected from community members calling on you to actively begin phasing out oil and gas. So thank you. Please give county staff guidance, the guidance that they need. Direct them to prioritize development of an ordinance in their work plans this year. I appreciate it.
We will now return to Zoom with Tara Renifo, to be followed by Caleb Hirsch. Tara?
Good afternoon, Chair Capps and Supervisors. My name is Tara Renifo, and I am a senior attorney with the Environmental Defense Center. EDC has worked to protect our county and the state from the adverse effects of fossil fuel development and climate change since 1977. Studies show that oil and gas operations in the county negatively impact public health, safety, and our environment. We are here to ask the board to take action to address these impacts by putting an end to new oil and gas projects and phasing out existing operations in the county. The county has the authority to prohibit and phase out oil and gas operations as confirmed by the passage of AB 3233. And the county's greenhouse gas emission reduction targets cannot be achieved without taking these steps. There is precedent for the county to phase out oil and gas. In 1991, the county rezoned the land on which the Veneco Elwood onshore facility is situated, making the facility a non-conforming use. A few years later, in 1999, the county initiated an amortization study relative to the Elwood onshore facility. EDC fully supported the county's efforts to phase out the facility through an amortization process. The Elwood amortization analysis was presented to the board in 2001, but with the incorporation of GLEDA in 2002, the county lost jurisdiction over the amortization process. However, GLEDA stepped in and retained a consultant in 2016 to determine an appropriate amortization period. The study found that Veneco's capital investment was fully amortized by 2009, including the estimated costs for abandonment. The process was ultimately halted due to Veneco filing for bankruptcy, but this history shows that there is precedent in the county to phase out oil and gas facilities after a reasonable amortization period. Enacting such an ordinance would also be consistent with the directives in the county's 2030 cap, which seeks to limit the increase of fossil fuel extraction and develop a sunset strategy. Now is the time. The county is certainly not the first jurisdiction to enact a phase-out ordinance, and in 2024, CalGEM phased out state permits for well stimulation treatments on oil and gas wells. Please put an end to new oil and gas projects and phase out existing operations in the county. Thank you.
We will now go to Caleb Hirsch to be followed by Bill Woodbridge. Caleb?
Good afternoon, Chair Capps, members of the board. My name is Caleb Hirsch, and I am an attorney at Shute, Mahaly and Weinberger. We represent Climate First Replacing Oil and Gas, or CFROG, a nonprofit organization dedicated to leading a just transition away from fossil fuels to protect our health, economy, and climate. We've put in greater detail the analysis that CFROG has asked us to share with the board in a letter that we submitted last week, but I will underscore the highlights. The science is clear. Oil and gas extraction threatens the health and safety of residents as well as the climate. Efforts to scale down fossil fuel extraction are long overdue, and it's commendable that the board is considering directing community services staff to develop proposals to support these efforts. CFROG supports staff's proposal to ban new drilling, but also believes that the county should make existing onshore active wells non-conforming uses and provide a lawful pathway for termination of those uses after a reasonable amortization period. We believe the county has clear legal authority to pursue this option. First, AB 3233 reaffirms the county's broad power to regulate and even prohibit oil and gas operations without running afoul of state law. Second, if the county made drilling a non-conforming use, wells with legally vested rights would have a right to continue, but the whole point of a non-conforming use is that it eventually comes to an end. There is ample legal authority and local example by way of the Elwood onshore facility to support terminating vested non-conforming uses once a period of time passes that lets owners recoup their investment. Finally, if the county provides adequate lead time and a fair hearing process that allows for exceptions in unusual circumstances before phasing out existing uses, it could blunt many of the arguments that the industry might make that the phase out would be a taking of private property that requires compensation by the county. CFROG believes that the time is now for resolute action to protect the climate and residents' health and safety. CFROG looks forward to engaging with the board as it works to meet its environmental and climate goals. Thank you for time. We'd be happy to follow up if county staff have any questions for us.
Actually, there's a question for you by Supervisor Herman.
Have you had an opportunity to look into the constitutionality of AB 3233?
That would require additional analysis on our part. We understand that the LA County lawsuit, the stipulation to judgment was so that the county could go back to the drawing board and pass the ordinance with the wind at its back of AB 3233, but that would require additional analysis.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Bill Woodbridge to be followed by Jenna McGovern. Bill?
Hi, Supervisors. Thank you very much for your time. It's no wonder that Supervisor Hartman was confused by some of staff's comments. So was I, and probably others, about the whether or not oil and gas production emissions should be included in the county's measurement of CO2 and other emissions into the atmosphere. It sounds to me as if they're saying, oh no, we should not count oil and gas emissions because it might preclude us from reaching our goals. That's incredulous. That's like saying we shouldn't count traffic deaths because we might not reach our goal in reducing the number of traffic deaths. Please, we need to count the worst emitter of oil and gas, CO2 and methane emissions in the county. That's oil and gas production. Not counting it is like putting a blindfold on. It doesn't give us the truth, and we don't know what's going on. The other thing is, by continuing oil and gas production to salvage $1 million in taxes a year and save some 300 jobs, doesn't take into account the millions and millions and millions of dollars of disastrous global warming effects that these emissions have and the health effects that they have. And it doesn't take into account the fact that a lot of these jobs would be transferred into decommissioning or solar or wind projects. It's just incredulous that we would continue oil and gas projects and drilling just to save $1 million in taxes when we're spending way more than that in health consequences, and to save 300 jobs when more than that would be created by transferring them to other industries. So I'm hoping that you will pass a resolution that will stop all future oil and gas drilling and put a cease to the oil and gas production that is going on now and polluting our airs and water, and to count the emissions from oil and gas production that we're not counting now. We're fooling ourselves. Not counting them is just incredulous. So I hope you will go forth with common sense and pass these resolutions. Thank you very much for your time.
We will now go to Jenna McGovern, to be followed by Emily Engel. Jenna?
Good afternoon, Chair Cap, Supervisors, and staff. My name is Jenna McGovern. I'm a student at UCSB and a member of the Environmental Affairs Board. Thank you for hearing this item today. Assembly Bill 3233 is an empowering responsibility for Santa Barbara to take on, and I firmly believe we're in the perfect position to phase out oil production and act as a role model for our state. The county's impressive plan to cut greenhouse gas emissions in half by 2030 is a powerful step forward that I'm very happy to see. However, this benchmark is just 5 years away, and I simply don't see how we can discuss climate progress without including oil in the conversation. Oil has been a hot topic in the past few months and years in Santa Barbara, along with net zero and CO2 reduction pledges around the world. In an analysis of 35 of the top polluting countries globally with net zero promises, 90% of the plans were found unlikely to be achieved. The goals to reach the Paris Agreement's targets are also not being met currently. I understand we are just a county on the Central Coast, but it would be extremely disappointing to see our region become a part of this unfortunate statistic. Phasing out oil in Santa Barbara needs to be done now, this year. The devastation that oil has caused in our region, whether through spills, well seeping, worker deaths, environmental damages, or public health, are well known to us all. Big oil operates under the facade of economic opportunity, but the county only benefits from a slim, marginal financial gain, and instead, residents have to take on the risks, health concerns, abandoned cleanup bills, and more. I am now a permanent resident of the city of Santa Barbara, and I hope to have the privilege to stay here for a long time. Our city led the environmental movement against oil many years ago, and now we're facing a new beast, where fossil fuels are causing global damages that we've seen here in the form of extreme weather, fires, and flooding. The science is clear and real. Oil and gas production are driving us to our demise. UCSB researchers have made that evident in their February analysis. I believe, like many other community members, that it would be an honor to live in a county that prioritizes our future. I urge you to direct staff to draft the oil and gas phase-out ordinance and leave this prehistoric industry behind. I appreciate your time today, and I am hopeful and looking to you as you have our future in your hands. Thank you for your consideration.
We will now go to Emily Engel to be followed by Molly Troop. Emily?
Good afternoon, supervisors. Thank you for taking my comment. I'm writing as a mother of 2 young children in Santa Barbara, and I have the luxury of being able to show up here and speak to you guys today. I know many mothers and fathers and grandmothers and grandfathers can't be here because they're working and taking care of their families. And I'm here to speak on behalf of future generations as well as myself and many other families that are in my orbit. I live in Santa Barbara. My children go to school in Goleta and Montecito, and all of us are concerned with the state of our planet. We urge you to act on item 8 today. We must not only reduce oil and gas emissions in our county, we must act to do as much as we can, as quickly as we can, to protect our local environment, wildlife, and resources. Phasing out fossil fuel production in our county would not just reduce greenhouse gas emissions, it would save lives. Your actions today can improve the health of people living near oil facilities and safeguard our limited water supplies, not just for myself, but for my kids, their friends, and all the children of Santa Barbara County. Prohibiting new drilling is not enough. We need to do our best to protect the families living near unplugged or active oil wells. They are vulnerable to the next oil disaster. And we must phase out existing oil and gas facilities. Oil production in our region negatively impacts our climate goals, which are designed to benefit our children. They will be the ones confronting this crisis when we are long gone. Over the past decade, we have learned that the harms from oil extraction in the county far exceed the benefits, and that our other industries, agricultural technology, education, tourism, renewable energy, etc., provide the revenue and jobs that power the Santa Barbara County economy without the health harms, risks, and costs of oil and gas extraction. So today I urge you to act to protect our children, and not just the children of Santa Barbara County, but of California and of the planet, because the actions that we take here in Santa Barbara, as all the speakers before me have shared, ripple out across the globe, and it is our responsibility collectively to act on the benefit of all people, not in the interest of profit for the few. Thanks for all that you do and for your service. I appreciate all of you and your staff as well. Thank you.
We will now go to Molly Troop, who's our final speaker on this item. Molly?
Good afternoon, Chair Caps and Supervisors. My name is Molly Troop, and I'm the Science and Program Manager at Santa Barbara Channel Keeper. We work to protect and restore the Santa Barbara Channel and its watersheds. Channel Keeper was pleased that the Board of Supervisors passed the Climate Action Plan back in August of last year, which helps to identify the ways that the county could work to meet its ambitious goal of reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 50% by 2030. We're grateful that you directed staff to identify ways to include oil and gas operations into the greenhouse gas reduction equation, because we know that oil and gas operations must be included if we're going to make any strides in emission reductions in the next 5 years. Channel Keeper is one of the 53 signatories of the group sign-on letter in full support of an oil and gas phase-out ordinance. There are so many reasons that an oil and gas phase-out in Santa Barbara County makes sense, which were well detailed by the reports that you have received by different UCSB departments. I would like to highlight the positive impacts that would result from this action on our wildlife and endangered species. Here on the Central Coast, we live in a Mediterranean biome, which is a hotspot of biodiversity. This region supports numerous endemic, federally listed, and sensitive species, all which require protection. Of course, offshore, the Santa Barbara Channel is also an incredibly diverse and biologically sensitive ecosystem, supporting blue, gray, and humpback whales, southern sea otter, southern steelhead, marbled murrelet, brown pelican, as well as acres of giant kelp beds and eelgrass meadows that provide habitat for hundreds of marine species. Coming up on the 10th anniversary of the Refugio oil spill, I would be remiss for not highlighting the devastating impacts that we have witnessed more than once on our ocean resources, including these special wildlife and endangered species when oil spills happen. Oil and gas extraction also impacts habitats and wildlife inland as well. For example, the EIR that was conducted for the proposed trucking route of oil from the Santa Ynez unit identified over 100 special status invertebrates, fish, reptiles, amphibians, birds, and mammals that were documented to exist along the lengthy route, which include species such as California red-legged frog, the California tiger salamander, and the southwestern willow flycatcher, to name a few. Please direct staff to prepare an oil and gas phase-out ordinance. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you to the members of the public for speaking. Now back to the board for questions or comments.
A question.
Yeah, Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Capps. Question for planning staff. So now Phillips 66 is shut down. Most of that oil has been fairly suspended and it's had to be trucked for those who had trucking abilities with their permits. Those pipelines, do any of those connect to the Sable pipeline?
Madam Chair and Supervisor Nelson, so there is a potential connection point in the Sisquoc area where the eastern end of the Line 300 system owned by Phillips almost connects to the Sable-owned system. The flow would need to be reversed and then the connection made, but that would be fairly simple in terms of construction purposes. So it does not connect now, but it could be connected theoretically.
Okay, so that's one of the locations for onshore oil moving forward is potentially if that Sable pipeline opens up.
It's possible. That concept has been discussed in the industry, and I've heard some of those conversations, but we haven't seen anybody move forward in a real way.
Okay, so what is that? So you said it need to be constructed, so they don't connect now?
Correct.
Okay. All right, so I'm just curious about how that all sorts out and how that impacts some of this decision-making with that potentially opening up. That's the question I have right now, or if we're going into comments, I can go into comments, but.
Supervisor Lee, did you have a question?
I do, for staff. So given a scenario that we do go ahead with phase out, what does that look like, the timeline, your staff time?
Supervisor Lee, through the chair. So the board recently reviewed the department's work program, and we do not have that factored in. So the board would need to decide what we would not work on in order to be able to work on this. It would involve changes to our code, both coastal and inland. It would involve an environmental impact report and perhaps some kind of amortization study. So that's going to take a fair amount of time. I'm going to say, the EIR could be a year. An amortization study could be going along with that, but it's like 18 months to 2 years potentially.
Okay, and that's your estimate for your staff time and coming back to the board if we give direction on phasing out.
That's correct.
Thank you.
And then on that, in terms of time frame, if I may jump in, just amortizations are generally, we see with other, like Culver City was 20 years, I believe. So my point is it's a lengthy process.
Madam Chair, I just don't have any experience
So we
with
need
that.
to.
Yeah, I mean, we would look into it, and I think we would be looking at what other jurisdictions were doing. But it would be up to the board how long that amortization process was to take.
But so your answer, though, even to get to the point where amortization would theoretically begin, would take 1 to 2 years plus for the staff work.
Correct.
Thank you. Well, yes, I just wanted to, if you can indulge me, I think, again, I just think I appreciate that this is our jobs in your district, and you're fighting for those jobs as you do so well. So I appreciate that. I do have a slide, if the clerk could put it up. I would just want to remind ourselves that the climate-related disasters impact all of us. Obviously, in District 1, most acutely with the loss of life recently. But we just were looking at numbers related to the report that we saw. And if we don't have to spend a lot of time, we all know this in our hearts, but it is extremely expensive to keep doing what we're doing. And it's not just Santa Barbara County, it's our state, it's our country, it's our globe, but it is extremely expensive to keep operating with business as usual and not changing and not phasing out and not moving onward. So the next slide gives 2023. That was just rainstorms from last year, or from 2 years ago, 150 million. And the last one is last year. Again, just to put this in the big picture, and the report that Professor Madavi was more specific to actually 21 million related to a phase out. This is more general. We can't, obviously, these weather events were not just results of our drilling, but more global than that. But specifically, 21 million would be connected to a phase out here locally. And I just think it's extremely important to stop and think about how much money we are spending with the status quo. It is insane, in my opinion. Thank you. Okay. Any other comments? I imagine there are some. Supervisor Hartman.
Yeah, well, I think for me, the biggest loss isn't to the oil and gas industry. It is the damages that you've described up there. And we have experienced the intense extreme weather and wildfires. And it's, heat waves, drought, atmospheric river, wildfires. Those cost not only our county millions and millions of dollars, but people in my district can't get insurance. And they can't sell their home. And what does that do? Your value of your home ultimately is going to go down. And what happens to our property tax? I mean, I think that this is a very real consequence. We've got sea level rise and coastal erosion. We're seeing already saltwater intrusion in the Lompoc area, but it's going to threaten the 101 and all the millions of dollars that we've invested there, all the infrastructure on the railroad. I mean, we haven't even begun to anticipate the enormity of the infrastructure costs that we're going to face. Tremendous water insecurity and what that does to our agricultural industry and intensifies groundwater extraction and a lot of problems that go along with that. The collapse of our marine ecosystem. I went riding recently on my horse at Montaña de Oro. Almost every 350, 500 feet, there were dying sea lions from the algal bloom that is much longer because of the heat, and domoic poisoning, which is a neurotoxin. It's wrenching, and that is just a harbinger of things to come. I realize that Santa Barbara County alone can't really fix this, but we can offer a template. The oil and gas industry, they say, well, we better do it here. It's better than doing it in the Mideast. We heard some of why that isn't a good idea, but they have not come forward with a plan to deal with this. We have the Heartland Institute funded by Exxon to promote pseudoscience. And now we have an administration in Washington that's withdrawn from the Paris Climate Accord, that is suppressing climate science in federal agencies, trying to expunge the words from all the different agencies, and not allowing research, and not even allowing research on the cost of the disasters. They've rolled back methane and carbon dioxide regulations, and they're weakening environmental review standards to eliminate the requirement to even consider climate impacts. And they're expanding fossil fuel production as quickly as they can. This isn't just business as usual. This is really intensifying oil and gas, blind to its consequences, and then just putting hear no evil, see no evil as far as what the consequences are. I just, myself, morally, as a human being on this planet, cannot stand by and not do the very best that I can for children and grandchildren and life on this planet. And I think, given our history in Santa Barbara County, we have a tremendous opportunity to set a template. And so I would like to go forward with a motion after everyone's had an opportunity to say their piece, that we ask staff to come back with a framework by October that outlines a strategy that would prohibit new and phase out existing oil operations, that it would include a reexamination of the long-range work plan priorities, tee that up for us, the cost and timing of the EIR, and the cost and timing of an amortization study. And again, that we could come back with this framework by October. Supervisor Lee?
Was that a motion or just a comment?
That's where I'm going.
Okay.
And I just had one other comment. I mean, I think there's future wells, there's abandoned wells, there's idle wells that are in health protection zones, there's idle wells that are over groundwater aquifers, there's active wells in these health protection zones, and then there's active wells outside. So one possible thing is to look at these different categories of wells and begin to think about, is it useful to think about them in that framework or not? In terms of phase out and the amortization periods that would be in order.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you. I just want to respond to some of the comments that have been made. Supervisor Hartman, you were saying, where's the industry? They're participating in CARB. Everything you guys are talking about right now are greenhouse gas related, and the industry is participating in the state of California and Santa Barbara County in that. What the professor's not getting into calculations on the carbon intensity is they're not taking into consideration none of those controls are happening where there's extractions happening in other places of the world. And it's put on a tanker, and then it's with bunker oil shipped across the ocean. That's all going to create more greenhouse gases than what we're doing here. So all that we guys are talking about on trying to save the planet for generations, we're actually going to make it worse. And so that's where I have this concern where there's more to the math. If you want to push something that's, ask a political scientist what he's going to do from UCSB, he's going to say, yeah, it's going to move in this direction. But there's so much more to this conversation. And in Santa Barbara County and in our state, we have been participating, the industry. And what we're telling the industry is that, even if you participate in being part of the solution, we're going to go pitch you out of business. What kind of good faith is that? And that's where I'm just really struggling with this, because if we want, everything that's going on the national level, that you guys are saying that's, it's intensifying. You have a conservative, a son of somebody that worked in an oil company, that's, comes from an oil district. If I can bring up on the screen real quick, my screen here, click over. Someone who represents 80% of the wells that are active in our county and has gotten pretty wide support from my constituents. What we're doing here, we've been doing in the most responsible manner possible. And we are part of the solution. And when we're offering to work and maybe set forth a new strategy as a county, maybe let's work together, not try to go put somebody out of business. I mean, this is going to be very adversarial, right? Right now, everybody's going to lawyer up. We're going to pick sides. We're going to start fighting. County split's going to be on the conversation again. This is where we're going to head, because we're going to be doing what they do on the national level. We've been trying to do better at this county on trying to bring people together, trying to live with the motto, one county, one future. And I'm advocating here saying, let's be part of a solution together. Abandoning wells is a big deal. We have 2,300 wells in our county, 1,300 of them are idled. Or not properly abandoned at this point. Okay, and that's, I think we have an opportunity to work on that together, but we're not going to be able to work on that while, at the same time that we're trying to put the industry out of business. I mean, that's going to be a non-starter. But I do think we could talk them into maybe a 10-year plan that we could bring together to try to address this. Like, hey, maybe we can bring that number over the next 10 years, partnering with the oil industry, allowing them to continue to operate and continue to mitigate, like they do and they have to in our state, the greenhouse gases. We're going to end this industry here in Santa Barbara County. We're going to see zero greenhouse gas impact. If anything, we're actually going to see it go up because of the other impacts in other places. And so I just hope we could be better than that. You know, again, this is 80% in my district. I looked at the numbers here. I tried to count the red dots on this map that I got from planning. You know, 120 wells, they're probably in D1 in Cuyama, about 60 of overflow of some of the oil fields that are in my district that go into the 3rd district. So I got 60 there in the 3rd district, about 22 in the 5th district. The other 800 or so are my district. And again, this is a employment driver for us. It's done. If you don't like oil operation, you know, this is the place to do it. Again, on the regulations, you know, we have not only the state regulating, we have the county regulating, we have so many more layers of regulations. Even if we look at, the reason why we won't want to add the cap is because we're actually already mitigating our greenhouse gases here, because we have a solution to do that. So again, I think this is a solution in search of a problem. I think there's other ways we can go as a county to actually make a difference here. I sure hope we don't go down this route. It would be really disappointing to see us go and spend the extra money that would take to do that. I think it's a bad signal. I think it's going to set us back as a board and as a county. And I really hope that's not where we go. And again, I want to reiterate how disappointed I am in staff on working outside of a really community conversation about this. I mean, this is you know, a snow job, and it's highly inappropriate, and you know, it's some of the worst governance I've seen in my time here at the county. So I'm not going to support anything beyond moving forward with the status quo, unless there's some effort on this board to try and find some other solutions of solving other problems besides trying to put the oil industry out of business.
May I just respond?
Yeah, Supervisor Hartman.
So I mean, I think we could, when the framework comes back, we could look in some detail at abandoned wells if you'd like to. The oil industry's business plan is to grow. You look at any of them, and it's not to deal with the biggest problem that they have caused. And yeah, they're going to do some carbon sequestration. It's a pie in the sky idea that will take more energy input than we're ever going to get carbon out. This is not an industry that's serious about reducing GHG emissions. It's just not.
Aren't they all paying into cap and trade for their emissions? I mean, that's most of the producers that we have in Santa Barbara County. They're mitigating.
It's a cost of doing business. It's money.
It's money that they're paying that goes into programs. You know, like, we're using it with a bunch of planning grants to reduce our carbon, our GHG, right? So it's.
What are they doing with their operations worldwide and here? They're trying to grow.
Here. Well, sure, but we're talking about here. And so, you know, that's driven by demand, right? That's why nation or worldwide, it's going. The demand continues to continue to grow. But here, they're participating in these programs that you're talking about that go into funding programs and buying offsets to reduce greenhouse gases. Exactly what we've asked them to do. They followed all the rules, and then at the end, we still want to put you out of business. What does that? I mean, is that really the signal we want to send?
We want to make a transition to a renewable energy economy and not rely on fossil fuels indefinitely into the future.
We're not going to solve that.
We simply cannot do this.
We're not going to solve that problem here in Santa Barbara County.
We can start.
We have to try. We have to try. I feel morally compelled to try, and I just have to chuckle a little bit. I think this is probably, I appreciate your concerns about process, but the oil industry does not lack access. I mean, they have more lobbyists than God. But anyway, that's beside the point. I think that we have a real opportunity here to lead by science. The industry is decreasing. The jobs are decreasing. The impacts are only going up of climate change, the health impacts we've seen. So we have a real opportunity here with this, what's been put before us, and I'm gonna lead here. And it's, by the way, what most people in this county want. A strong majority of people in this county want us to transition. They want their leaders to be working on clean energy. They want us to not be satisfied with the status quo. These weather events are frightening, and we can't afford to just keep our head in the sand and think that, oh, the industry is going to somehow reform itself. I can't ascribe to that. But I do think process-wise, what we're asking for, and I support Supervisor Hartman with this, is to come back with a framework. It's going to take a long time. You can't flip a switch to do this. As much as part of me would like to, in terms of my fear and my urgency that I feel about the climate crisis, but I recognize that this is, that there's legalities, that there's jobs at stake, that there's a transition, and none of this will happen quickly in terms of phasing out. We're talking potentially 10 plus years. So I think that's the only way forward, and I appreciate the option, and I appreciate the opportunity to lead. Supervisor Lee.
Thank you, Chair Cap. So, Supervisor Nelson, my takeaway from all this is you want to work together, and we have to start the conversation. And by phasing out, directing staff to do that, it will take up to 2 years. There'll be EIR, there'll be Planning Commission, transparency, public input. So that's a perfect opportunity for you to participate in this and help direct us together as a board moving forward. So you're not saying yes or no now, but you're open to the idea of phasing out.
I think we should have some project alternatives.
And
and I think that maybe that's something that I can't move forward with this, but I would really just highly recommend that you guys suggest some project alternatives that might actually bring the industry to the table. Consider the royalty owners, consider all the other stakeholders that I get the concern of the morality of it. And if I thought that, I sometimes call this like economic martyrdom here. We're going to kill it here to try to solve this kind of problem, which is not really going to solve the problem, especially what we're doing here is actually the example for the world. And so, again, I hope we can consider some other off-ramps in this process as a board. Maybe talk to industry about how do you, because it's about, if you want to deal with these climate issues, it's about reducing greenhouse gases. It's not about oil production, right? That's what causes this, is that, right? It's not oil production, it's actually the greenhouse gases. Mr. Wong?
It's the production and the use of them.
I know, but the creation of greenhouse gases, which causes these major weather events, right? That we're talking about, the climate crisis.
So
it's the greenhouse gases.
Emissions come from both the production and the use of fossil fuels.
It's the greenhouse gases, right? I mean, they didn't discriminate.
But most of the man-made greenhouse gas emissions come from fossil fuel sources.
Sure, I totally get it. But I mean, but they don't discriminate whether they come from oil production or use, or it's the greenhouse gases that all kind of cumulatively add to the climate crisis, right? It's not
correct.
It's not if it's a greenhouse gas unit that comes from production, is equal to the greenhouse gas unit comes from other sources potentially.
That's right.
Okay. And so that's the problem. So that's why we need to go down the science and math route and really evaluating those things. And I think that we'll see when we look at that some of these ideas may not actually lead to solving the problems that we're hoping to do. And so I'm looking forward to that EIR when you guys actually look at the data and see what the alternatives are to this and what how that potentially impacts. But also maybe the off ramp for the board is something like I've been suggesting, where we can actually do something that can make a big difference practically, and could maybe be something that could set the example for the state and the country on responsible potential phase out. And again, that's something that nobody's got their arms around, and something that myself, as somebody that's on the more progressive or more conservative side of the aisle, and also somebody that's been really favorable to the industry, and trying to find its viability and its place and the system, that it could be something that could be a leader. And again, it's something that I would continue to push on, and I think it should be studied with whatever motion you guys bring forward.
Ready for a motion?
Sure.
I'll give it a shot. So I would move A3, and the direction is to develop a framework by October 2025 that outlines a strategy that would prohibit new and phase out existing oil and gas operations in the county, including a re-examination of the long-range work plan priorities, cost and timing of an environmental impact process, cost and timing of amortization study, and an estimated time for when what would be involved in development of the ordinance.
Supervisors, can I just say, you were saying by October 2025?
The framework.
The
yeah.
framework. I just want to remind you that if we work the department in bringing back what the trade-offs would be with the long-range plan, or working with CSD about other funding, I know that we still have a sustainability fund, and we'd have to see what's left in there, and that could be prioritized. If you appropriate money from that sustainability fund, it would be a 4/5 vote after June. So I just want to make sure that you're aware of that.
After June, oh, okay.
Meaning once the budget is approved,
yeah,
after
yeah.
that, if you appropriate any new money, it's a
takes
4/5 vote. The other option would be that you're just asking, then you're going to have to find the shifting within the work plan, but the additional funding that is identified for the costs for the EIR, et cetera, you'll have to either find existing funding that can be used for that.
So I'll second if you want to amend your motion to.
Yeah, I don't think we can be ready by June, so I think I don't know what else we can do other than, and I forgot to include C, that this isn't a CEQA project, but.
Supervisors, you could.
Director Armas, I'm sorry, go finish.
Mindful of the CEO's comments, we can take a look at whether we can identify a project and bring that to you as a itemized, as an element in our budget, and then allocate the dollars accordingly. And try to do that within the time frame described.
And I just want to add, in terms of the financials, without having any sense of the numbers, if there's a potential for partnership, philanthropic support, I think it exists with enthusiasm.
Chair Capps, if I may.
Yeah.
In light of the discussion that you've just had, and to avoid a repeat of today in terms of not engaging the community as suggested, I wonder if the board would find it satisfactory for us to go ahead, once we develop a framework, to gain input from both the environmental community and the oil industry, so that they have a stake in the framework as presented to you. We're not suggesting that they necessarily have to embrace it, but at least that they will have had an opportunity to share their thoughts with you.
So I'm thinking how I can amend my motion. So I'd still like the framework by October, but add another element that we have a project description that comes back with the budget.
Well, you can ask the department to come back with an estimated budget in time for the budget hearings and to present that to you and how they could fund it.
Okay, that's the motion.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Thank you. And Supervisor Nelson, I know this is not something you can support, but I do know, knowing you, that you'll keep engaged, and I know that that'll make it a better process. I appreciate the effort. So with that, we'll take a roll call vote. Are we clear on the motion? You're good?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair, members of the board. Supervisor Lee.
Aye.
Supervisor Hartman.
Aye.
Supervisor Nelson.
No.
And Chair Capps.
Aye.
Motion passes 3-1.
Okay. That was a big one. All right. Thanks, everybody, for being here. And I'm happy to adjourn this meeting, and we will see everyone next week, next Tuesday in Santa Barbara.